Chapter 413. The entire journey was silent. The beautiful girl leaned against his arm obediently. The reverberations of the road were clearly transmitted into his mind. The straight road continued forward, but unfortunately there were no lights, no compound-powered racing cars, only a lonely black Mecca. So this was not a sightseeing tour. There was no music playing in the silent cockpit, but the humming of the engine, the soft sound of the hydraulic system, and the low and clear vibration of the metal components were like a song with a strong heavy metal style, lingering in the ears of the young man and woman. From the corner of his eye, Sulu saw the faint disappointment on Jian Shuer's beautiful face. He subconsciously lowered his voice and explained, "This is a military mission. You are only a civilian but you are willing to take the risk to be the bait. You are already very brave." Jian Shuer adjusted her sitting position and leaned against his shoulder shyly. After a moment of silence she said softly, "I have a military position. I am studying in the Warship Command Faculty of the First Academy." Sulu was slightly taken aback. He immediately remembered that quiet afternoon 2 years ago when this national girl seemed to have been doing a set of test papers filled with structural diagrams. Perhaps that was the entrance exam for the First Military Academy? The niece of the war godly Piffle. Having studied in the First Military Academy, it was not surprising that she had a military identity. Since that was the case, it was only natural that she cooperated with the military. However, there was one question that had always puzzled him. Why did the Ministry of Defense let you be the bait? Why did the people of the Empire attack the South like crazy when they saw you appear on this planet? I once wondered if it was because that old man killed the previous emperor of the Empire. They have always wanted revenge but could not find the opportunity, so they vented their anger on you. But even in the Federation not many people know about your relationship with Feiqing, and this matter does not make sense. Su Li's finger moved the micro button, and a crisp sound rang out in the cockpit of the mecha. Whether it was studying in the university or doing other things, he was always used to silently watching and digesting the information. He rarely asked questions in rapid succession like this. Jian Shuer frowned slightly and moved her body with difficulty. Her face was full of confusion. "I don't know the reason, but since the Ministry of National Defense came up with this plan, I believe they must have their reasons." She turned her head to look at Su Li's side profile and asked, "I didn't ask you before we left. Actually, I also have a big question. According to the plan of the Ministry of Defense, we should be moving together with the mechanical division. Perhaps our speed will be slower, but if the Empire can really tear through the defense line, this mechanical division and your Group 7 can at least cover you for a period of time. Until the last moment when you can't hold on anymore, then you can send me to Luoqiu. Why did you go against the orders of the Ministry of Defense and take me away alone? You and I don't know where the military's confidence in this plan comes from, but since those big shots are so confident, I'm sure they'll come for you regardless of whether the Imperial Expeditionary Force can see through this trap or not." Sulu said, "In that case of course I won't go with the battalion. There will always be deaths in war but it's always better to have fewer deaths." Jian Shuer's long eyelashes fluttered slightly and she was silent. After confirming the real reason behind Su Li's decision, the girl felt a faint sense of respect and admiration. For Sulu, this was a very simple logical problem but for many people it was often inconceivable. The Federation fighter that was covering our escape was hit by the Empire. I don't know if the pilot had the chance to jump, but I think he's probably dead. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the enlarged electronic map on the screen. He said softly, "I've signed a contract with you on behalf of the Whitewater Company. I owe you a life. Your uncle's daughter? No matter how you look at it, I have the obligation to protect you with my life, but those Federation soldiers who don't know the inside story don't have such an obligation." "Understood." Jian Shuer rubbed her slightly red cheeks and her eyes lit up slightly. Looking at Su Li's side profile, she smiled sweetly and said, "Then I'll leave my safety to you." "You're welcome." A sincere smile appeared on Su Li's face and he said, "Since the great war god has entrusted this mission to me without worry, he naturally believes that on planet 5460 tonight, only I can guarantee your safety." "I couldn't tell that you were such a confident person normally," murmured Jian Shuer, gazing at him thoughtfully. "Everyone has their own area of expertise. For me the MX Mecha is my world. As long as I sit in the mecha, I don't know why but I feel confident to the point of even being a little arrogant," said Sulu to the girl beside him as he listened to the ultrasonic waves in front of them through the monitoring equipment. This was his first time on a real battlefield, but whether it was the cruel and heroic scenes of the northern battlefields transmitted by the old thing or this long and dangerous journey, none of it could disturb his calm. There was no excitement or panic in his heart, only a natural sense of familiarity with the battlefield. Li Feng also said something similar. It seems that although the two of you are polar opposites in personality, you are very similar in some aspects. Jian Shuer smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowed in an extremely cute manner. She said, I know you designed the MX, so I'm very curious about what was written on that piece of paper. The paper is some correction parameters. Although there were hints in the system, that engineer who made the adjustments still habitually used paper to tell me these things. Su Lu thought of that genius girl far away on the capital ring and said with a smile, the MX mecha we're sitting in has already had most of its long-range firepower systems removed, and the synchronization speed of the central control system has also been slightly adjusted. This is more suitable for me to perform. Her. Her name is Shang Qiu, the first-level technical supervisor of Nutshell, one of the true designers of the MX. Jian Shuer used her thin index finger to brush away the slightly wet purple strands of hair beside her face. Looking at Su Lu with a chuckle, she asked with a hint of innocence, Shang Qiu, what's your relationship with her? A pure relationship between a man and a woman? Su Lu also narrowed his eyes as he replied with a smile. Perhaps it was the smell of smoke on this planet, or perhaps it was the dry and hot air in the cockpit of the mecha, or perhaps it was the flames of war, death, and escape he had seen along the way, but this Donglin rock suddenly found a trace of his youthful playfulness. He even dared to make such a joke in front of the woman of his dreams. However, this kind of joke was not very interesting. Jian Shuer rubbed her nose in boredom, but immediately after, because of a sudden collision between the tracks of the mecha and a protrusion on the road, she jumped up. She subconsciously let out a soft cry as she grabbed tightly onto Su Li's arm. Throughout the night, the black mecha ran silently in the night wind. The journey was peaceful, but this planet was already filled with the sorrow of death. The young man and woman in the mecha did not want to recall the Federation mecha that had crashed into the plains, did not want to think about how many people were dying at this time, so they could only force themselves to be calm and chat. However, the sorrow of death was ultimately the starting point of panic, and the woman's panic was the source of the man's pity. Don't be afraid. You really don't have to be afraid, I'm here. He once again forcefully repeated. Su Lu felt the delicate skin and soft body of the girl beside him, but there was no desire in his heart. Just like what uncle had taught him in the past, a normal young man who had given most of his youth to his hands would find it difficult to be lustful whenever he saw a girl he truly liked. The black MX mecha ran silently towards the northeast direction. When it was about to enter the mountainous area west of Luoqiu spaceport, he suddenly pulled on the control stick, and the mecha instantly entered a static state. Looking at the latest battle situation and the detection results of this mountainous area sent by the Federal Central Computer in his left eye, Su Li's thick, knife-like eyebrows raised. His pupils shrank and he said to Jian Shuer beside him, tie yourself up tighter. Jian Shuer was slightly stunned. Using the back of her hand to wipe away the sweat on her cheeks, she earnestly followed his instructions and carefully tied the straps around her body. She used a lot of strength to tie the straps around her body. Through the dark military uniform and short skirt, the straps slightly sank into the girl's soft body. In this dangerous and tense moment, the seductive atmosphere in the cockpit became even more intense. Su Lu quickly took off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and strong naked body. Forcing himself not to look at Jian Shuer's shocked expression, he shamelessly took out the simulation system from the box and silently started to install it. Although she was sure that the boy beside her wasn't a pervert who would take advantage of the situation, Jian Shuer couldn't help but exclaim softly when she suddenly saw him naked. She covered her eyes with her hands tightly. Her cheeks, which were originally slightly red, were now as red as an apple in autumn, glowing red and glistening. It was unknown when, but the two pairs of hands that were covering their faces had revealed a sliver of space. Occasionally, a trace of curiosity could be seen, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Su Lu didn't know that the nation's girl beside him was peeping. Only now did he remember the problem with the simulation system. He didn't have time to deal with it, so he was too embarrassed to turn around. It's done, he said in a low voice. Enhanced mobile platform. Jian Shuer stared in shock at the system on Su Li's body, covering her mouth in disbelief as she exclaimed. Her voice was very soft. Su Lu was in the midst of his final preparations for the mecha battle, so he didn't hear her clearly. If you can hold on, don't use the life support system helmet. Su Lu narrowed his eyes at the display on the holographic screen and said in a serious tone, later on the tumbling will be very bad. You might vomit and it might clog up the helmet. Jian Shuer put down the hand she had been using to cover her mouth and nodded blankly. Only then did the orders from the Federation Command Center ring out in the mecha. Change of plan. Lieutenant Colonel Sulu. The charter has just confirmed that the Empire's Maple Forest Alliance's Moonwolf group has broken through the defense line and infiltrated Qinggong Ridge. Command Center orders you to take Miss Jian Shuier and immediately retreat to the southwest direction. Sulu was silent for a moment, then abnormally cut off the communication. Under Jian Shuier's shocked gaze, he took a deep breath, his face slightly pale, and put on the helmet that the vision of the helmet was the valley behind them. In the darkness of the night, the valley seemed abnormally quiet, but the faint sound of drums could be heard from behind the valley. War drums. It wasn't war drums, it was heavy mecha advancing at high speed. The high frequency of the alloy mecha and the rocky ground seemed to be beating on the hearts of the young man and woman. A black and green Empire mecha suddenly appeared at the mouth of the valley. The next moment, countless black and green Empire mechas surged out of the valley. Chapter 4:14. The Empire's Moonwolf 3rd generation mecha had a single jet engine and a lightweight outer armor design. Whether it was in terms of quality or firepower, it was not as good as the Federation's standard M52 series mecha. The Empire's soldiers were brave and good at fighting. They could endure hardships and had amazing perseverance. In the design of the Moonwolf mecha, they tried their best to reduce the life support system while leaving most of the power output. Therefore, the Moonwolf mecha had always been known in the universe for its high speed and light speed. Together with the black and green streamlined outer armor, it looked like an alloy spirit beast that silently moved through the forest. It was precisely because of the Moonwolf mecha's unique design and innate danger that this most powerful mecha assault force of the Empire's Expeditionary Force, Maple Forest Alliance, was able to take advantage of the planet's sea of fire and the desperate stalemate between the northern and southern battlefronts to follow the 17 mecha clans tore open the distorting cracks in the Iron Curtain at all costs to silently and ruthlessly penetrate deep into the southern hemisphere. They arrived at the valley of Qinggong Ridge and followed the tail of the Federation's black mecha. Perhaps this was a trap set up by the federal military, but the Empire's Moonwolf group looked coldly at the possible ambush ahead. This was because they firmly believed that since their full mecha squad could hide from the eyes of the Federation, they would definitely bring a great surprise to the other party. They were very confident in their own strength. 3 black and green Moonwolf mechas suddenly shot out like arrows, separated from the main group and rushed towards the black mecha on the outskirts of the valley. A series of rhythmic yet murderous Imperial language rang out from within the Moonwolf mechas that swarmed out of the valley. Kill that little star. The Maple Forest Alliance's Moonwolf group, a full mecha configuration, had a total of 115 third-generation mechas of the Empire, and they were all mobilized tonight. These outstanding Imperial pilots quickly operated the mechas on their hands and did not reply to the command on the comms system. This was because when they heard that voice, they knew that if they could not kill the Federation national girl in the mecha in front of them today, the commander would definitely kill them all personally in anger. Luo Fu, the leader of the Night Wolf Mecha Brigade, a colonel of the Empire. He was one of the top 5 ace mecha pilots in the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Back then, he had the opportunity to enter the Emperor's Special Mecha Battalion, but in the end, he resolutely chose to follow the Expeditionary Force to a faraway land. It was because he firmly believed that he could only display his abilities on a real battlefield. Through the monitor screen, this Empire elite with a beard as long as wild grass stared coldly at the fleeing black mecha. Listening to the combat power evaluation sent back by the central control computer, he issued the order to attack. The heavy sound of the mecha running echoed through the quiet night sky. Countless mecha gushed out from the mouth of the valley like a stream of greenish-black molten lava, vowing to bury the Federation mecha at the forefront. The central control computer had already given an early warning, but when the other party appeared before them, the Black MX mecha's SSC system and large semi-aperture radar finally confirmed the existence of the mecha horde. This fact made Sulu feel a tinge of fear towards the camouflage ability of the Empire mecha. At this time, his communication with the command center had already been cut off. The reason he had refused the command center's order to retreat to the southwest was because he knew that once they deviated from the original plan, perhaps the safety of himself and Jian Shuier would be more guaranteed, but the main force lying in ambush ahead would not be able to achieve the results they had planned. Wish me good luck. He felt the slight numbness and itch from every inch of his skin. He took a deep breath, and the warm current in his body instantly spread to every part of his body. Then, through the simulation system that stuck close to his skin, it accurately magnified and transmitted to every part of the MX mecha. His narrowed eyes shone brightly, but his face was rather pale. This was the first time he had seen an Empire citizen up close, the first time he had met an Empire citizen on the battlefield, and this first meeting was a life-and-death battle. Jian Shuier gripped the metal pole beside her tightly, trying her best to get as far away from Su Lu as possible, afraid that she would interfere with his operation. Feeling the slight dizziness brought about by the instant acceleration of the mecha beneath her, she said seriously, "I am a jinx." This was not a joke. In such a tense moment of escape, the young girl was in no mood to joke. She was truly worried that her strange fate would bring misfortune to Su Lu. Su Lu smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. In the dim cockpit, the sunlight was enough to make one feel dizzy. He said, "I am a jinx." That said, he pushed the control stick once more. The MX mecha's twin engines roared to life, and with a deafening roar, the heavy mecha was like a monster. It crashed through a large tree in front of it and then fled into the distance. The mechanical arms of the Empire's Moon Wolf mecha opened fire. The originally quiet valley that only had the sound of drums was suddenly filled with countless screeching sounds. Mountain rocks shattered, clouds of smoke billowed, and high-speed rotating shrapnel shot towards the black mecha in front of them like raindrops. Lav had already received the orders from the Northern Hemisphere Command earlier, so he knew that there might be some kind of danger waiting for his mecha team ahead. However, he was not too worried. With 100 mechas gathered into a torrent, even an entire team of mechanics would not be able to stop him. What made him laugh coldly was that the strange-looking Federation mecha in front of him actually did not change its direction of escape. Could it be that the pilot wanted to use those heavy metal blocks of the Federation to compete with him in terms of speed? In the end, that black mecha was enveloped in a sea of fire and a rain of bullets. He operated the Empire's newest fourth-generation mecha and commanded hundreds of black and green mechas to chase after the enemy. He watched the scene on the screen coldly, waiting for the enemy's mecha to be destroyed and its people to be killed. Stupid bait, stupid trap. However, right after that, his eyes narrowed. This was because he clearly saw that the Black Federation mecha actually charged through the rain of bullets, and there was not a single trace of damage on the mecha's body. How did he do this? Lav stared fiercely at the black mecha that was getting faster and faster. From the dead silence of the communication system, he knew that the three mechas at the front and the subordinate mechas at the back were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Precise dodging within a small area? Who is this pilot? Lav's expression turned serious, and he controlled the mecha below him to instantly increase its speed. In an instant, it rushed out of the dense formation of mechas, and rushed towards the black mecha at an extremely high speed. The mechas from the Imperial Moonwolf group were obviously shocked by the super dodging ability of the black mecha, but they did not slow down their speed, especially the three black and green mechas at the front. With the help of the auxiliary rocket engine, they suddenly shot forward and caught up to the back of the black MX. Looking at the Federation mecha that was just inches away from them, and thinking about how the pilot in this mecha was actually able to withstand the previous long-range attack without any damage, the three mechas simultaneously gave up on attacking with firepower, and chose to engage in close combat instead. Decades of battlefield experience had already proven that in close combat, the Empire mechas that had the advantage of speed were more agile and had more destructive power, especially tonight when it was 3 against 1. The three black and green Moonwolf mechas stomped heavily on the soft ground, bringing along with them a large amount of black mud. Like three ferocious beasts, they charged forward in parallel, and the alloy blades on their mechanical arms shot out with a whoosh, ruthlessly stabbing towards the back of the black MX. All these actions were completed under the condition of absolute speed. Dodging the long-range attacks of mechas was not too difficult for the current Sulu. In reality, although the hundreds of mechas from the Empire were like a terrifying iron stream pouring out of the valley, his nervousness was still from his first experience on the battlefield, and had nothing to do with cowardice. As the designer, he understood the performance of the Black MX too well, and because of this understanding he had endless confidence. The Federation's newest generation of dual-engine mecha, appearing on the battlefield for the first time, the Empire soldiers who were caught off guard would definitely pay a heavy price. Following his quick operation, Lin Bian's Black MX mecha came to an abrupt halt. With a perfect twist of its body, it avoided the incoming alloy blade from its right. Then, with a seemingly casual but extremely precise punch, it struck out viciously into the cockpit of the Imperial mecha directly behind it. The heavy sound of metal hitting metal rang out, and it was abnormally unpleasant to the ears. Countless night birds in the forest, who were already suffering from insomnia due to the cannon fire in the distance, could no longer bear the heavy burden and flew into the sky, battered and exhausted. That ferocious Imperial mecha did not even have the slightest chance of defending itself against this simple close-range attack of the Black MX mecha. The cockpit of the mecha was miserably deformed, sparks flying everywhere as green smoke rose. Amidst the green smoke, the mecha fell powerlessly to its knees on the ground, accompanied by the unpleasant sound of components breaking apart. With one hit, the Black MX, in a posture that defied common sense, used its heavy mechanical legs to push off the ground and flew backwards. In midair, the huge body of the mecha actually forcefully turned around again. The Black MX landed on the ground with both feet, but it did not make any adjustments. It completely ignored the two Empire mechas on the side, and with a roar, it once again fled forward at a simple turn, a close-range attack, and it destroyed a Night Wolf third-generation mecha. Lav, who was rushing over at high speed, saw this unbelievable scene, and his face turned extremely pale. As an ace pilot, he quickly deduced that the reason for this shocking result was because the Empire mecha could not react at all in front of the Black mecha's high-speed movements. What kind of hand speed was required to execute such a high frequency of mecha movements? Lav did not believe that in this universe, there was anyone who could achieve such a hand speed, unless the pilot in the Black mecha was the pride of the Empire, the little princess, or the military god of the Federation. Although in the intelligence of the Empire military, there was a lieutenant colonel of the Federation at the Bermuda Mineral Star who seemed to be able to achieve such a level, he did not believe it at all. He only thought that it was a disguise made by the military to cover up their own incompetence. Lav's eyes were like a wolf's, and he stared fiercely at the Black mecha in front of him that was moving faster and faster. It was obvious that whether it was the pride of the Empire or the glory of the Federation, neither would appear on this planet at this time. So, there was only one explanation. The power output and instantaneous explosive speed of this Black Federation mecha had completely suppressed the third-generation mecha of the Empire. Could it be the rumored MX? Chapter 4:15. Listen up. Other than killing the little star, I want that mecha. Captain Lav's cold voice came out of the communication system of the Empire mecha group. This ace mecha pilot was shocked by the performance of the Federation mecha, but he quickly calmed down. After confirming that the mecha in front of him was the rumored new MX mecha developed by the Federation, he wasn't scared. Instead, he had a strong desire to capture that powerful mecha. He had more than 100 third-generation mechas from the Empire. More importantly, although the performance of the mecha was important, the piloting ability of the pilot was still the most important factor. The Northern Hemisphere Command had long warned him that the opponent might be a new MX mecha, but he had not paid much attention to it. It was only until that moment earlier, when he had witnessed the terrifying performance of that Black mecha in its simple and effortless manner, that he had truly thought of capturing the other for the Empire's research. Lav's piloting and hand speed had already surpassed level 4. Now he was standing on the threshold of level 5. He was very confident. The corners of his lips curled up in a cruel sneer, and the speed at which his hands operated suddenly increased. The speed of the new Gen 4 mecha which he had been suppressing all this time increased rapidly, turning into a cloud of dust that could devour people as it raced towards the front of the formation. The Black MX mecha in front and the intimidating group of Empire mecha chasing behind didn't use long-range heat source weapons. They were chasing and escaping silently. The sound of the mecha running in the valley and in the wilderness was very clear. The entire night started to tremble. A chilling atmosphere was created. The black and green mecha of the Empire sprinted at high speed, kicking up countless streams of dust in their wake. It was an exceptionally spectacular sight. Meanwhile, that black mecha of the Federation MX was sprinting silently half a kilometer away. The current scene was like a group of grassland wolves that had smelled blood and suddenly discovered a lone lion. They were unwilling to give up, and they all wanted to rush forward and bite the lion fiercely once, twice, until the lion was torn into thousands of pieces of bloody flesh. In the midst of this pack of savage grassland wolves, there was a black-green mecha of a slightly different shape that appeared larger and more ferocious. Its speed was clearly much faster than the Imperial mecha beside it. In just a few breaths, it had already broken through from the midsection of the mecha pack to the very front. Using the SSC capture system, Sulu easily identified the unique Empire mecha in the field of vision of the helmet. According to the data provided by the Department of Defense, this should be the 4th-generation mecha that the Empire had just successfully developed 7 years ago. The speed and piloting of the 4th-generation mecha made him squint his eyes. He felt a slight pressure. The person in the 4th-generation mecha was a master. Are you a little dizzy? Being chased by more than 100 Empire mechas, Su Li's simple and precise hand controls brushed past like the wind, not slowing down in the slightest. Suddenly he opened his mouth and asked a completely unrelated question. The nation's maiden lowered her head weakly, her right hand covering her slightly exposed breasts. She wasn't worried that Sulu would see anything, but she felt a little stuffy in her chest. Previously, the black MX mech suddenly swept backward, twisted its body, and threw a punch. These seemingly simple actions were all carried out at an extremely high speed. The pilot in the cockpit had to bear an extremely large load. Due to the gravitational pull, the load was even greater than that of the space fighter pilot. Suli's body was like a well-polished machine. Naturally, there were no adverse reactions. However, Jian Shuer, who sat beside him, suffered quite a bit. If she hadn't been tied tightly to the cockpit, she would probably have been seriously injured. Find something to do and distract yourself. That should be better. Sulu looked at the Empire mecha moving faster and faster in his field of vision, as well as the cloud of mecha behind it. Although he knew that the opponent would not be able to catch up to him, he still felt some trepidation in his heart. In a slightly hoarse voice he said, "Look at this red button. Later when I tell you to press it hard." Jian Shuer looked at the red button his right hand was pointing at and guessed that this must be some key control of the MX mecha. She raised her head to look at the man beside her and asked in surprise, "You want me to press it?" "I'm afraid you'll get airsick," explained Sulu seriously. Jian Shuer laughed bitterly. She really didn't know what this man's nerves were made of. In such a tense situation he actually had the mood to joke around. Strength-determined attitude. The black MX mecha had not entered overclocking mode, but it still maintained a high enough speed. Although the cloud of Imperial mecha behind it was continuously closing the distance between them and the black mecha with their light weight and high-speed advantage, they were still more than 200 meters away. "Follow him. Don't use your jet acceleration for now. I really want to see where this mecha wants to lead us to." Luo Fu stared coldly at the Federation's mecha in front of him. He was alarmed. The Empire had always had the advantage in terms of speed in mecha battles. However, in tonight's pursuit, this advantage was almost gone. The fourth-generation mecha he was operating had already rushed to the front of the group, only about 100 meters away from the black mecha. However, he did not use any long-range attacks for the time being. The mecha horde ran madly, the earth trembling and dust filling the air, but they were still unable to catch up to that damned black mecha in front. In this spectacular yet silent chase in the wilderness, apart from the stunning punch at the very beginning, not a single cannon or bullet was fired. It was just silence. However, who would have thought that the black MX in front of them was under so much pressure, and what kind of danger it was taking? Amidst the silence, the pressure, and the scent of danger within the 200-meter distance that made Sulu so relaxed and enraged the Imperial mecha horde so crazily, the black MX and the cloud of Imperial mecha behind it ran out of the plains, one in front and one behind. Away from the valley, past the forest, across the black plains, a mountain range could be vaguely seen at the end of the road. It was impossible to see the yellowish color of the mountain range in the darkness of the night, but through the precise positioning of the charter computer in his mind and the electronic map on board, Sulu easily determined that the line between Yellow Mountain Ridge and Lonely Mountain Ridge was just ahead. According to the Ministry of Defense's plan, the Federation's ambush force should be here. His eyes narrowed behind his helmet. With a light flick of his right hand, he reconnected with the Federation's command center. In a low voice he said, "I have already entered the Yellow Mountain Ridge line. More than 100 third-generation Imperial mecha are 100 meters behind me. Please accept." In the Southern Hemisphere's Federal Army Command Center Hall, the officers who had become abnormally silent and oppressed due to the MX mecha's automatic disconnection instantly let out a collective sigh of relief when they heard this long-awaited voice. In reality, through the remnants of the glory of the Charter in the Southern Hemisphere, hundreds of officers in the command center had been watching that spectacular escape on the ground. However, it was very difficult for them to grasp the specific situation around that black mecha. The Federation's third-highest commander, General Nelson, frowned slightly and said, "Notify Commander Shaoqing." Then he turned around and said calmly, "That Empire satellite in the sky can be shot down now." The Empire had 3 autonomous orbit-changing satellites invading the Southern Hemisphere's space. Previously, the federal military had already shot down 2 of them, but they had purposely left one behind. The sinister intent behind this was very clear. The Federation Command Center did not want the Empire to chase after the bait only to lose it in the end. At this time, since the Black Mecha had already lured the Empire's ambush team into the encirclement, what was the point of leaving this orbit-changing satellite? General Nelson's expression was relaxed, but his heart was not. The Federation's third defense line was still enduring the crazy and bloody continuous attacks of the Empire's armored forces. Otherwise, he would not have watched the Moonwolf group break into the southern hemisphere without doing anything. Although they were luring the enemy in, the number of enemies they lured in seemed to be too many and too strong. Du Shaoqing, I hope your Iron 7th Division can be as powerful on the battlefield as it was in the drill, General Nelson thought to himself as he looked at the electronic map on the large screen. In a situation where they could not receive follow-up support, an entire division of mechanics trying to ambush and eat the Empire's mecha team. This was not something a normal person could do. However, at this time, a sharp alarm sounded in the command center. A military staff officer reported loudly with an extremely ugly expression, "The Empire's backup assault team has infiltrated to the 17th latitude of the south. They are currently following the path of the first wave of mecha teams and heading towards Luochio spaceport." Everyone in the command center was shocked. They all looked at General Nelson. General Nelson waved his hand to indicate that he understood. He seemed to have a well-thought-out plan, but in his heart he started to feel uneasy. There were too many variables on the battlefield. The Federation took the initiative to lure the Empire's people to invade the south, but they did not expect that old general of the Empire to actually show a suicidal attitude and launch a direct attack by a large group that had never been seen before in the past 10 years. Under the crazy attacks of the Maple Forest Alliance, the Federation's defense line was in danger. The backup military force that was originally in the tactical simulation had no choice but to be deployed to the front line. At least for the next 2 hours, the command center would not be able to deploy any troops to support the front line. General Nelson's expression was serious. Moonwolf Group and Maple Forest Alliance's 18,000 soldiers. He no longer expected the Iron 7th Division to be able to destroy the enemy. He only hoped that Du Shaoqing could hold on for a while longer. As long as the front line could catch a breather, the Westwood's 8th Army could move to the south, and victory would definitely belong to the Federation. But could the Iron 7th Division hold on for that long? The Empire's people seemed determined to win. Could that Black MX mecha escape to Luochio? Standing between the rocks, Du Shaoqing put down the night vision electronic binoculars in his hands and put on his sunglasses again, even though it was late at night and there was no moon. There was no need for the Federation's command center to send a message. The Iron 7th Division hidden on the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge knew that the person they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. Smoke and dust had already risen from the flat field on the left side of the mountain range. In the night, a Black MX mecha silently turned into a stream of light and passed through the difficult mountain path below the Iron 7th Division's ambush position. Not far behind him were the 10 mechas closest to the Empire's mecha group. "Get ready," Shimanjin said to the electronics officer beside him in a low voice. Du Shaoqing took off his sunglasses and coldly glanced at the Black Federation mecha that passed by at high speed. Then he glanced at the Empire's mecha group that seemed to be moving behind him and said, "Don't panic." Chapter 416. He put on and took off his sunglasses. While he was speaking, 10 Imperial Moonwolf mechas roared past and chased after the escaping Black MX mecha. Even though the Iron 7 Division ambushing in the mountains suddenly attacked, they could no longer help the Black mecha. "There's a 4th-generation mecha. It should be the leader of the Moonwolf Team Love. He's one of the top 5 ace pilots in the Imperial Expeditionary Force," Shimanjin whispered. Shimanjin reminded him in a low voice. He would definitely not question his teacher's command. However, seeing that the Federation's black mech was being chased into danger by the Empire's people, he was a little worried about the pilot and the national girl in the mech. Du Shaoqing's expression was cold and stern as he stared at the Imperial mecha horde in the direction of the Lonely Ridge. He said indifferently, "This is a bag and we are the rope that ties the bag. What are some small fries that slip through? What we want to eat is this entire mecha brigade behind us." If the Iron 7 Division had attacked just now, the Empire mecha horde that had suddenly slowed down for some reason would definitely know that there was an ambush here. If the mecha horde had decided to turn around and retreat, with the high mobility of the Moonwolf mechas, the Iron 7 Division would never have been able to catch up. They could only watch as the enemy turned into dust. As for Lav, the ace pilot of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, this iron-blooded teacher didn't care at all. "The Ministry of Defense asked us to ensure the safety of Jian Shuaer," Shimanjin said in a low voice. Du Shaoqing lowered his eyes slightly and said, "The one driving the Black MX is Su Lu. You won't die so easily." Shimanjin was shocked. He silently retreated to the back and nervously began to prepare for the Imperial Moonwolf Group's arrival. However, what made him and the soldiers of the Iron 7 Division uneasy was that, for some reason, the Empire mecha horde outside of the ambush not only slowed down but also showed signs of stopping. In the mountains it was quiet. At this time, the latest battle situation from the Federation command reached Du Xiaoqing's ears. He was silent for a moment, then he took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at the horizon in the distance. Maple Forest Alliance's final trump card, that reserve assault brigade, had also come? Commander Du Xiaoqing had a complicated expression in his eyes. The bait plan of the Department of National Defense had lured in an army that was twice their size. However, the command center couldn't send any reinforcements. If Maple Forest Alliance's assault team and mechas were able to tear apart the bag and attack Luoqiao Airport, they would be able to threaten the side of the military supply depot. The Federal Army would be in absolute danger. General Umburi from the Northern Hemisphere was able to create such a situation out of the impossible. It could be said that he was a godly commander. Decades ago, on the same planet, in the same mountain range, the same Iron 7 Division. Once, under almost exactly the same circumstances, they fought a bloody battle of life and death. That battle made the Iron 7 Division famous in the media. Except for the leaders of the federal military, no one knew that it was the fatal mistake made by the Iron 7 Division at the beginning of this bloody battle that led to the heavy losses of the federal military. It seemed that tonight on the front line of Huangshanling Lonely Ridge, there would be another extremely tragic sniper battle. Du Xiaoqing quietly looked at the night sky and thought silently in his heart. Did his father stand in the same position as him? What was he thinking at that time? History seemed to be repeating itself, but the result would definitely not be the same. He coldly unbuttoned the collar of his trench coat and turned to face the officers of the division headquarters. He said calmly, "A brigade of 18,000 people is on its way here. I will only give you 1 hour. You must eat these 100 ugly Imperial mecha." Without air support, without a missile base, an entire division wanted to eat an entire Imperial mecha brigade, an entire mecha brigade with 100 third-generation Moonwolf mecha. Whether it was in the military academies teaching materials or in a real battle, this had never happened before because this was something that was impossible in the first place. However, after the senior officers of the Iron 7 Division heard their division commander's words, they only nodded firmly in silence. This was the first battle after the Iron 7 Division returned to the front line. They must win. Shimin Jin stood behind her division commander who was looking at the electronic map for the last time. Looking at her division commander's slightly trembling body, she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. She said in a low voice, "The Imperial Mecha Group is obviously waiting for reinforcements from the brigade at the rear. What if they still refuse to come in after 10 minutes? Should we move forward with Operation Lightning?" "No need." Du Xiaoqing raised his head and took the hot towel from the orderly. He wiped his face in the darkness of the valley and said, "The Imperial soldiers are brave and impulsive. If we kill their leader they will naturally go crazy." Shimin Jin was stunned. She thought that the commander of the Moonwolf group, Luo Fu, had already chased after Su Lu. How could they kill him if they stayed in the mountains? "Let the battlefield communication system scan a radius of 50 meters. I want to talk to that black MX." Du Xiaoqing folded the towel and passed it to the orderly. "You guys wait for the brigade at the back." Commander Luo Fu left the mecha group and led the 9 most outstanding third-generation mechas under his command to chase after Ling Lan. Before he chased after Ling Lan, he gave an important order to the entire mecha brigade through the communication system. The ambush at the front line of the Yellow Mountain was not the most important part of the war. However, it was the most important part. The headquarters of the Maple Forest Alliance in the Northern Hemisphere had long confirmed the possible locations of the Federation's ambush. They had even accurately calculated the ambush forces that the Federation could mobilize at this time by analyzing the takeoff and landing frequency and the garbage volume of the 2 major airports in the Southern Hemisphere in the recent months. "It's just one division." A disdainful sneer appeared on Lav's face. He was sure that the Federation commander hiding in the mountains wouldn't dare to expose himself just because of these 10 mechas. Therefore, he bravely passed through the mountain path and chased after the black MX. He said coldly to his subordinates through the communication system, "After I destroy that black MX, I will come back and meet with you guys." Sula didn't know that the master in the Moonwolf 4th generation mecha behind him was saying that he was going to destroy him with a confident and arrogant tone. At this time, the mountain path was ending and Luoqiao Airport was not far away. The escape with the nation's young lady was coming to an end. He was unusually calm and relaxed. However, that insensible old man told him that other than the mecha brigade at the back, the Empire had actually sent out the Assault Brigade, their trump card. In the military system of the Empire, a brigade was more powerful than a division of the Federation. The Federation headquarters didn't tell Sulu this information. In their opinion, Sulu was lucky enough to bring Jian Shui'er safely to Luoqiao Airport. Plus, the ambush behind them had nothing to do with him. He didn't know which brigade was ambushing them at the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge. However, from the old bastard's prediction, this brigade would definitely be in a terrible situation. At this moment, the military channel of the MX Mecha rang. Sulu was very familiar with the voice, but he didn't like it. "I'm Du Shaoqing. I'm one of the 10 mechas chasing after you. The one in the 4th generation mecha should be the brigade leader Luo Fu." Sulu, kill him. Suli's eyes narrowed in shock. Only now did he know that the ambush was actually carried out by the Iron 7th Division. In the channel, that iron-faced commander's voice was as cold and direct as it was a few months ago. It sounded extremely rude, but he knew this person very well. This time, the other didn't use his military position to order him around. This was already very different. He only needed half a second to think. He narrowed his eyes, opened the universal channel, and said a single word. "Okay." In one of Master Schiller's plays, there was a mentally handicapped person who loved to run. That mentally handicapped person ran all over Planet S1, ran all over the Capital Ring, and in the end even ran all the way to the Westwoods. He even ran on a spaceship. This mentally handicapped person became a celebrity in human society. Countless people followed him, running non-stop, not asking for a reason, just running non-stop. However, one day this mentally handicapped person suddenly didn't want to run anymore. He felt bored, so he stopped, and then turned around saying that he wanted to go home, leaving his followers with endless emptiness and the disappointment of the media. Running was a habit. Once started, it was hard to stop. If one really stopped after running for a long time, it would always be hard to get used to. The mechas chased each other for an unknown amount of time tonight. Suddenly, the Black Federation mecha at the end of the mountain road ahead stopped abruptly, then slowly turned around. Out of the 10 Empire mechas, 9 of them stopped for a moment. The pilots in the cockpits couldn't believe what they were seeing. Because of the intense shock in their hearts, their operations were affected. Only that 4th generation Moon Wolf mech, which had an exceptionally strong contrast between black and green, did not slow down in the slightest. Instead, the rocket jets at the back of the mech instantly shot out, the powerful propulsion causing its speed to become incomparably fast. Just this small detail was enough to prove that Captain Love of the 4th generation mecha had the most determined mind and the most ruthless eyes of an ace mecha pilot. With a straight arrow of smoke, the 4th generation Moon Wolf mecha charged towards the Black MX. At such a high speed, this mecha even used the mechanical arm on its right hand to draw a symbol in the air. Sulu was a professional soldier, so he didn't have much understanding of the universal machine language. Thinking back to the time when he was in Yue University, when he had a mecha battle with that officer of the First Academy, it had caused quite a commotion. However, he could roughly understand what the Empire mecha pilot was trying to say. Thus, wearing the simulation system, he did not hesitate to give the mecha a middle finger. At the same time, in the dim cockpit, a slender index finger pressed hard on the red button. Amidst the hissing sounds of compressed air, a few heavy components of the Black MX body shot out one after another, smashing onto the ground. Surprisingly, the thick armor on the right shoulder did not fall off, and the middle finger of the right alloy hand stood straight up, facing the enemy. This MX was a special mecha that Shang Qiu had specially modified for Sulu. Originally, it did not have the fire control system that most normal pilots would need, so the components fell off very quickly. In just 0.1 seconds, the Black Mecha had officially entered overclocking mode. At this time, the 4th generation Moon Wolf mecha had already arrived in front of the Black MX with an unstoppable momentum. The next moment, Lav's pupils suddenly shrank in the cockpit. This was because the Federation mecha in the vision of his helmet had disappeared. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. Relying on his rich battle experience, Lav roared and forced himself to turn around in an instant. The black and green mech forcefully turned around at high speed, its thick mechanical arm blocking the front, just in time to block the silent punch from the night sky. With a low hum, the Black MX mecha's powerful twin engines were fully displayed in this one hit. The 4th generation Moon Wolf mecha was forced to retreat. Then the Black mecha forcefully increased its speed again. It turned into a flash of lightning and once again attacked the chest of the Black Moon Wolf mecha. The speed of the Black MX was too fast, and the frequency of its movements was too fast. It was like countless rocks falling from a mountaintop, striking the surface of the Moon Wolf mech's armor with crisp and powerful sounds, producing a continuous series of dull pa-pa-pa-pa-pa sounds. Lav's face was pale. He pushed his control to the limit. In this life-and-death situation, he had already performed beyond his usual standards. However, he still could not keep up with the Black Mecha's movements. The Black MX dodged at high speed on the mountain path. There were no afterimages. It was just like a flash of lightning or a ghost. To Lav, it was more like a sharp and powerful bullet that he was terrified of. It kept shooting towards his face. Bullets could not turn, but this Black MX was able to move in a straight line at high speed. It was like a high-speed bullet that was bouncing back and forth in an alloy plate. What kind of hand speed was required to perform such a terrifying control? Or rather, what kind of freakish hand was required to perform such a control? Or rather, it was impossible to perform such a control by hand. When the 9 third-generation Moon Wolf mechas of the Empire rushed to the battlefield, they were greeted by this shocking sight. They could only watch with their own eyes as the Moon Wolf mecha controlled by Commander Lav was continuously bombarded by the Black MX of the Federation, unable to retaliate at all. Under such immense shock they were unable to react at all. According to the memories of a pilot who had survived the incident, he had never seen such mecha piloting in his entire life. He could not understand how a mecha weighing dozens of tons could perform such unimaginable maneuvers. The ground of the mountain path had clearly festered, but that Federation pilot had not been able to slow down the Black Mecha's movements in the slightest. What had left the deepest impression on the surviving pilot was the close combat style of the Black MX mech. The strong mecha fighters all had their own close combat style. Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng was bold and violent, Bai Yulan was sinister and silent, and Zhou Yu was serious and serious. As for the Black MX controlled by Su Lu in this first battle, the style it displayed was simple and direct. It could even be described as plain. Su Lu understood the structure of mecha very well. Although the mecha designs of the Empire and the Federation were very different, the two sides of the universe had the same thinking habits. There was not much difference in terms of ideology. Therefore, every time he attacked, he would often attack the most inconspicuous part of the Black and Green Moon Wolf mecha. Only the mechanics would understand the key points of the mecha. It was extremely precise and precise. Simple, direct, plain, precise and precise. When these 5 adjectives were stacked together, the style was mixed into a pile. When it was combined to the extreme, it became a silent ruthlessness, a silent suppression. In the 4th generation Moon Wolf mecha, Captain Lav clearly felt the terror of this style. He was the ace pilot of the Empire. However, when he came here arrogantly, he was in despair. Although the Moon Wolf mecha was able to avoid 3 lightning strikes from the Black MX's tooth-edge alloy blade, his heart was getting colder and colder. He was getting more and more desperate. That dark and helpless danger was about to take over his mind. That a crisp sound rang out. The black light condensed into a single point. That was the Black MX that had stopped moving. The Black mecha pulled out a spinning alloy blade from the edge of the cockpit of the 4th generation Moon Wolf mecha. For any mecha, the front of the cockpit was definitely the strongest defense. However, the Black mecha continuously threw 7 or 8 heavy punches at that spot, followed by a final stab. No matter how strong the armor of the Empire mecha was, it was finally broken. Sparks shot out from the edge of the cockpit. However, the Black mecha still stubbornly did not fall. After entering overclocking mode, the Black MX's right shoulder fire control system, which was the only part that did not fall off, flipped out from under the armor. It aimed at the sparking cockpit of the 4th generation Moon Wolf mecha and blasted it. With a boom, the 4th generation Moon Wolf mecha fell to the ground. Immediately after, the Black MX lifted its heavy mechanical leg without hesitation and stomped on the already deformed cockpit of the Empire mecha. Green smoke billowed and blood flowed out. 0.4 seconds. From the moment the two mecha came into contact to the end of everything, only 4 seconds had passed. The other 9 Empire mecha did not have the time to react, nor did they have the ability to participate in this terrifying mecha battle. They stared at the Black mecha that was turning around, and at the burning Moon Wolf mecha beneath its feet. They stood frozen on the mountain path in shock. In the dim cockpit of the Black MX mecha, Jian Shuer's eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes fluttering non-stop. Due to the high frequency of the mecha battle, the young girl's face was pale from the concussion. Her brain was in a daze and she could not speak at all. However, she vaguely knew that she was still alive while the Empire mecha was dead. Sulu took off his helmet. Large amounts of sweat flowed down his forehead, following the smooth simulation system and flowing down to the water level of the cockpit. His face was pale, and a trace of complex emotions appeared in his slightly narrowed eyes. He did not immediately attack the 9 third-generation Empire mecha. This was because he was currently very weak, very tired, and even very hungry. Although the previous mecha battle had only taken 4 seconds, who knew how many controls he had done in those 4 seconds? Through the simulation system, the joystick, and the touchscreen, he had used 3 complex methods to control the Black MX. That was how he had gained the absolute advantage in front of the Empire Ace mecha pilot. However, after the battle, he had used up too much of his stamina and energy. Opening the universal channel, Sulu wiped the sweat from his lips and beard. Panting, he spoke to the Iron 7th Division and Du Xiaoqing, who were ambushing him in the mountains. Already killed. Chapter 417. Kill him. I've already killed him. Du Xiaoqing held the mini-communicator and sent out orders to the Black MX mecha, which had already escaped from the valley. In less than half a minute, the Black MX mecha in the distance gave a clear and forceful response. These 2 simple sentences made the expressions of everyone in the Iron 7th Division on the peak change drastically. The officers knew very well that the person in the Moon Wolf 4th Gen mecha was the Empire's ace pilot, Love. Facing such a strong opponent, could it be that the Black MX only used such a short amount of time to end the mecha battle and kill the opponent? At this moment, the conversation between the commander and Sulu still seemed to be echoing in the quiet peak, reverberating in their ears. Everything happened so quickly that the officers couldn't react in time. They looked at the commander in the command center in shock as he turned on the high-powered battlefield communicator. Shimin-Jin had been carefully monitoring the Empire's mecha group outside the valley. The relevant tactical simulations had already been completed. All the combat units under the command of the division knew the tactical details of this ambush by heart. He shouldn't be so nervous, but this was the first time the Iron 7th Division was on the battlefield. A real battlefield was very different from a mock battle. Furthermore, the backup assault team of the Imperial Expeditionary Force had more than 10,000 people, and they were already on their way. There wasn't much time left for the Iron 7 Masters. Fortunately, the Black MX was able to kill the Imperial Mecha captain cleanly behind the mountain with a few simple words. Compared to his colleagues, he woke up faster. This was because he had seen how terrifying the MX under the control of Sulu was when he was at the bottom of the Blue Pond Valley on planet S1. Looking at the back of her teacher, Shimin-Jin's heart surged with a trace of complicated emotions. This kind of emotion was not because Sulu had killed the Empire's ace mech pilot in seconds, but because of the extremely concise conversation between her teacher and Sulu. From the commander to the most common soldier in the Iron 7th Division, no one liked the young lieutenant colonel who had joined the army halfway. Sulu believed that he didn't have a good impression of the Iron 7th Division either. However, Du Xiaoqing did not even give it a second thought before handing over the crucial task of luring the Empire's mecha fleet into the valley to the other party. Sulu didn't even think about it before agreeing to it and completing it in an extremely efficient manner. What did this mean? This represented absolute trust and confidence. Division Commander Xiaoqing had absolute confidence in Su Li's abilities, and Sulu also had absolute confidence in Du Xiaoqing's military judgment. Furthermore, he believed that a model soldier like Du Xiaoqing would never harm his comrades on the battlefield. That was why he did not hesitate to turn around and take a huge risk to kill a person for the Iron 7th Division. This kind of trust did not happen between brothers who had gone through life and death together. It happened between 2 people who were natural opposites and had a deep hatred for each other. The meaning behind this was very moving. Du Xiaoqing did not care about what his subordinates were thinking. He waved his hand with a cold expression on his face and signaled the troops to start preparing. Then he connected to the battlefield high-power communication system and said into the sound receiver, "Lav is dead." He spoke the Empire language, a very standard Empire language. Since a long time ago, the entire Iron 7th Division had started training in this area because they knew that one day they would have to go to the front line and deal with the Empire people face to face. In the division headquarters, Du Xiaoqing's voice was calm and deep. However, in the next moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the countless mountains and valleys along the Huangshenling Lonely Ridge. "Lav is dead." The Federation's battlefield communication system transmitted this sentence through the high-power loudspeaker. The loud voice resounded through the mountains and shattered the quiet night sky of the southern hemisphere. It was clearly transmitted to the Imperial Moonwolf group that was on alert and waiting for reinforcements at the edge of the valley. Almost at the same time in the dark valley following Du Xiaoqing's cold voice, countless bright light beams lit up. In the crevices of the mountains and in the rock formations, The high-brightness searchlights that the Iron 7th Division had set up in advance instantly lit up the entire sky and the valley. The dark yellow rock surface of the mountain finally showed its true color under the bright light. The Imperial Moonwolf group outside the valley was illuminated by the bright light and couldn't hide. On the gentle slope of the valley, the Federal military's mountain grenade launchers also took off their disguise. Countless composite armored vehicles and armed infantry of the Federation revealed themselves and aimed at the hundreds of third-generation Moonwolf mechas from the Empire. The air strike force of the Empire and the Federation was on the third line of defense in the Southern Hemisphere right now. They were chasing each other at high speed like streams of light, providing support for the extremely cruel offensive and defensive bloody battle on the ground. There was no way for them to provide support. Therefore, the Iron 7th Division actually gave up on the usual flares and chose to use searchlights to illuminate the sky and the ground at the same time. The iron-blooded commander of the Iron 7th Division gave up on the ambush at the last moment of the battle without hesitation. He chose to annihilate the enemy head-on. It was just a matter of whether the Empire people dared to come. Because of the searchlights, this valley became a bright concert stage, just like the concert called Victory a few hours ago. There was no countdown, no yelling orders, only silence. The bright searchlights lit up countless mountain peaks. Countless armored vehicles and soldiers of the Federation appeared in the valley. Then countless cannons roared and fired at the Empire mechas outside the valley. The lights were very bright, but it wasn't unbearable. The appearance of the Federation's ambush in the valley ahead was already within the Empire's tactical calculations. Therefore, even though the Empire soldiers saw the dense crowd of armored vehicles and soldiers of the Federation charging over, they were still able to maintain their calm. Even under the whistling and sharp barrage of cannons, they were confident that their high-speed mechas would be able to avoid most of the damage. What really made the Empire soldiers shiver was the voice at the beginning, that sentence. They didn't know that the person who spoke was the commander of the Federation's Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing, but because of the content of that sentence, they felt extremely cold. Is the commander dead? Colonel Lav's domineering and rough voice didn't ring in the communication system of the Empire mechas. All the Empire officers, including the 3 squadron leaders, felt an extremely dangerous omen in their hearts. They knew that the Federation wasn't lying. At this time, the first wave of cannons from the Iron 7th Division had already arrived. Scatter and evade. The first squadron leader of the Moonwolf group ordered in a deep voice. 104 green-black Moonwolf mecha, with a whoosh, followed the forest outside the valley and began to perform high-speed evasive maneuvers. Even though they were shocked to the point of disbelief by the extremely terrifying news, these Empire pilots still calmly and precisely completed each of their maneuvers, dispersing with extreme speed towards the wild forest behind the valley. The movements of the Empire's mechas were so clean and precise. It felt like a balloon filled with many glass beads that suddenly exploded. All the glass beads inside the balloon sputtered everywhere. Every mecha maintained an extremely suitable distance from each other. Boom, boom, boom. The dense cannons of the Iron 7th Division landed horribly on the ground. The bombardment caused the entire ground to tremble. Tons of soil were blown up and scattered. Trees were burned and fell. Giant rocks were shattered. However, the Empire's mechas used their high mobility to avoid most of the direct damage. The mechas in black and green quickly left the dense cannons and hid behind the mountains and giant trees. Using these natural shelters, they blocked the first wave of cannons from the Federation. Right now, there were 2 paths in front of the Moonwolf group. The first was to give up on the 10 mechas that had already rushed past the valley, including their commander, Lav. They would immediately retreat and leave the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge area. As long as the mechas increased their speed, the Federation's ambush team wouldn't be able to catch up with them. The second path was to attack the valley and weaken the Federal Army's combat power at all costs. They would avenge their commander and delay the Federal Army for the Empire's assault team. In fact, an entire mecha team did have this ability. Although the valley area was convenient for ambushes, once the mechas broke in, their high mobility would be the nightmare of the Federation's mechanical army. Commander, 17 mechas are slightly damaged. Only 2 mechas have lost their mobility. The smoke and flames that filled the sky outside the valley, as well as the violent explosions there, had become much quieter by the time they reached the peak. However, Shimanjin's voice was still very loud. Got it? Du Shaoqing had a cold expression on his face. He silently looked at the trembling ground under his feet. He looked at his subordinates who were bravely charging in the mountains. He was very satisfied with this terrible result. Iron 7th Division's first round of cannon fire didn't cause any real damage to the Empire's high-speed mechas. On the contrary, it gave the Empire's soldiers a strong sense of confidence. According to the calculation of firepower, there was indeed only one Federation mechanic in the mountains. How could a division be able to stop their Iron Stream charge? Between the two completely opposite paths, the Moonwolf group chose the latter without hesitation. The shock and pain caused by Commander Lav's death turned into courage and bravery. 100 black and green mechas instantly broke through the thick fog of gunpowder and charged into the valley. The Iron Stream charge rushed in, stirring up a frenzied cloud of dust. The collective charge of the heavy mechas looked so unstoppable that even the mountains under the searchlights started to tremble. High mobility, powerful firepower, and a mecha design that was extremely suitable for mountainous warfare turned the Moonwolf group into a ferocious mountain-splitting axe. They viciously chopped down on the encirclement of Iron 7th Division. Countless dull sounds of metal clashing rang out in the valley. The sound of bullets and cannons shook the sky. The Empire's mechas were like countless black shadows, moving freely in the front line of Iron 7th Division. They were ferocious and incomparably sharp. In an instant they continuously charged forward a distance of 700 meters. In front of this kind of Iron Stream charge, the slow tanks and armed infantry couldn't react at all. In the process of charging forward, the Moonwolf group's advantage in speed was displayed to the extreme. Find their M52s. Closely monitor the activation frequency of the anti-mecha mine array. The company leader's Moonwolf mecha fiercely shot out a rain of bullets, turning the Federation soldiers 100 meters away into pools of blood. At this time, there were countless flames of anger in his heart. He only wanted to help the main team behind him delay this Federation division, but he didn't let down his guard. In the headquarters of Iron 7th Division, Shimanjin's expression was solemn as she looked at the rising casualty count. Finally, she couldn't help but look at her division commander. Du Shaoqing wore sunglasses and sat silently on a large rock. He looked at the tragic battlefield below. Looking at the fierce yet cautious Empire's mechas breaking into the ambush circle, he knew that the enemy's backup commander hadn't truly gone crazy. He opened his mouth and said, "Wait a little longer." Shimanjin's heart tightened. It should be known that every second they waited, more of their comrades would die. What my division commander needs now is time. He must succeed in one strike. We can't let this pile of mechas drag on until the 10,000 people behind us arrive. Du Shaoqing slowly closed his eyes under the sunglasses and said, "Only victory and defeat, not life and death. This is war." Chapter 418. The tongues of flame that shot out from the front of the mechanical arms of the black and green mecha were actually high-speed and sharp bullets. They hit the cliffs of the valley and splashed out countless fragments. 3 Federation soldiers hiding behind the hidden fortifications were hit and fell to the ground. In just a moment, the 3 fresh corpses were turned into cloth bags filled with bright red material. Tongues of flame sprayed out everywhere. Countless amounts of soil were flipped up, and the tanks were set ablaze. Amidst the continuous and terrifying sounds of machine guns, the sturdy base at the bottom of the mountain was riddled with holes. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. The most terrifying thing was the mobility of these black and green mecha. Under the crazy barrage of the Federation's mountain howitzers, most of them still managed to survive. The Empire's mecha group was like a pack of tireless grassland wolves. They cruelly and crazily rushed into the ambush area of the Iron 7th Division. They bared their sharp fangs and bit viciously at the Federation's base. Then, using the fastest speed possible, they changed their formation and broke into smaller groups. Taking advantage of the occasional collapse of the Iron 7th Division's front line, they split into a dozen small groups and spread out in all directions. Following the natural water line and gentle slope of the valley, they launched a second charge. Screeching sounds rang out. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division hidden in the mountains had been silently and resolutely counterattacking. The bullets fired by the Federation's 21-26 sniper rifle hit several Empire mecha. However, they only left light gray marks and dense dents on the sturdy alloy armor. One of the Imperial mechs raised its right arm and fired its main cannon at a 32-degree angle. Along with a heavy roar, the powerful cannon fire didn't hit the target. Instead, it hit the quick-solidifying concrete structure of the fortification. The explosion caused the quick-solidifying concrete to shatter and splatter in all directions. Of the 5 Federation soldiers hiding in the fortification, 4 were instantly crushed to death by the rocks. Blood flowed out along the remnants of the explosion and the cracks between the rocks. There was still one soldier who did not die immediately. The helmet he was wearing blocked most of the high-speed rocks, but his goggles had been shattered. He screamed in pain and his face was covered in blood and exposed muscles. In the last moment of his life, he raised the MP5 submachine gun in his hand and fired non-stop at the foot of the mountain. Both of his eyes were blinded and blood was flowing down his face. The submachine gun in his hands was shooting out flames, but it was aimless. He couldn't hit the black-green mecha in front of him at all. The next moment he missed a step and fell down the cliff. The Empire's black and green mecha coldly watched this scene. Without any hesitation, it continued to charge forward along the gentle slope. But from the side, a ponytail-heavy rocket fired over with a whoosh, accurately hitting the side of the mecha's abdomen. After the loud explosion, there was a dull sound of metal parts rubbing against each other. The outer armor of the Empire's mecha's engine was severely damaged, and its power output was occasionally affected. Its originally high-speed movement mode was suddenly slowed down. It was only delayed for a moment, and 7 or 8 precision-guided rockets from the Federation flew at high speed from all directions at the same time, hitting the heavy and huge body of the mecha. The sound of the explosion and the blinding light kept flashing. This Empire's mecha was burnt black, and its parts were severely damaged. Its balance was completely disabled and it fell down the cliff in a tragic manner, turning into a pile of alloy garbage. Just like that Federation soldier just now. Such a tragic scene of a battlefield appeared below the Yellow Mountain Ridge, below the Lonely Mountain Ridge. The wolf pack of the Empire's mecha brigade spread out at high speed. Wherever they charged, battle would break out there. Tragic scenes could be found everywhere. Every Federation soldier who had died in the mountains actually had a life story that belonged to them. However, at this moment, there was no extra time to reflect on it, to sigh with emotion, because this was a battlefield. This was war. Today's ambush was the first time the Iron 7 Division had been on the battlefield. Facing the ruthless and crazed mecha of the Empire, feeling the explosions of fireworks in the valley, hearing the familiar cries of pain around them, and seeing the shattered and burning corpses of their comrades lying between the rocks and cliffs, they finally understood that the battlefield was not a drill. Their dead comrades wouldn't be able to stand in front of them again just by removing the death indicator on their bodies like before. Under the high-speed charge of the Empire's mecha, the first line of the Iron 7th Division's ambush was showing signs of chaos and even being defeated. No matter how strict Du Shaoqing's management was and how calm his command was, after all, an army was made up of people, not real machines. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division were as firm and unyielding as their commander, Shaoqing. However, their fingers would get tired when they used the armor-piercing heavy machine guns. They would tremble, they would cry, they would laugh, and they would feel pain. And now they were even a little confused and scared. But they were the Iron 7th Division after all. The Iron 7th Division, the trump card of the Federation, had never lost in military exercises for 10 years. After 10 years they had returned to the West Woods, to the front line, to the 5460. How could they be defeated by fear? With their pride, their perseverance, how could they allow themselves to be defeated? The soldiers of the 3rd Regiment of the Iron 7th Division, who were in charge of the first line of ambush, finally exploded at the most critical moment. They stood up from the cliff, wiped the ash off their faces, endured the pain from their wounds and ignored the high-speed Empire's mecha charging towards them. Using the corpses of their comrades who had died under the Empire's alloy blades as motivation, they roared and launched their counterattack. The bravery of the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division wasn't enough to change the situation on the battlefield. An Imperial mech squad originally had the ability to fight head-on with an entire Federation division. Plus, this was an ambush battle in the middle of a mountain range. The high mobility of the Imperial mech squad gave them a natural advantage. In fact, if the Federation's Ministry of Defense didn't misjudge the type of Imperial armies that were attacking them, then the Iron 7th Division's choice of location for the ambush would definitely have a deeper meaning. The fierce battle quickly spread out from the entrance of the mountain valley in all directions. In order to avoid the coverage of the Federation's mountain grenades, the Empire's mecha squad had to spread out in all directions. They also had the ability to complete this kind of spread-out battle. Looking at the red smoke under Silent Hill in the distance, Shimin-Jin put down her electronic binoculars. Her mood was very bad. One of the Empire's mecha squad had already rushed past the anti-mecha mine formation. Although the turbulent explosion had a good effect, it didn't cause any fatal damage to the enemy. Plus, with the high speed of the Empire's mecha, the Federation's rocket launchers didn't have much of an effect. If the Ministry of Defense could distribute ACWs, the 3rd Division wouldn't have to fight so hard. The Federal Army's normal anti-materiel sniper rifle couldn't cause fatal damage to the third-generation mecha of the Empire, unless the ACWs were paired with high-rotation speed tungsten alloy armor-piercing bullets. However, that legendary big gun was too expensive to make. Even if the Ministry of Defense's General Assembly base wanted to, the Budget Committee of Parliament Hill couldn't approve it. The division headquarters was dead silent. The officers were working hard in front of their workstations. No one dared to look at the division commander sitting at the back. Faced with the ferocious attacks of the Empire's mecha fleet, the Iron 7 Division had only sent out one regiment so far. Even the amount of ammunition they had was limited to 1/3 of the original limit. No one knew what the division commander was thinking. Du Shaoqing sat silently in his chair. His hands, which were wearing lambskin gloves, rested on his knees. No one seemed to have expected that the youngest Major General of the Federation, who was highly valued by the President and the military, was also stepping onto a real battlefield for the first time. In the eyes of the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, Division Commander Shaoqing was like a god. There was no way he would make a mistake. So, at this moment, no one noticed that the veins at the corner of his eyes were popping under his sunglasses. The federal military's plan on this planet was to cast a net. They would use Jian Shu'er as bait to lure the Empire's people to the south. Then they would use the Westwoods army on the dividing line between the north and the south to pull the net north. They would trap the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Maple Forest Alliance. Then they would use the Iron 7th Division to tie the last rope. But old General Ambly of the Empire obviously didn't see through this was a trap. He didn't know why, but from the very beginning he launched a fierce attack on the dividing line between the north and south, tearing the Federation's net into pieces. In this way, the rope that was the Iron 7th Division had to face the surprise attack of the Imperial Mech Squad and the Assault Brigade. It should be known that the combat power of a mech squad was already terrifying. Not to mention, the size of the Imperial Assault Group was even bigger than a division of the Federation. The rope became the bottom of the net without any cloth covering it. The mission of the Iron 7th Division was extremely difficult. Westgate, more than half of the Empire's mechas on this planet are under our watch. It's already very good that the Iron 3rd Division is doing so well. Du Shaoqing calmed down. Because of the current situation, he had to take down all 100 Empire's mechas in the shortest amount of time and at the lowest cost. No, now there were only 86 mechas left. Only then would the Iron 7th Division be able to deal with the Imperial Assault Group that was about to arrive. That was why the Iron 7th Division had been suppressing most of their firepower since the start of the battle. They had to lure the crazy Empire's mechas into the depths of the battlefield and make it impossible for them to escape. However, the Iron 7th Division had to pay the smallest price, while the soldiers on the front line had to pay the heaviest price. Waveband appeared. Waveband appeared. The electronic alarm of the Empire's mechas rang out in the internal communication network of the Empire's mechas. Boom, 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 boom. The Federation's anti-mecha lightning arrays buried in the mountains all exploded. The earth trembled as a result, and the valleys turned yellow as a result. Magnificent smoke and streams of light continued to linger in the night sky that seemed to be burning red. The Empire's mechas that had already scattered into formation scattered once again. Like countless balloons that had been blown apart, they became even smaller balloons. The leader of the first company of the Moonwolf Group looked at the magnificent explosion behind him through his vision. After confirming that there were still around 80 mechas that were fine, his confidence increased again. However, he was still a little worried about his leader's life. Leader Love was a hero of his generation. He wanted to capture the Federation's MX mecha alive, but he was killed by the MX mecha. Could it be that the Federation's new MX mecha were really that terrifying? Fortunately, the Federation didn't have the ability to mass-produce them yet. Just as the company leader was thinking this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 419. This was a battlefield, this was a war, this was not a stage play, this was not a deliberate climax, this was a sudden effect deliberately planned by Du Shaoqing. It was like a flash of lightning changing the shape of the sky, like a fire igniting the screen of a cinema, suddenly appearing, shocking the mecha of the Empire. They couldn't help but tremble. They suddenly felt the shadow of death. They didn't want to die, but they suddenly felt the shadow of death. The black and green mechas scattered across the wide mountainous area, the Empire's mechas that once showed their powerful mobility in the first wave of attack, showing off their ferocity and ruthlessness, at the foot of the Yellow Mountain Ridge, at the foot of the Lonely Mountain Ridge, under the huge yellow rock, under the burning debris, all of them froze on the spot like their platoon leader, because they all realized that there was one or more black mechas in front of them. The Black Federation mecha didn't look very strong, but as the people of the Empire always said, judging a book by its cover was the road to death. A slender body didn't mean that it was delicate, not to mention that these mechas looked so familiar. Just like 2 hours ago they kept running under their eyes, but they could never catch up with that mecha. MX. Federation's MX. A single mecha was a terrifying killing machine, and a group of 100 mechas was an alloy flow that was hard to resist. Even an entire mechanic would find it hard to resist their high-speed, agile and ruthless battle style. What was this terrifying group of Empire's mechas afraid of? Cannon formation? There wouldn't be any in the mountainous area. High-speed missile launch? The missile bases of both sides were firing with all their might, but those missiles that were rampaging in the night sky were miserably flying back and forth in the air above the dividing line between the north and the south. Fighter jets attacking the ground? The Federation's fighter jets were fighting with the Empire's Night Wolf fleet at Zaichio Airport, and they also had to closely guard the sky above Luoqiao Airport. At the front line between the Yellow Mountain Ridge and the Lonely Mountain Ridge, at this moment in the middle of the night, what was the Imperial Mech Squad afraid of? In fact, the platoon leader knew very well that the enemy of the military mechas could only be the military mechas. At this moment, unless the Federation sent out a group of M-Series Federation mecha to deal with him, the Empire's mecha squad would obtain the final victory. But how could a mere Federation mecha operator have so many M52 mechas? It should be known that in that society that was all about bullshit elections, there was no such thing as a full mecha operator. The platoon leader's thoughts stopped there, the Federation mecha operators in the valley, but these black mechas that appeared between the mountains and the giant rocks. What were they? A black light flashed, and 3 black mechas from the Federation mechas flew across the sky and rushed downwards. The first of the Federation of mechas, the Empire, and the first of the Federation of the Federation, and then collapsed under the 3 continuous 3 attacks amidst the deafening boom. The Empire's dark green mecha tumbled down the mountain like a piece of metal before exploding abruptly. Everyone was stunned. This was mainly referring to the pilots of the Empire's Moon Wolf mecha team. They had already confirmed the death of Captain Love. However, right after that, they stared in shock at the captain of the first squadron. Like a rubber ball, he was kicked down the hill by the Federation's mecha and turned into a ball of fire with a chilling aura. MX. Be careful. It's the Federation's MX. In the internal communication system of the Empire mecha squad, sharp, angry and desperate screams rang out. They were not afraid of ambushes, nor were they afraid of the Federation's Iron 7th Division's so-called tactics, but suddenly faced with the new Federation mecha that completely overwhelmed them. Finally they felt fear. Not all of the Empire mecha were like their poor captain, facing 3 black Federation mecha MX alone. The more common situation was when a black mecha stood up silently in front of 3 or 4 Empire Moonwolf MX 3rd generation mechas. The Federation mecha tore off its yellow cloth disguise, and stood up silently and coldly. It suddenly appeared, but it was as if it was a stream from the north of this planet. From the peak of the mountain, between the rocks and below the valley, it charged at high speed, and viciously pierced into the Empire mecha squad that had already scattered into countless small teams. More than 20 black mecha shadows suddenly burst out, and spread out in all directions. The heavy mecha's rapid footsteps made the rocks in the valley fly up into the air. The sound of cannons, alloy knives cutting through the air, and explosions rang out one after another in this battle zone that was dozens of kilometers in radius. Flames, gunfire and main cannons continuously lit up the entire sky, and countless remote corners. The most common scene on the battlefield was a black Federation mecha MX charging into the small team formation of 3 Empire Moonwolf MX 3rd generation mechas as if it didn't care about its own life. In just a short few seconds, more than 10 mechas were destroyed and flames rose into the sky. All of the Moonwolf Group's pilots could see that these Federation mecha MX that had been in hiding for a long time were obviously not as strong as the black MX from before. However, no matter if it was instantaneous speed, fire control system, or everything else, the black MX that the Federation had hidden in ambush was ahead of their own mecha in every aspect, and it was hard for their own mecha to retaliate. Even if it was 1 against 3 or even 1 against 4, it was still the same. Iron 7th Division's long-awaited lightning-fast attack began with the lightning strikes of the 20 black MX mechas. Loud explosions rang out in the vast valley from time to time, and clouds of smoke rose into the night sky. No one knew how many Empire mechas had tragically exploded in this short period of time. The low humming sound of engines rang out again under the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge. Countless composite armors and strong firepower troops swarmed out of the seemingly empty fortifications and valley like a swarm of ants. Like flowing water, they spread out and rushed in all directions along the valley's terrain. All of the Iron 7th Division's regiments and all of the long-range firepower troops poured out in torrents, and their momentum shook the heavens. The strongest firepower unit of the Iron 7 Division, which had been in hiding until now, didn't participate in the mecha battle at the center of the battlefield. The soldiers drove the war chariots, leading the concentrated firepower base, and drove out of the valley with stern expressions. The mecha battle at the center of the battlefield was already in full swing. More than 20 Federation MX mecha were entangled with an entire mecha clan of the Empire like scattered bubbles, sharing life and death with each other, loving each other, unable to be separated. Iron 7th Division's firepower formation that hadn't been activated all this time couldn't carry out any long-range attacks at all. In the high-speed mecha battle that looked like streams of light, any coverage from the firepower would hurt their own MX mechas. In reality, Iron 7th Division didn't have the intention to carry out any long-range attacks at all. Countless mechanical troops passed by the burnt fortifications, past the corpses of their comrades, and silently walked into the distance. Nearly 10,000 Federation soldiers and the most advanced tanks used the shortest amount of time to seal off the valley around the battlefield. The majestic Iron 7th Division didn't care about the intense mecha battle at the center of the valley at all. They began to change their formation. Accompanied by the low and frightening rumbling sounds of engines, one regiment even left the battlefield and entered the edge of the wild forest outside the valley in the northwest direction. 4 regiments silently took up their respective positions and aimed all of their firepower control equipment at the night, at the Imperial assault group that was about to arrive. 4 mecha divisions drove away from their positions at high speed and followed the military path at the bottom of the valley to seal off the 4 exits of the valley battlefield. They began to quickly and nervously set up a pomegranate cannon formation. Looking at the deployment of these troops, it seemed like they wanted to seal off all of the exits of this mountainous battlefield. The mecha division soldiers in the northwest direction who were responsible for using their own lives and cannon fire to seal off the exits didn't even have time to complete their orders before they saw 7 heavily damaged Empire Moon Wolf 3rd generation mechas turn into streams of light and fly past their positions. Battalion Commander. All of the Federation soldiers thought that they had made an unforgivable mistake, but they immediately relaxed. This was because a black Federation MX mecha was chasing closely behind the 7 damaged Empire mecha, whistling through the air as it chased after them. Forcefully seal off all signals for 3 minutes. Don't worry about your own command system. I want the Empire people to not make a single sound in these 3 minutes. I don't need any command right now. The troops at all levels will do as they see fit. Fight however you want. On a lonely mountain peak, the lonely Du Shaoqing stood in front of the electronic map. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, he bowed slightly and said indifferently, I only want you to destroy all of these Empire mechas within 3 minutes. Yes, Commander. The MX mecha had completely suppressed the Empire mecha group at this time. Iron 7 Division's electronic troops had already begun their overflow attacks. Although the Empire's communications were completely blocked, Iron 7 Division's own battlefield commands were also completely ineffective. The officers couldn't understand this kind of military order, but they definitely accepted it. This was because they firmly believed that any order from Commander Shaoqing had its own deeper meaning. When the Ministry of Defense drafted the plan for tonight, the Federation only had 230 MXs. Our Iron 7 Division, a division, took 1/10 of that. This is the absolute trust the President and the Ministry of Defense have in my division. Du Shaoqing slowly straightened his body. Looking at the Black Federation MX mecha on the screen, he said, I never doubted that we would win this battle, but this victory is not enough. After saying this most outstanding young man of the Federation took off the sunglasses on his nose and rubbed the space between his eyebrows, looking slightly tired. Luring the Empire mecha group deep in, using horizontal fire and anti-mecha minefields to force the Empire mecha group to scatter, then sending the MX mecha out, 1 against 3, everything that happened on the Huangshenling Lonely Ridge battlefield was all within his calculations. If he had used the MX mecha group attack from the start, or if he had thrown in all of Iron 7 Division's forces, the Imperial Moonwolf group would have been utterly defeated, but there was always the possibility that a few mecha would have escaped. And he, Du Shaoqing, didn't want any of these Empire mecha to survive and spread a single word. I have the MX, the stubborn enemy is helpless. However, not only did he want to take down this mecha brigade, he also wanted to give the Imperial assault group behind them a surprise. Outnumbered, and in this dangerous moment on the battlefield, he still had such ambition, such determination and such fighting spirit. Other than the Iron 7 Division, other than this cold-faced commander Xiaoqing, who else could it be? Chapter 420. At this moment, in the lonely mountains of the Yellow Mountain Ridge, more than 20 black mechas with a hint of elegance, but they were still heavy enough to crush the rock surface. They were jumping up and down, flames spurting out of their arms as they dodged at high speed, defeating the black and cyan mechas of the Empire one after another. A few months ago, the Shell Motor Company and the Ministry of National Defense had jointly produced more than 200 MX mecha. Naturally, there were more now, but they still needed to go through a series of pre-battle tests and adjustments. Right now, there were less than 100 mecha that could actually be used in battle. On Planet 5460, the Federation had invested 50 of them, and the Iron 7th Division had taken half of them. The standard MX mecha had only been officially set last year, and in just one short year, it had already been officially distributed to the frontline troops. This was the federal military's biggest secret and source of confidence. The Ministry of National Defense dared to set up such a situation for the Imperial Expeditionary Force on this border planet. Even though the early stages of the battle had been so tragic, the frontline command had still forcefully endured it, ignoring the front line of Huangshanling Lonely Ridge for the sake of the bigger picture. It was also because of this. The Empire's mecha group had already been led into the center of the battlefield by the brave soldiers of the Iron 7th Division's 3rd Regiment. Faced with the sudden appearance of more than 20 high-performance MX mecha, the Empire's mecha group was on the verge of collapse. The secret of the MX mecha had been hidden until now, and finally achieved perfect results. However, Du Xiaoqing still wanted to hide this secret for a while longer, all the way until the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Assault Brigade arrived. Any secret was like old wine. The longer it was hidden, the stronger the aroma of the wine, the more intoxicating it was, and the more it could kill. This intoxicating old wine could probably only make the Empire's people drunk tonight. Since that was the case, Du Xiaoqing naturally wanted to drink to his heart's content. Du Xiaoqing looked at the battle situation displayed on the screen. He looked at the 3rd-generation mecha of the Empire that were retreating bit by bit, and looked at the troops that had already firmly held all the checkpoints. He confirmed that victory was already decided, but the solemn expression on his face did not disappear at all. He used his index finger and thumb to rub the space between his eyebrows until it was bright red. He lowered his head and said, "Use the reserve team to replace the 3rd group." After being startled for a moment, Shimanjin quickly nodded, and used the fastest speed to pass down the order of the teacher. From the very beginning, this sniping battle in the mountainous region had become a proper battle for the Imperial Mech Squad. There was nothing strange about it and there was no element of surprise. Iron 7th Division couldn't possibly surround the high-speed mecha swarm, but they also had to annihilate the enemy in this Yellow Mountain range. They had no choice but to resort to such a desperate strategy. The 3rd Regiment was the first unit to fire the first shot. In order to complete the tactical maneuvers of the entire division, this heroic unit had sacrificed too much blood and sacrificed too much. Relying on the strength and firepower of an entire regiment, they were able to hold off the Imperial Mech Squad for 10 minutes. It was truly a tough battle. Even Du Xiaoqing, who only cared about winning and losing and didn't care about life and death, looked at the tragic state of his subordinates on the screen. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was already slightly tense. If an Iron Division didn't experience the baptism of blood and fire on the battlefield, how could it become a truly invincible division? Finally, they left the drill site of the capital ring and came to the bloody front line. The 3rd Regiment held on, while the other regiments watched with their eyes wide open. After being educated, Iron 7th Division went through the first test and knew what the battlefield was like. This was the inevitable process for a highly trained unit to become a truly invincible army. Du Xiaoqing understood this, but he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface as he looked coldly at the battle losses. This was because this was also his first time on the battlefield. This was the first time he saw his subordinates fall and die one after another like rice flowers blown by the wind. He muttered to himself, "Du Xiaoqing, you also received a shocking education. This is good, isn't it?" On the battlefield of the hills and valleys that were close to 20 square kilometers, the situation of the Imperial Moonwolf group was very bad. It was very miserable. In just a short minute, more than 20 Moonwolf 3rd-generation mechas were completely destroyed by the high-speed attacks of the Federation's black mechas. The scene of the black-green mechas burning and falling in the mountains around them, and the bright light of the explosions made the Imperial pilots shocked to confirm that these 20 new Black Federation mechas completely suppressed the third-generation and even fourth-generation mechas of the Empire in all aspects. It was clearly a situation where they had the advantage in numbers, but because of the terrifying performance of the Federation's black mechas, there was an absolute change in the situation. Many times, it even felt like one Black Federation MX was besieging 3 or even 4 Empire mechas. This was not a battle of equal strength at all. The captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Empire, who temporarily took over the position of commander, looked on in despair as the black-green mechas were buried in the mountains and valleys one after another, falling apart, but he could not find a way to deal with it. What made his heart even colder was that from the moment the 20 new Federation mechas appeared, extremely powerful electronic interference and noise echoes covered the entire mountainous battlefield. With such strength and wide range of electronic suppression, the Federal Army's own command system would definitely be completely paralyzed. The Federation people were betting such a huge price to not let their mechas send out a message. What was the reason? No matter how advanced the weapons were, no matter how desperate the situation of the battlefield was, it would not cause the unusually strong and cold soldiers of the Empire to have any thoughts of fear. But at this moment, thinking about the assault brigade that was rushing over from the back, this squadron captain suddenly woke up and shouted loudly in the communication system, "Retreat! Plum Blossom Formation, disperse! Leave the battlefield!" However, the encirclement was already set. How could Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division let these Empire mechas escape and send out an emergency warning to the brigade behind them? Under the gentle slope of the mountain valley to the southwest, a Moon Wolf 3rd generation mecha that had its right arm almost completely damaged crazily spat out flames as it charged down the slope with no regard for its life. This mecha was the closest to the entrance of the valley. Although it could clearly see that the Federal forces had already set up a dense artillery formation at the entrance of the valley 1 kilometer away, it still tried to charge over. No matter whether it lived or died after charging over, it had to leave the Federation's electronic coverage area and tell the brigade that was rushing over that the Federation people now had an extremely terrifying new mecha. They had to be careful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 laser-guided rockets drilled out from between the dark mountain rocks and shot towards the black-green mecha. The mecha, whose balance system was severely damaged, could no longer maintain the high speed and mobility it had at the start of the battle. With great difficulty, it dodged twice, narrowly avoiding 2 of the rockets. However, the last laser-guided rocket struck the outer edge of the mecha's mechanical leg viciously. There was a flash of fire and an explosion. The Empire mecha crashed heavily to the ground. A moment later, the mecha forced itself to stand up again. Accompanied by the sound of friction between its alloy structure, it slowly but incomparably madly walked towards the entrance of the valley once more. The word walk could only be used because this mecha's speed was already indescribably slow. However, at this moment, 3 more rockets shot out from between the shadowy mountains. Like red dots, they bombarded the body of the gigantic mecha with unparalleled precision. The Empire mecha fell into the flames once more. When it stood up again, the body of the mecha had long been damaged. The charred gaps in the armor looked somewhat sinister. Countless metal components and wires hung pathetically around the mecha. It looked extremely scattered, as if it would fall apart into a pile of dust if it took one more step forward. In reality, this mecha that was closest to the entrance of the valley couldn't even take that step forward. Iron 7 Division's medium-range precision firepower covered its entire body. It was continuously hit, smashed, and then collapsed, unable to get up again. The remaining power of the engine made the body on the ground twitch incessantly, like a dying insect. After a short 2.5 minutes, Iron 7 Division's focus shifted to the next battle. The officers' expressions were serious as they deployed the firepower positions. More than 10,000 Federation soldiers were scattered out of the mountains and even into the distant plains, preparing to welcome the Imperial assault group that was about to arrive. Du Shaoqing took a scalding hot towel from an orderly's hand and wiped his face vigorously. The hot steam couldn't melt his cold expression in the slightest. When he subconsciously looked at the close-up battlefield feed sent back by the monitoring equipment on the mountaintop, a complicated expression appeared on his face. In the center of the feed was a black MX mecha of the Federation. This mecha alone had attracted the attention of as many as 10 Empire mechas. Although this black MX didn't look any different from the MX equipped by Iron 7 Division, he still recognized the identity of the other mecha in the shortest amount of time. This was because this black MX didn't use any long-range fire control system. It only relied on the high RPM alloy knife to slaughter the 10 Empire mechas and force them to retreat again and again. That mech was like a bolt of black lightning, moving up and down like a bolt of lightning. Under the concentrated firepower of the third-generation mechs of the Empire, it actually managed to avoid most of the damage, advancing and retreating like a ghost. Every time the high-revving alloy blade extended out of its mechanical arm, sparks would fly out of the Empire's mech as it miserably retreated. If these 10 Empire mechas hadn't risked their lives to support each other, the Black MX would have destroyed most of them. Du Shaoqing had only seen 2 people in his life who could operate such a terrifying mecha. He narrowed his eyes at the screen and frowned slightly. He thought back to that time in the training base, when he and Su Lu had a tit-for-tat discussion in the twilight. Now it seemed that if his Iron 7 division had 20 Su Lis, no. Even if he only had 10 Su Lis, 10 Black MXs combined with conventional firepower, wouldn't it be easy to wipe out an Imperial mech squad? Perhaps the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment wouldn't have to pay such a terrible price? A moment later he finally figured it out and reaffirmed his military philosophy. He thought to himself in a self-deprecating manner, there are only a few people in the universe like Su Lu. Be it the Federation or the Empire, where can we steal 10 of them? For some reason, Su Lu, who had rushed back from afar to participate in this spectacular mecha battle, didn't know that the cold and callous teacher Shaoqing at the peak of the mountain had coincidentally decided to cherish his talent. At this moment he was moving his hands at high speed in the cockpit with a pale face. Every pair of muscle fibers in his body were squeezing and rubbing against each other, transferring all the force to the MX. This made the mecha below him move faster, faster and faster. In the dense group of mecha he moved at high speed like a ghost. Jian Shuer's face was also pale, but her eyes were abnormally bright as she stared at the screen. Her hands were clenched tightly and her voice trembled as she said, right again? Right again. Su Lu was silent. He thought to himself, this isn't a video game, so why hasn't this national girl fainted from fright? Chapter 421. Reporting to Commander, according to the real-time filtering data, the energy second equivalent of the Northern Defense Line is rapidly decreasing. In the Southern Hemisphere Federation Command Hall, a staff officer picked up the results that the central computer had just calculated a second ago and reported excitedly. The so-called energy second equivalent in the Federation's command system was a chaotic simulation term. This indicator, which was calculated by the Federal Central Computer at high speed, represented the energy difference in the monitoring area. Although the numerical value was not very accurate, it could clearly determine the strength of the Empire's firepower. Very good. Lieutenant General Nelson rubbed his white hair and looked at the tragic north-south boundary line of the planet on the giant holographic screen. The Federal Army's 3rd Defense Line had finally succeeded in resisting the violent attack of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. It seemed that the current ammunition base of the Imperial Expeditionary Force could no longer continue such a crazy offensive. The most important thing was that the land-based missile base in the Northern Hemisphere should also be in the stage of exhaustion. The situation on the planetary battlefield was developing in the Federation's favor. Until now, the Federation officers in the hall who had been silent for a long time finally breathed a sigh of relief. They switched the satellite image of the Huangshenling Lonely Ridge to the main holographic screen. They had been silently watching the situation over there, but no one took the initiative to mention this point. Because the federal military could not transfer any forces to support the Iron 7th Division, leaving the Iron 7th Division to face the Imperial Moonwolf Group alone, the command center was worried but helpless. Naturally, it was inevitable that they would remain silent. However, who would have thought that the Iron 7th Division not only perfectly blocked the surprise attack of the Moonwolf Group on Luochio Spaceport, but even looked like they were about to eat the enemy. It seems that we still underestimated the role of the MX Mecha. Lieutenant General Nelson thought of the solemn instructions of Director Zhou Yingxing a month ago. Thinking of Commander Zhong's advice, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He knew that the command center's battle plan was indeed too conservative. Send a telegram to Teacher Shaoqing. I will ask for a reward for them. Lieutenant General Nelson rubbed his slightly wet white hair again. Looking at the battlefield full of flames on the screen, he said with a smile, ask them to stay where they are. As long as they can hold off the last assault brigade of the Imperial Expeditionary Force for another 2 hours, the headquarters will be able to transfer a large number of troops from the dividing line. Victory will definitely belong to us. These were very appropriate words and Nelson was very satisfied with them. However, a moment later, the senior staff officer standing in front of the command platform turned around and said awkwardly, "The Iron 7th Division has activated a strong electronic suppression on all channels on the battlefield. The frequency interference is too strong. The satellite signal can't enter the division headquarters, so we can't contact them." Lieutenant General Nelson's expression darkened. What was the Iron 7th Division doing? Could it be that the troops in the mountains didn't need to be commanded at all? He immediately thought of a few hours ago that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, who was in charge of escorting Miss Jian Shuer away, also took the initiative to cut off all communication with the command center. Then he thought of this teacher Xiaoqing, who had cut off all electronic communications. What a pair of lawless fellows. As the commander of the Federal Army, he was naturally annoyed by the appearance of two undisciplined people in the war zone. However, he had to admit that in tonight's battle, it was because of the stunning performance of these two people that the Federation was able to continue with that plan. At this time, the satellite image on the command center's widescreen was zoomed in. A black MX mecha of the Federation was moving across the mountainside, moving between more than 10 Imperial mecha. It was like a wave of wind, swaying in all directions. It was skillfully performing dangerous yet exquisite evasive maneuvers. The officers in the command center stared blankly at the screen. Looking at the black mecha that zigzagged back and forth like a bullet, their hearts were filled with shock. This was also the first time they had seen the newest generation of the Federation's MX appear on the battlefield. Even though they were mentally prepared, they still didn't think that this new generation of mecha would be so powerful. What was even more powerful was that pilot's operation. In the countless split second of time, the black mecha was able to perform so many complicated operations without a single mistake. It was like a tiger or a lion among the Imperial mecha, roaring and moving like thunder. Although the mecha's movements were not standard, they were exceptionally precise. There was a sense of sharpness in the smooth style, such a powerful level of control. How fast did one's hand speed have to be? Lieutenant General Nelson, like Du Xiaoqing, easily guessed the identity of that pilot. He thought to himself that the people personally selected by the war god were indeed more monstrous than the other. 5 minutes ago. During the peak period, the effective commands per minute had reached 240, and the average command output value had stopped at a terrifying 150. If it was converted to universal data, Su Li's current hand speed had long exceeded 150. Perhaps some ace pilots who had undergone special training and were physically and mentally strong could reach this level, but they would never be able to reach 240 at the peak of their hand speed. This was because only the control stick and touchscreen were used to output commands. Even if there were 17 speed buttons on the control stick, this value had already exceeded the physiological limits of the human body. It was a value that could only exist in an illusion. Sulu could because his mecha control method was a triple compound method. In addition to the common methods of normal mecha, there was also a simulation system tightly bound around his body. It accurately captured and magnified every movement of his body, converted it into a data stream, and entered it into the mecha's central control system. However, he was not as relaxed as the Federation officers of the Iron 7th Division and the headquarters thought. The half of his face that was exposed under the helmet was extremely pale, and his body that was suspended in the air began to tremble slightly. It was not because of the strange technique taught by the uncle, but because the accumulated creatine content in his muscle fibers had almost reached its peak, and was affecting his body and nervous system. Outside the valley, he silently turned around and instantly killed the Empire's 4th-generation mecha according to Du Xiaoqing's request. He looked silent, cold, and confident, but in reality he had paid a huge price. In order to defeat and kill the Empire's ace pilot, Sulu had pushed his mental strength and control to the limit in those 4 seconds. The peak continuously exceeded 240, and the consumption was huge. Commander Love, who was piloting the Empire's 4th-generation mecha, was one of the few ace pilots in the Expeditionary Army. If he had not thought of the terrifying maneuverability of the Federation MX under overclocking, he would not have been caught off guard by Su Li's thunderous attack. He would not have been able to last for only 4 seconds before exploding and dying. Sulu knew that he was very good at piloting the mecha, but he also knew that if he had been piloting the M52, he would have had to go through a tough battle before he could defeat the opponent. Even if Mad Manly had fought him personally, it would have been difficult for him. Not to mention there were still 9 Empire's 3rd-generation mechas rushing over. After the 4th-generation mecha had exploded, the Black MX did not move. It looked unusually cold as it faced the 9 3rd-generation mechas. In reality, it was only Su Lu in the Black mecha who was tired and needed to rest. However, if the enemy did not move, he would not move. If the black mecha did not move, the 9 Empire's mechas that were shocked like statues did not dare to move either. A black MX versus 9 Empire's mechas. In the quiet night outside the valley, an absurd scene played out. After a while, Sulu heard the sound of cannon fire from the valley in the distance. He knew that the Iron 7 Division had launched a fierce attack. However, he did not know that the Iron 7 Division was also equipped with more than 20 MXs, so he felt a little strange. At this time, he had already completed the mission given by the Iron 7 Division. Even if he took Jian Shuier and left the 9 Empire's mechas behind, there would be no problem. The Iron 7 Division would only thank him and would not ask for more. However, Sulu looked at the 9 black MXs in front of him through the near-vision screen. As he breathed rapidly, a thought burned like a flame that could not be suppressed. Go back to the valley? Beside him, Jian Shuier seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. A glimmer of hesitation and courage flashed through her big eyes. The girl clenched her fist tightly and said softly, "Give it a try?" As expected of the descendant of the Lees of Philadelphia. In such a tragic battlefield, she did not show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, she seemed a little excited. "Okay, let's give it a try." Hearing the girl's suggestion, Sulu quickly took a few deep breaths. His hands quickly swept across the control stick and the touchscreen. At the same time, his body that was suspended in the air suddenly froze. With a whoosh, the black mecha rushed towards the 9 third-generation Empire's mechas. Like a cruel lion king, it was ready to pounce and bite the jackals that invaded its territory to death. The black MX turned into a stream of light and knocked down 2 of the nearest third-generation Empire's mechas in the shortest amount of time. The cockpit of one of the Empire's mechas was directly cut open by the black MX's sharp alloy knife at high speed. Sparks flew all over the sky. The other Empire's mecha was sent flying dozens of meters away by the black MX. The mecha's engine armor was covered with spider web-like fragments. The mecha's engine died abruptly, splashing mud all over the sky. In fact, in the post-battle statistics, the pilot of this Imperial mecha who had been knocked out by the black MX was the only survivor of the Moon Wolf mecha team. The black MX moved and so did the Empire's mecha. These 9 black and green mechas had long been shocked by Sulu to the point that they had lost most of their will to fight. Thus, when they moved, they did not hesitate to turn and run madly towards the valley. Although the Empire's mecha pilots were brave and cold, this black MX was already like a black demon in their eyes. It carried a tinge of fear and terror. This was especially so after the tragic defeat of 2 of their companions' mecha, which deepened their perception of the Empire's mecha. Thus, a very strange scene took place at the edge of the battlefield. The 7 black and green Empire's mecha began to turn and run madly. Behind them, only a lone Federation's mecha was madly chasing after them. Previously, it had been more than 100 Empire's mecha chasing after a single Federation mecha. Now, it was a single Federation mecha chasing after a group of Empire's mecha. It looked like some kind of childhood game where you put your arm over your shoulder and said that it was your turn to chase after me. Then you would laugh and run away. However, how much blood and danger was hidden in the pursuit of these mecha? Just like this, the chase continued. The black MX chased the 7 Empire's mecha pathetically into the mountain path, into the valley, and past one of the battalions of the Iron 7th Division that had just arrived at the preset position but had not yet had the time to set up a concentrated artillery formation. All that was left were the shocked gazes of the Federation soldiers, as well as a particularly enchanting black shadow. Chapter 422. With the old geezer keeping an eye on everything happening in the southern hemisphere for him, Sulu knew even before the Federation HQ did. At the weak point of the Iron Curtain dividing line between the north and the south, the Imperial Assault Group with nearly 20,000 soldiers was moving at high speed towards them. Although he already knew that it was the Iron 7 Division who carried out the ambush mission in the valley, and although he and the Iron 7 Division had a complicated, insignificant, and vexing relationship, and this kind of relationship even sometimes hid a kind of hostility between life and death, he still could not watch the Iron 7 Division be besieged by the Imperial Expeditionary Army. Because those young soldiers were his fellow countrymen, young men just like him. The powerful electronic interference that covered dozens of square kilometers made it impossible for him to contact the officers of the Iron 7th Division through the battlefield command system. But when he thought that the HQ should have notified Du Shaoqing, Sulu relaxed a little. But he didn't know that the Iron 7th Division had more than 20 MXs in the valley, so he was very worried. These worries turned into a ball of fire. Following the hesitant but encouraging words of the young girl beside him, The invisible fire spewed out from the back of the Black MX and directly shot him back into the valley battlefield. With this chase, his Black MX chased all the way to the center of the battlefield. This was the area with the most terrifying firepower. Countless streaks of light flashed across the top of the mech's head. The smoke and sound of explosions enveloped the sky and earth. The bullets fired by the mountain howitzers were like violent men tearing apart the clothes of weak young girls, tearing apart the dark night sky with a sizzling sound. Of the 7 Imperial mechs that were chased back to the battlefield by the Black MX, 1 was destroyed on the way back, and the other 2 fled in fear. Only 4 were left. But Sulu didn't even have time to rest. The SCC monitoring system sent out an alarm. In the area where he was, 4 Imperial mechs were charging at him at high speed. 4 plus 4? How many mechs were there? This was not a problem in mathematics but rather a problem in the heart. Sulu made use of the little bit of bravery that had been stirred up on the battlefield tonight to charge back into the battlefield in silence. The Imperial mecha, who had been fleeing in all directions under the powerful attacks of the MX fleet of Iron 7 Division, suddenly saw this Black MX with clearly different controls. It was as if the Imperial mecha had sunk into despair, as if they were a pack of wounded wolves that had been chased to the edge of a cliff by a pride of lions, only to suddenly see a lion suddenly appear in their midst. If he could bite this lion to death, even if he died, it would be more pleasant and meaningful. Every Imperial mecha pilot who saw this Black MX felt a fire ignite in their hearts. This sort of desperation before death and the strong psychological effect of suicidal thoughts caused the Empire's 3rd generation mecha to suddenly unleash a powerful burst of power. Ignoring the serious damage they suffered, they forcibly broke away from the powerful attack range of the Iron 7th Division's MX mecha. They supported and covered each other as they moved to surround Su Li's Black MX. There were no communications or orders. At the same time, many Imperial mecha also made this crazy choice. At this time, the battlefield command system of Iron 7th Division had temporarily been disabled. The Federation pilots operating the Black MX mecha obviously did not understand the intentions of the Imperial pilots. They were slightly stunned and could only watch as the Imperial mecha in front of them retreated without any regard for their lives, rushing down the valley. The Iron 7th Division pilots were very surprised. How could the Imperial pilots be so heroic in their escape? And where could they run to now? They did not know that the Imperial mecha were not running away, but were trying to drag down the person at the bottom before they died. And this person was Su Li. Don't blame the soldiers of the Imperial Moonwolf group for being so excited when they saw Su Li's Black MX as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. It was just that his mecha piloting skills were too easy to recognize. This Black MX did not have any long-range firepower. It only relied on its insanely powerful mecha piloting skills to sweep through the wilderness. It was so eye-catching in the smoke of the night, so enchanting. It was the culprit who killed Captain Love and led the Moonwolf group into danger. After 4 mecha piloting, 4 more mecha piloting, and 4 more mecha piloting. As far as the field of vision could see, all the Imperial mecha piloting the Black MX did not need any orders. They rushed madly towards the Black MX at the bottom of the valley. Knowing that they were going to die, these Imperial pilots only had one thought left, and that was to drag this Black MX into the galaxy of death. On the screen, the Imperial mecha piloting the Black MX 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 mecha. Although there were not many of them, their momentum was extremely frightening. Su Li's face turned even paler. He did not have time to blame the Iron 7th Division's mecha battalion for their slow reaction speed. He already felt an unusually clear sense of danger. If he could reduce the pressure on the Iron 7th Division's mecha battalion, he believed that this mecha battle would end faster. Su Lu rushed into the battlefield with this thought in mind, so he did not mind attracting the attention of 4 mecha. Even if there were 8 third-generation Imperial mecha circling the valley at high speed. However, what was shocking was that he alone had attracted the attention of 16 Imperial mecha. Su Lu and his Black MX were very strong, but he was definitely not stupid and naive enough to think that he was really fierce, violent, and invincible. Killing a 4th-generation Imperial mecha in one hit did not mean that he could ignore the siege of 16 third-generation Imperial mecha. Moreover, his piloting style was much more taxing on his body and mind compared to the average pilot. At this time he was already extremely tired. The most important thing was that although the MX was a machine, it was also worn out. CLK 84 points. CLS 17 seconds of overload. The emotionless alarm of the central control system rang out in the dull cockpit. These two data clouds were the most important comprehensive calculation values of a mecha. They were used to evaluate the overall operating condition of a mecha. The latter would usually break through the peak earlier than the former. If both were to break through the peak at the same time, then many of the MX mecha's components could be affected. The most obvious point was that the onboard ADS adaptive suspension system would inevitably enter an active state of wear and tear. The former had already exceeded 84 points, while the latter had exceeded the peak by 17 seconds. As one of the designers of the MX mecha, Sulu naturally knew how unstable the mecha's condition was now. However, this could not be blamed on the mecha. It should be known that at Cat Peak, Little White Flower was still able to hold on for so long after entering the overclocking state. It was just that tonight's battle situation was too tragic. The moment the Black MX entered the overclocking state, it began to continuously receive Su Li's high-speed commands. All three systems were in overload. The MX was really suffering under his piloting. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to kill Lav in one hit and chase after the 9 mechas of Empire. He wouldn't be able to do such a weird dance while being surrounded by 16 mechas of Empire. With a whoosh, the alloy blade at the front end of the Black MX's right mechanical arm slashed down fiercely, creating a deep gash on the left shoulder of one of the Imperial mecha. At the same time, the thick mechanical leg's hydraulic system suddenly compressed, shattering the rocks on the ground. The heavy body of the mecha drifted to the right like a fallen leaf, dodging the 3 high-speed cannon fire from behind. The Black MX's speed did not decrease at all. Like a shadow, it swept past the 2 Imperial mecha in front of it. The huge body of the mecha completed an unimaginable twisting movement in mid-air, dodging the attacks of the 2 Imperial mecha that had been charging up for a long time. However, another round of cannon fire came from the side. The Black MX could not turn around and destroy the 2 Imperial mecha at all. Every second, an Imperial mecha would fearlessly pounce on the Black MX. Gorgeous cannon fire would explode. Danger was constantly singing a heart-stopping ballad beside the Black MX. In just a few short seconds, another 2 Imperial mecha were stripped of their combat power by the Black MX's strange and trembling steps. However, at the same time, another 3 surviving Imperial mecha rushed over. In the stuffy cockpit, only the sound of Su Li's heavy breathing could be heard. Beside him, the girl's cheeks were flushed red. Nervously pursing her lips, she seemed to have forgotten to breathe. The pale-faced youth's hands quickly swept across the control stick and touchscreen. His movements were so fast that they seemed to have turned into a series of afterimages. In this moment of life and death, no one knew what kind of peak his hand speed had reached. Moreover, most of the orders were still transmitted through the simulated reality system. Even he did not know how he had passed these 10 seconds of trepidation. In that split second of time, he had completely relied on his innate battle instincts and his intimate understanding of the mecha to subconsciously operate the mecha. In front of the frenzied Imperial mecha, Sulu was still calm. However, his trembling body and hands had already gone crazy. The Black MX followed his precise orders and made one after another incredible, unimaginable evasive maneuvers. In the darkness of the valley, the Black MX was as swift as a ghost, as swift as a knife. If the pilots of the Imperial Moonwolf group were facing a situation where they were completely wiped out, or if it was because of the death of Captain Lav, they had become obsessed with the Black MX as if they had taken an aphrodisiac of death. In the cockpit, Jian Shuier had already entered a state of absent-mindedness. Her thin military uniform and short skirt were soaked with sweat, and her slender and white thighs were smeared with light. The scent of a young girl on her body, to Sulu, was similar to an aphrodisiac. Was this also related to the fact that he could continuously perform so many peak-level maneuvers? More than 10 seconds later, the valley battlefield gradually calmed down. Sulu alone attracted almost 20 Imperial mecha. The pressure on the Iron 7th Division mecha was suddenly reduced. They ended the surrounding battles early and then silently and urgently rushed to the rescue at high speed. At this time, they had already appeared on the gentle slope. The gentle slopes that could be seen everywhere in the Yellow Mountain Ridge and the Lonely Mountain Ridge were actually trenches created by the flow of the planet once every 3,000 years. In this lonely trench, the last 12 surviving Imperial mecha stood alone. Right in the middle of them was the Black MX. The final desperate plan of the Imperial mecha to surround and kill the Black MX had finally come to nothing. The surviving pilots of the Moonwolf Brigade looked at the Black Federation mecha in the middle and truly fell into despair. The self-destruct system of the mecha was an internal destruction system. At this time, even if these 10 Imperial mecha surrounded the Black MX and collectively self-destructed, they would not be able to destroy the Black MX. Chapter 423. Attitude decided everything. This was just a very sportsmanlike slogan used in sports competitions. Although sports competitions were known as wars in the era of peace, compared to a real battlefield, it was just a game of house. On this blood-fire planet at the edge of the universe where bullets were always more powerful than logic, the only thing that could truly decide everything was power. More specifically, in tonight's ambush or assault in the southwestern part of the planet, what could decide everything was the performance of the mecha. Imperial Expeditionary Force, Maple Forest Alliance, Special Moonwolf Group. This was a very long list of names. The length of the name often represented its importance. These words could help to confirm that these Imperial mecha pilots were very good at controlling their mecha, definitely better than the Iron 7 Division's mecha battalion. At the very least, it was impossible for them to be weaker than them. However, more than 100 third-generation mecha from the Imperial Federation were defeated miserably in the face of more than 20 new mecha from the Federation. There was no way they could fight back at all. The sounds of battle and explosions around them completely stopped in a very short amount of time. Iron 7 Division quickly cleared the outer battlefield. In the entire mountainous area, only a dozen tattered Imperial mecha remained. They were heavily surrounded by Federation mecha groups and heavy firepower units. The usually strong and heavy black-green mecha were now so weak and tired. There was no way for them to break out of the encirclement. The war between the Federation and the Empire was a war of life and death that had been condensed for decades. The lives of tens of millions of people were used as bargaining chips. The pressure was so cold and hard that the hearts of both sides were as cold and hard as iron. In the eyes of the people of the Federation, the people of the Empire were wild beasts. In the eyes of the people of the Empire, the people of the Federation were hypocritical and cruel mutants. A deep trench had long been drawn between the two races that could never be filled up. After several decades, the encounter between the two neighbors had long since turned into a bloody race war that fought for the small space of survival in the vast universe. Humans would not surrender like pigs. This was a very simple principle, so the people of the Empire would not surrender to the Federation either. The 10 or so third-generation Moonwolf mechas that were already at the end of their rope launched their final desperate and frenzied attacks amidst the ear-piercing sounds of grinding metal. This final attack was still aimed at Su Li's Black MX mech in the middle. Even further away, 20 or so Black MXs from the Federation charged forward at high speed from all sides of the gentle slope. This was a picture of a big ring within a small ring, but it didn't make people feel that it was ridiculous or funny. There was only the coldness and madness of death, and the desperation that was clearly transmitted to every speck of dust in the valley. Tragic was a phrase used to describe the final frenzy of the last mecha of the Empire. Loud metallic clangs rang out incessantly as explosions occurred one after another. More than 10 small green-gray mushroom clouds rose up from the gentle slope from time to time. Sulu slowly took off his helmet and quietly looked at the last first-generation Empire mecha that had fallen to the ground not too far away. He looked at the explosion in the cockpit of that mecha, and his mood was a little strange. He could understand why the soldiers of the Empire didn't want to surrender, but he couldn't imagine what kind of ideology this group of soldiers, who had spent more than 7 years to come to a foreign country, relied on to shamelessly invade the Federation without batting an eyelid, crazily slaughter the people of the Federation, and finally kill themselves in the end. Could it be that the people of the Empire were really born to be so cold-blooded and heartless? Or could it be that the fanatical worship of the Emperor in the Imperial Society had turned countless people into lunatics? The last 10 or so Empire mecha had already lost their spirit. This last suicidal charge didn't cause too much damage to his Black MX. He used the fastest time to leave the battlefield. He didn't have the energy to help Iron 7 Division's mecha battalion anymore. He could only watch with his own eyes and think silently in his heart. In less than 3 minutes, Iron 7 Division had completely wiped out one of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's mecha battalions. The ultra-strong electronic interference finally stopped, and Du Shaoqing's usual calm voice came through the MX mecha's comm system. "You've worked hard." Sulu was slightly taken aback but didn't say anything. His palm lightly pushed on the control stick, and the black mecha slowly turned around on the slope. He left the Iron 7 Division's mecha battalion that was cleaning up the battlefield and walked out of the valley silently and heavily. The 20 or so black mechas of Iron 7 Division were cleaning up the last of the battlefield. They were trying to find a living Empire soldier in one of the cockpits that had severely imploded, but they found that their efforts were in vain. Right at this moment, they noticed that the Black MX of the Federation, which had played the most important role in tonight's battle, was leaving. The 20 or so black mechas almost simultaneously stopped what they were doing. Accompanied by the muffled sound of motors and hydraulic pipes, they saluted the black MX that was walking down the slope, and then silently watched it leave. Until now, most of the soldiers of Iron 7 Division still didn't know who was in the black MX, but this didn't stop them from showing their respect to this mecha. There was still an entire regiment in the mountainous area. The heavy infantry and artillery soldiers all walked out of their positions and began preparing for the next battle while smiling as they watched the black MX leave. There were also many people who watched the black MX leave, such as the officers in the Southern Hemisphere Federation Command Center, who were extremely far away, were all stunned speechless. On a mountain peak somewhere, Du Xiaoqing also took off his sunglasses. He watched the black MX's heavy and even somewhat clumsy footsteps on the holographic screen in silence. The real-time battle report from the central mainframe was already out. Su Li's black MX had one-shot one of the Empire's 4th-generation Moonwolf mecha, defeated 5 3rd-generation mecha, and caused 4 3rd-generation mecha to lose their ability to fight. This meant that he had single-handedly taken out 1/10 of the Moonwolf group's combat power. Du Xiaoqing's brows furrowed slightly. He abruptly thought of a certain young officer who should be on another planet right now. That young officer was also a lieutenant colonel like Su Lu. In the past 5 years, Madman Li's battle record book had recorded the destruction of more than 100 Empire mecha. This kind of battle record was without a doubt the most insane number in history. However, today in just 1 short hour, Su Li's mecha could spray out 6 stars. At this rate, perhaps it wasn't impossible to catch up to Madman Li. Of course, Li Feng had basically been carrying out special missions for the past 5 years, and his opponents were often the true masters of the Empire's Royal Special Mecha Battalion. This comparison wasn't fair. What really made Du Qing frown was not the shocking battle record of the Black MX controlled by Su Lu earlier, but the final scene where the Black MX had led the last of the Empire's mecha in circles in the mountains. In the final moments, the Black MX hadn't been able to defeat any more mecha. Instead, it had seemed rather pathetic and dangerous. However, under the relentless pursuit of the Empire's mecha, what the Black MX had done seemed simple, but the fact that it had been able to survive was already shocking. Du Xiaoqing's eyes were extremely sharp. He knew very well that if Su Lu had made the slightest mistake in his judgment, or if his operation had been just a fraction of a second slower, he would have been piled up like a pile of leaves by those crazed Empire mecha. Then, regardless of friend or foe, they would have gone all out to burn him. What are this person's nerves made of? To be able to remain as calm as a machine in this kind of situation, not making a single mistake, Du Xiaoqing mused silently. Unlike the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who were watching the Black MX leave, although this iron-blooded division commander thanked Su Lu for his hard work, he didn't feel any gratitude in his heart. From his perspective, Su Lu was a soldier of the Federation. Tonight the army needed him. Since he had the ability, it was only natural that he should listen to orders. If it were him, Du Xiaoqing, he would have made the same choice as Su Lu. Division Commander Du Xiaoqing was a standard Federation soldier. Although he loathed Su Lu, he still abided by his duties as a soldier. He would never do anything shady on the battlefield. However, as he watched the Black MX gradually disappear into the night, a strange thought suddenly welled up in his mind. If one day Su Lu became an enemy of the Federation, if he was inside the mecha, how many people would I need to capture or kill him? A battalion or a regiment? Or the entire Iron 7th Division? At almost the same time, the invisible old thing on the surface of the planet and the Federation's command center told Su Lu through different channels that the road to Luoqiu spaceport was very safe. The main forces on the north-south dividing line were conducting a high-speed maneuver deployment. He and his Black MX could take a break. Su Lu was slightly startled. He took off the thin but heavy simulation system with great difficulty. Once his mind relaxed, even this small movement made him clearly feel the intense soreness in his muscle fiber bundles. This kind of soreness was an unbearable pain. He couldn't help but purse his lips tightly and let out a muffled groan. The accumulated sweat flowed down his naked body like water overflowing from a pool. It flowed out from the simulation system and wet the entire lower half of the cockpit. It added a lot of unpleasant smells to the stuffy cockpit. Luckily, the MX mecha was waterproof both inside and outside. Su Lu thought self-deprecatingly as he dragged the black box with difficulty and took out his clothes. He wiped his body carelessly and then hurriedly put them on. Just these few movements made him groan in pain several times in succession. An unhealthy blush appeared on his pale face. Su Lu took a few deep breaths. He felt sore, tired, and hungry. These adjectives were about to knock him down. However, Luoqiu spaceport was still very far away. From the pocket of his military uniform, Sulu took out a pack of 37 brand cigarettes that had long been crushed out of shape. With trembling fingers he lit one up. He greedily inhaled deeply and then sprayed it into the sealed cockpit. Only then did he remember that the person he was supposed to protect, the nation's maiden, was still sitting beside him. Running for thousands of miles, mecha chasing and escaping, fighting in the valley, exploding to kill the enemy, tonight's scenes had already caused Jian Shui'er's small face to turn pale. Especially the exquisite mecha piloting skills Sulu had displayed. It made her eyes light up and she was mesmerized. Although the maiden was brave, she was after all not a man made of iron. She was a professional soldier who had been through a lot. Her body was already extremely weak. Right now she was clutching at her chest, feeling nauseous. Suddenly, she saw the red dot on the lips of the young man beside her. She subconsciously reached out her hand and after a slight stiffening, she carefully took it off. Her slender fingers were trembling uncontrollably. Her action of holding the cigarette was unfamiliar. In order to hide her panic, she took a deep breath and then coughed violently. Chapter 424. Hearing the coughing beside him, Sulu was slightly startled. He took the cigarette from her hand and asked, "You haven't smoked before?" Jian Shui'er's purple hair mixed with perspiration stuck to her pink cheeks. She nodded lightly. No matter how calm she appeared on the surface after this night, there was still some lingering fear in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of testing the strange taste of the cigarette. If you haven't smoked before, then don't smoke. Sulu held the cigarette in his mouth and said vaguely. The half-burnt cigarette stuck to his cracked lips and trembled with his words, as if he was fishing. The cockpit of the mecha was oppressive and the communication system was silent. Sulu could roughly imagine that the Iron 7th Division in the valley should have already started preparing for the upcoming second bloody battle. However, he and this Black MX were already exhausted to the extreme. He wanted to kill the enemy but he couldn't turn around. He could only use his fingers to push the control stick and slowly drive the Black MX on the military road to Luoqiu Airport. Not bad. At this moment, a white symbol flashed in the vision of Su Li's left eye. He had already taken off his special helmet, so these words naturally didn't appear on the holographic screen but in his mind. Of course, only that old bastard could create such a mysterious scene. This Black MX mecha that had been carefully modified by Shang Qiu and the Nutshell engineering team had maximized Su Li's operating ability to the extreme. However, it wasn't designed with autopilot. Su Li stared at the symbol in his left eye and suddenly had a strong urge to squeeze the old bastard's strength. If the glory of the charter was a mountain of treasures, then today Su Li had been sitting on the edge of this glittering mountain and eating his meal. He had to eat as much as he could. Otherwise, before he ran out of treasures, who knew if the charter computer would go crazy and come crashing down on him? "I'm very tired. Help me drive this MX to Luoqiu Airport." Su Li chuckled, silently saying this in his heart. Then, he let go of his hands that were controlling the mecha and leaned back tiredly but comfortably into his special seat cushion. "Maybe you'll feel better after sleeping for a while. I'm already impressed that you didn't throw up." He carefully untied Jian Shui'er's tightly bound clothes, allowing the girl's body, which had been restrained for a long time, to welcome a temporary release. When the soft bulge under the military uniform returned to its original shape, it was a soul-stirring and graceful scene. The dark short skirt was no longer pulled up by the shy rope, and the two slender, smooth and tight legs could finally be covered by the dazzling spring scenery. This process was even more seductive than the previous scene. If it had been in the past, every inch of Jian Shui'er's youthful body would have made Sulu open his beady eyes wide to explore the beauty within. At this moment, however, he was already so tired that he could not speak. Seeing Jian Shui'er close her eyes tiredly, he naturally closed his own eyes as well. The glory of the charter, which freely traversed the atmosphere of the universe and planets, and the Federal Central Computer, which was at the core of the light, after hearing Su Li's request, did not express any more opinions. Neither the Federation nor the Empire had developed the technology to remotely control battleships or mecha. This was because the structures of battleships and mecha were abnormally complex, not as simple as the miniature surveillance aircraft commonly used by the Empire. The current computing power of the computers in the universe could not support remote control. Even the extremely powerful Federal Central Computer, the federal military had never attempted to allow it to complete this kind of remote autonomous control. Firstly, they did not have the authority to do so. Secondly, in their opinion, Although the Federal Central Computer's computing power was amazing, it was ultimately just a cold machine. It could be imitated as much as it wanted, but it could never truly support the extremely complex operations. In addition to data calculation and environmental monitoring feedback, it also required intuitive judgment operations. However, at this moment, in the dull cockpit, a young man and woman fell into a deep sleep. The heavily damaged black MX mecha, under the condition that no one was controlling it, gradually began to increase its speed. It smoothly and accurately crossed the mountains, the mountain roads and the fields, heading towards the Wuxia spaceport in the distance. At this moment, the black mecha was really like a black ghost. The low and powerful roar of the engines shattered the silence of the night. Countless heavy Imperial armored vehicles and the 14th third-generation Moonwolf mechas mixed in with the Vanguard mercilessly crushed the fertile soil on the planet's surface. The engines that used hydrogen fuel did not have a bad smell, but the high-speed advance of such a large force still left behind an unpleasant smell of engine oil in the air. The last reorganized force of the Empire's Maple Forest Alliance, the Reserve Assault Brigade, had already arrived at the area very close to the front line of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. After a continuous night of large-scale air and ground joint transport and the mechanized rapid march after breaking into the southern hemisphere, the Empire soldiers in the fields as dense as the grassland felt a wave of fatigue. The establishment of a brigade in the Empire was larger than that of a division in the Federation. Not to mention, this assault brigade was the last trump card of the Maple Forest Alliance. Its soldiers were close to 20,000 people, and its armored firepower was also the strongest in the Alliance. The highest commander of this assault brigade was Major General Hughes. Under the puzzled eyes of the staff officers, the 40-year-old general ordered all the troops to slow down the speed of the advance. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the image he had just received. He fell into deep thought, and the wrinkles on his forehead piled up particularly heavy. 10 minutes ago, when he lost the coordinates and information of the Moonwolf group, Major General Hughes knew that something must have happened in front of him. However, military orders must be obeyed. In addition, after confirming that there was only one division in the Yellow Mountain Ridge area, he only asked the electronic troops to increase the anti-interference force and began to build a temporary position command system. He did not ask the troops to slow down the speed of the advance until the few remaining miniature aircraft of the Empire sent back a few still images. There were not many miniature surveillance aircraft scattered in the southern hemisphere like locusts, and these few surveillance aircraft had no way to get close to the Yellow Mountain Ridge area. They could only take a few pictures from an extremely long distance. The pictures were very tragic. Those familiar black and blue mecha tragically collapsed in the valleys on the ground, burning and deforming. Major General Hughes's face was like iron. He could not understand how a single division in the Federation could eat an entire mecha brigade led by Lov. However, the pictures in front of him told him that this was the truth. What should he do now? Sitting in the command armored vehicle, he slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened them and a trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes. His assault team was already stronger than the Federal Division to begin with. In addition, although the Federal Division had wiped out the entire Moonwolf mecha clan, they must have paid an extremely heavy price. He had a very good chance of wiping out the entire Federal Division. Then he would directly attack Wuxia spaceport, then take a detour to the north and threaten the Federation's vital military depot. From there, he would write the most important chapter of the North-South War on the planet's surface. He must continue to attack. Suddenly, Major General Hughes's expression froze, because in the Imperial New Moon command system in front of him, an old voice rang out. Retreat. The Imperial armies had strict hierarchy and discipline. Although Major General Hughes was disappointed and even angry, since this was the command center and it was old General Umbri's order, he had to accept it. In the shortest amount of time, he issued the order to retreat to the entire assault brigade. However, at this moment, Major General Hughes made a fatal mistake. He left behind the Mecha Brigade and the Heavy Mecha Brigade, and tried to use mechanical cooperation and shoulder-launched electromagnetic beam bombs to deal with the Federation's most mobile Mecha Brigade. From a standard military plan, this arrangement was not wrong. The Imperial Brigade had to retreat without firing a single shot, so they had to retreat completely. In his opinion, as long as they could choke the Federal Army's fastest mecha squad to death, there was no way the Federal Army would be able to catch up to the fully mechanized Imperial Brigade that had not suffered any losses in the wilderness that stretched for 200 kilometers. At the exit of the valley, Shimin Jin took off her earpiece and said to Du Xiaoqing, "The enemy is preparing to retreat." When the Moonwolf group was wiped out in 3 minutes, the three mecha clans of the Iron 7th Division secretly withdrew from the mountain area. Under the cover of the night, they advanced towards the north and set up an ambush circle in the forest. However, before the two sides came into contact with each other, the Empire forces retreated first. This did not shock Du Shaoqing, because any possible changes in the battle situation were within his tactical calculations. In fact, he had long been prepared for the decisive retreat of the Imperial troops. Under his calm and clear command, the entire Iron 7th Division left the valley. It looked like they were preparing for an ambush, but in reality, they were already prepared for a high-speed pursuit. This outstanding Major General of the Federation slowly put on his sunglasses and said, "Inform the troops to keep chasing. Even if we chase to 30 degrees north latitude, we cannot lose them. Until we chase these Empire forces off our land." The first to clash fiercely, the first to light up half of the night sky, was the Mecha Battalion of the Empire forces, the Heavy Infantry branch, and more than 20 of the Federation's new MX mechas. The Empire forces originally wanted to use the mechas as a distraction, but the Heavy Infantry carried universal launchers and fired concentrated electromagnetic beam bombs to eliminate this group of Federation mecha that were clearly at the front. However, they found that they had made a fatal mistake. The unparalleled weapon used to deal with mechas on the battlefield, those concentrated electromagnetic beam bombs, could not hit the Federation mechas at all. After the electromagnetic beam bombs exploded, the blue arcs of high-voltage material gushed out, spreading out such a large effective attack radius, but it still could not lock onto the Federation mecha in an effective area. The mobility of these Black Federation mechas was too strong, and their speed was too fast. The Empire's Heavy Infantry Division fired these electromagnetic beam bombs 4 out of 5, but in the end, only 3 of the Black Federation mechas were destroyed. What was even more frightening was that while the Empire soldiers were still adhering to the inherent rules of teamwork, fighting and retreating at the same time, the Federation's Black Mecha had long abandoned all of those rules and regulations. Relying on their powerful firepower and performance, they launched a high-speed group charge. Like an extremely tightly clenched heavy metal fist, they smashed viciously into the Empire's final line of defense. Like a knife piercing through a piece of paper, the Black Federation mecha broke through this line of defense and chased after the Empire's armored brigade in the field not far away. Behind them, the Iron 7th Division's armored vehicles roared and roared, also increasing their speed. Chapter 425. On the huge screen, red arrows were rapidly expanding from south to north. These red arrows represented the Iron 7th Division. More than 10 kilometers ahead of the Iron 7th Division, the Blue Imperial armies were trying to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible. However, the mixed mechanized platoon they left behind to stop them had long become some kind of sacrifice for the Iron 7th Division's fierce offensive. Now they could not complete their mission of retreating at all. The Imperial Assault Group should have been defending and waiting for reinforcements at this time, but the military intelligence they received from the Northern Hemisphere Command was very bad. The situation on the north-south dividing line had fundamentally changed. 2 divisions of the Federation were rushing in from the northeast. If the enemy blocked the 20,000-man army south of the dividing line, what awaited them would be a crushing defeat. Therefore, this automated platoon could only try their best to retreat as quickly as possible. The Iron 7th Division attacked from 3 directions, crazily pouncing out from the Mayan plains and chasing after the enemy across the mountains and plains. When they were about to reach the rear of the Imperial Brigade, the 3 iron streams suddenly split into countless low-level combat platoons and stabbed toward the rear of the Imperial Brigade. On the screen, the crimson blocks that represented the Iron 7th Division suddenly split into many lines. They did not care about the coverage of the enemy's firepower at all and rushed forward fearlessly. There was no division or encirclement, and there was no roundabout way. There was only the most direct of straight lines. And when these straight lines that represented a battalion or even a company bit fiercely into the Imperial platoon, the ends of the lines suddenly opened up again and cleverly began to divide the firepower, and then bit down on the Imperial platoon in an orderly manner. Clouds of smoke floated in the wild night from time to time. In the dozens of square kilometers of combat area that was stretched into the shape of leaves, there were blinding lights and explosions at the same time. Specific orders were sent out from the electronic command system of the Iron 7th Division headquarters, passing through the pungent air and the dust of the explosions, and transmitted to every single combat platoon. Sometimes, orders were even directly issued to platoon-level combat units, calmly and skillfully commanding the federal forces like countless sharp knives, cutting the Imperial armies into bloody pieces. The commander of the Iron 7th Division was Du Shaoqing. This famous general of a generation, who had never been on a real battlefield, finally demonstrated his commanding ability and terrifying mental fortitude in the smoke of this planet. He was like the most brilliant conductor in the universe. Waving the stick in his hand softly, he had the complete control of an enormous and complicated ancient music orchestra in his hands. Even the tiniest change in tone or the smallest movement of the performers could not escape his eyes. But Du Shaoqing did not arrogantly try to personally command every single battle on the battlefield, because he knew very well that he was not a charter computer with superhuman computing power. He was only following the tactical calculations of the General Staff Department. At this time, the countless parameters given to him by the glory of the charter allowed him to judge the situation and adjust the general direction of every battle at any time, thus winning the final victory for his Iron 7th Division. The Imperial Assault Group was the trump card of the Expeditionary Army to begin with. Even though they were being chased by the ruthless and relentless attacks of the Iron 7th Division, they still did not panic. The soldiers of the Empire still fought bravely and valiantly, but when faced with the 20 or so black MX mechas that were like tigers in a flock of sheep, they found it extremely difficult to deal with. An hour later, in a certain valley that was still a considerable distance away from the north-south dividing line, the retreating Imperial Brigade could no longer endure the incessant attacks of the Federation mecha and the incessant attacks of the retreating Federation mecha. The entire army instantly spread out on their own initiative and began to fight in small squads. They increased their speed and avoided the attacks behind them as they sprinted towards the northern hemisphere at high speed. At this point in the battle, whether it was the retreating Imperial Brigade or the pursuing Iron 7th Division, it was very difficult for them to maintain their formation. Like countless balls, they began to run wildly across the plains. Sometimes, a Federation battalion would be sandwiched between two Empire battalions. Sometimes, a small Empire battalion would find themselves despairingly surrounded by more than 400 Federation tanks. The pursuit turned into a chaotic battle. At this moment, the accurate monitoring of the battlefield by the central computer of the Federation and the commanding ability of Du Shaoqing and the officers of the headquarters who could not have been calmer and more meticulous finally played their biggest role. In the darkness of the night, the Imperial Brigade that was like an axe had long been turned into countless fierce and wild pieces of metal. The Iron 7th Division that was like a machete had also been broken into pieces. However, they were like countless sharp knives. It seemed chaotic, but in reality there was order amidst the chaos. Every company that was in the midst of the complex terrain clearly knew their position, their mission, and still maintained a fierce attacking posture. In the Southern Hemisphere Federation Command Center. Commander Shaoqing, you really live up to your reputation. As a high-ranking military officer in the West Woods, Lieutenant General Nelson did not have a good impression of Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7th Division. However, today, after personally witnessing Du Shaoqing's command and the valiant military quality of the Iron 7th Division, he still felt a sense of admiration. Although the Empire's assault brigade showed no signs of truly collapsing at this rate, by the time the Federation's two divisions that went to reinforce the Empire's assault brigade in the south, victory was already set in stone. Scenes like this on the battlefield were constantly happening in the narrow area at the northern end of the southern hemisphere of Planet 5460. The Empire's Maple Forest Alliance, which had forcefully launched a surprise attack in the south and successfully killed its way to the Federation's third defense line, was like a high-speed cannonball that had shot through countless layers of alloy baffles. At the moment of exhaustion, the tide-like offensive was contained, and the Federal Army, which had been pressured to the point of suffocation, began to gain a rare moment of respite. Then, under the orders of the Federation Command Center and the guidance of the glory of the Charter, the Federal Army in the Southern Hemisphere began a counterattack. The cold Charter computer could not completely dominate the war on this planet. It only provided the most terrifying battlefield data and real-time comprehensive monitoring for the Federation Command Center to formulate a plan. At the same time, the powerful computing power of the Charter computer also began to carry out the most detailed tactical deduction for the counterattack. However, this magnificent counterattack did not achieve as great a result as the Iron 7th Division on the front line north of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. On the one hand, the Federation's main force was under the continuous and terrifying attacks of the Empire's Maple Forest Alliance. Their own morale and equipment had been greatly depleted, so it was difficult for a hasty counterattack to display their might. More importantly, before the Federal Army began their counterattack, those roaring, cold-blooded Imperial Expeditionary Force that had been continuously attacking suddenly seemed to have received some kind of order and instantly began to retreat. These empire's troops attacked like a tidal wave and retreated like a tidal wave. When they attacked, they did not care about the fact that they had all died in battle. When they retreated, they were silent to the extreme. Only in the 300 square battle zones on the north-south dividing line were countless corpses from both sides, as well as tens of thousands of tons of dirt and charred chariots and mecha wreckages that filled the field of vision. Umburi, you're really ruthless. But what exactly are you thinking? Lieutenant General Nelson's white eyebrows furrowed together. Looking at the receding Imperial Expeditionary Force on the light screen, his heart was abnormally heavy. No matter the cost, they had thrown away more than 40,000 corpses, moved out their family assets hidden in the glaciers, wasted so much ammunition, and finally reached the Federation's last line of defense. In the end, with one order from the command center, the bloodthirsty Empire's soldiers retreated without hesitation. They did not linger in the battle, nor did they lament. As a senior commander, Lieutenant General Nelson knew very well that such a large group retreat on the front line proved the terrifying military quality and discipline of these Empire soldiers. Countless chariots rumbled across the planet's surface that was riddled with holes. The great battle of hundreds of thousands of people was played out in the darkness before dawn. The entire planet was playing out one magnificent and eye-catching scene after another. The 15 main divisions of the Federal Army set out to attack the Northern Hemisphere. This had already entered the third phase of the Ministry of Defense's plan. Under the guidance of the glory of the Charter, they chose the route to advance at high speed. Once they entered the Northern Hemisphere, they would lose this advantage. No one knew that the Federal Central Computer, which was busy guiding the planetary battle, was actually doing something else at this moment. That was driving for people, or in other words, turning on the engines. A wisp of white willow appeared at the edge of the sky. The faint light shone on Wuxia Airport, illuminating the heavy firepower weapons with a charming metallic luster. A tremor came from the distant night forest. A severely damaged black mech walked into the base under the aim of countless heavy weapons. The officer of the airport, who had already received the information, drove a ladder car to the front of the tall mech. The hatch of the black mech slowly opened. Su Lu, whose face was pale, carried the still unconscious Jian Shui out of the mech under the shocked eyes of countless Federation soldiers. After waking up, Jian Shui was taken to the living area by a female officer to take a bath. Su Lu, however, asked an officer to take him to the cafeteria. Although he had already eaten 4 high-density energy bars in the mech, those things could not satisfy his extremely empty stomach. The second lieutenant in charge of leading the way looked at him with admiration and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, the food will be here soon." Su Lu nodded and suddenly said, "Can you lend me your phone for a moment?" "It would be my pleasure," said the second lieutenant sincerely and happily. In addition to this excited second lieutenant, there were many officers of the airport watching from a distance with curiosity and excitement. In today's military, Su Lu was no longer just a name, but a celebrity. Not to mention at this time, many officers already knew about this young lieutenant colonel's outstanding achievements in today's Federation attack and defense battle. Su Lu had just dialed a number when a large pile of plates was placed in front of his table. He stared at the plate of ugly red food in front of him and was stunned. 5460 Rivers Special Crab, high in protein. "You should need it right now," said the second lieutenant nervously. Su Lu stared at the crab on the plate and shook his head. "I don't like to eat this. Please give me a bowl of noodles, preferably a big bowl." Chapter 426. Jian Shuier took a shower very quickly. When the cook in the airport cafeteria brought the carefully cooked noodles to the table, she also came here and sat quietly and obediently across from Su Lu. From this point of view, she didn't look like a big star who was popular all over the universe. The girl who had just taken a shower was wearing a dark green military shirt. The collar was tight, but because it was too loose, it always made people want to explore the scenery under the shirt. The fluffy and playful short purple hair was now smooth like a purple satin, sticking to her cheeks. There were a few drops of water at the end of the hair that were crystal clear. She was like a beautiful lotus flower lying on the quiet surface of the water, painted with a layer of strange color by the strange light. Her whole body was oozing wet like the morning fog moving people. Su Lu looked up and asked, "Do you want to eat some?" Jian Shuier tiredly shook her head and said, "I vomited so much that I can't eat anything. I don't know how you can still have such a good appetite." After saying this, she put her head on her arms and rested her head on the table, looking at Su Li's side face with a trace of curiosity and interest. The young girl's face was slightly pale at this moment, but it also carried an unhealthy redness that was caused by the heat and running around. However, her sharp chin rested on her arm, forcibly turning her delicate and tired face into a bit of pure beauty. The pink cheeks around her lips were squeezed until they were slightly puffed up, like a cute little bun, making people want to take a bite out of them. Su Li's hand that was holding the chopsticks slightly froze. He suppressed the surprise in his heart and awkwardly stopped looking at her. He clumsily took the pepper bottle on the table and mechanically poured it into the bowl of noodles. He forced himself not to think that this national girl was staring at him. Relying on his instinct, he began to bravely attack the noodles in front of him. He ate a column of noodles with his chopsticks and drank half a bowl of soup with both hands. The spicy smell of pepper mixed with chili rushed into his nose, making him very comfortable. Su Lu ate until his forehead was full of sweat. He was so satisfied that he actually forgot a lot of things such as the battlefield last night, the smoking corpses in the wilderness and mountains, and Jian Shuer who was sitting next to him and staring at him seriously at this time. A bowl of noodles was finished. Another bowl of noodles was finished. No one came to disturb the officers of Luoqiao Airport. The empty hall was quiet. Only the two of them sat in a remote corner by the window. Only the sound of wind sweeping away the clouds sounded. The morning light outside the window gradually crossed the mountain forest and shone on the surface of the building. The slightly white light penetrated the floor glass and reflected on Su Li's sweaty face. Jian Shuer tilted her head and opened her big eyes to look seriously at this ordinary face in the morning light. She knew that this student of her father's would often have an incomparably natural and friendly smile on his face. However, in the cockpit of the mecha, at certain moments, when his smile would disappear and his face would become serious, there would always be some kind of wonderful light between those ordinary eyebrows. Last night, during the thousands of miles of escape, during the mecha battle in the valley, she had been sitting quietly and obediently beside Su Lu. She had been shaken to the point where it was incomparably painful. However, most of the time she had been seriously looking at the screen in the mecha, watching Su Lu wearing a helmet, watching him do many things. The more she saw, the more she naturally knew and the more curious she became. For a woman, curiosity was often a very fatal emotion. However, our nation's maiden had a calm enough heart under her cute and playful appearance. Thus, she was not like the daughter of the Nanxiang family, who might ruin a person's life the moment she saw him. Until now she was still just curious. Who knew what this emotion would develop into in the future? Su Lu put down the third empty bowl and rubbed his abdomen in satisfaction. He used the sweaty sleeve of his shirt to randomly wipe his sweat and mouth. Jian Shuer suddenly opened her mouth and asked seriously, "Who did you learn from?" Su Lu was startled, but immediately understood what she was asking. In terms of mecha piloting he had many teachers. For example, Bai Yulan, Zhou Yu and even Li Feng who he had sparred with before. He would never let go of any opportunity to learn and improve himself. Back then, he had relied on that strange mecha battle room in Lihua University and that thin and weak young master of the Tai family to learn the basics. However, in the end he only had one teacher. It was that teacher who had taught him how to discover, get used to, and use the trembling heat in his body. "It was uncle who taught me," said Su Lu very seriously. Jian Shuer's face showed a trace of peaceful sweetness and pride. She said, "So that father of mine is also very strong." Su Lu smiled. On the beach outside the Golden Star Hotel, the young girl in front of him had not asked more about uncle. Now, it seemed that those curiosity and doubts about her birth father had been hidden in her heart all this time. Uncle is a very impressive person. He gazed at Jian Shuer and thought silently to himself that in this part of the universe, probably only that great military god could be a match for uncle. Right at this moment, the phone beside his hand beeped. Earlier, when he had entered the cafeteria, he had made a call. However, this planet was too far away from the capital ring, so the call took too long. Furthermore, that second lieutenant's authority was too low, so the call was only officially connected after he had finished his noodles. However, it had to be said that the speed at which he ate his noodles was comparable to a hungry ghost about to be reincarnated. The time delay of in-universe instant communication could not be solved. After all, that involved a deeper level of research in quantum physics. Even Professor Shin was unable to touch upon this somewhat mysterious boundary. Su Lu held the phone and listened to a woman's voice from afar. A woman wearing glasses and greasy work attire appeared before his eyes, but it could not hide her youthful face and great heart. He smiled slightly and said sincerely, "Shangqiu, I received your note. Thank you for adjusting that guy for me. It's very useful. Without this MX, it would have been very difficult for me to complete this mission." When I get back, I'll treat you to a meal. Right, I've introduced a Qing Fengsher to you. He has some very interesting things in his hands. See if you need them. In terms of mecha, Shang Qiu, the first-level technical supervisor of the Nutshell Engineering Department, was unquestionably a genius. Although this genius girl was gradually getting older, other than her youthful appearance, her talent in mecha design had not fallen behind at all. Su Li's gratitude was very sincere because he had been very comfortable controlling the Black MX that night. He knew very well that Shang Qiu and those colleagues in the engineering department must have put in a lot of effort in order to modify this mecha. Especially since they did not have their own control data, the amount of calculation required was terrifyingly large. Leaving a note in a mecha. If this was made into a movie, it would definitely be a battlefield romance that would attract countless young girls, said Jian Shuier, looking at him with a smile. Sulu scratched his head. He really did not know how to explain it. There was indeed an indescribable sense of chemistry between him and Shang Qiu. Although the two of them had only been able to communicate remotely this past year, whether it was in the development of the MX in the past or in the creation of mecha tutorials later on, this pair of stunningly talented engineering man and woman had always been able to easily understand what the other wanted, thus forming a close collaboration. However, this was definitely not the love between a man and a woman. It was just a natural attraction between living things that shared the same magnetic field. Sulu thought so, but when he thought of the exaggeratedly soft breasts that had appeared in his mind earlier, he felt that he was lying to himself. He did have a good impression of Shang Qiu. Right now, he did not have to think about the black-rimmed spectacles wearing Zhang Xiaoming, but he would occasionally think of the spectacle-wearing Shang Qiu. Su Lu gripped the edge of the table tightly, gazing somewhat uneasily at the morning light outside the window. Suddenly, he thought of the young lady of the Southern Prime Minister family who had courageously expressed her love for him in the Wood Valley Manor. He thought of the warm, peaceful and comfortable feeling that beautiful girl had brought to him. Suddenly, Sulu came to a conclusion that made him panic. Could it be that he subconsciously liked all girls who were worth liking? Then what was this? Amorous or universal? Promiscuous or lustful? Had he been led astray by that hooligan Mr. Sher? The morning light was a little blinding. Sulu quickly turned his head, and then saw Jian Shuier, who was looking at him curiously with her head resting on his arm. He saw that incomparably enchanting little face, that short purple hair that had always existed in his dreams. He could not help but feel confused and even panicked. He quickly stood up, prepared to get as far away from this national girl as possible. Jian Shuier opened her ink-black eyes and looked at him in confusion. She asked, "What's wrong?" Su Li's voice was slightly hoarse. "I'm going to rest for a while first and then I'll fix my mecha. In the next few days I'll definitely have to go out on missions." Jian Shuier was shocked. She pointed at the white salt stains on the back of his military uniform and asked hesitantly, "Aren't you going to take a shower first?" The afternoon sun shone warmly into the bedroom. Jian Shuier was nestled in bed, eating seriously with a bag of coarse grain biscuits in her hand while looking at the TV screen on the wall. She looked like she was at home, completely different from the scene of war that was going on everywhere on this planet at this time. The Federation's army was fighting a bloody battle, and Jian Shuier was not in the mood to live such a leisurely life. It was just that the Imperial Expeditionary Force's surprise attack plan had been foiled by the Federation, but the entire Luochio spaceport was still in the highest alert state. Under strict military control, although she and Su Lu enjoyed the best military treatment in the spaceport, it was still very inconvenient if they wanted to go out for a walk. Not to mention that the news on the TV was particularly important at this time. On the screen, at the large gathering site of the Charter Square in the Capital Special District, President Pabre, dressed in a black suit, was reading an important announcement to thousands of ordinary citizens of the Federation under the sun. Dozens of years ago, the President of the Federation once said that this is a shameful day. Today, I want to announce to the entire Federation and even the entire universe, that today is a day that is worth remembering for the rest of our lives. Speaking of this, the dark-skinned President Pabre paused for a moment, as if he was recalling the heavy history of the past. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face, and he looked particularly confident under the sun. Chapter 427. Under the sunlight, President Pabre looked at the camera calmly and said, "The code name of this military operation is Victory, because we will definitely achieve the final victory." The Charter Square was filled with jubilation, but there was also solemnity amidst the jubilation. For tens of thousands of years, the humans of the Federation had floated alone in the dark universe. In the colonial galaxies and the newly developed space zones, they did not find any relatives. Gradually they lost their obsession to find extraterrestrial life. With a hint of sadness and a hint of pride, they confirmed that they were the only crystallization of wisdom in the universe, the leader of all things. However, in the last few years of the last constitutional era, people were shocked to discover that on the other side of the Night Scorpion Nebula, intelligent life that was extremely similar to them actually existed. Although the political systems of the two parties were different, from the perspective of biology and natural selection, the people of the Federation and the people of the Imperium walked on the path of carbon-based life with their heads held high. There was no essential difference at all. Some anthropologists even began to boldly suspect that before the unknown catastrophe, the human societies on the two sides of the universe were vaguely connected. The people of the Federation might not be orphans in the first place. Where did we come from? Was it the same place? They lacked evidence, only sunny and optimistic inferences. Unfortunately, such inferences did not have the time to develop into movies, novels, stage plays, or even the warmth of universal diplomacy before they were directly turned into smoke by the flames of war that year. As a result, what might have been a comedy of distant relatives holding hands and weeping together became a tragedy of flowers and silver trees blooming in the sky and blood flowing on the yellow soil once they met. From the day the flames of war began, the competition between the Federation and the Imperium was painted with a layer of thick, hellish ink by blood and death. No one ever explored the endless stories between the two civilizations that were so similar that it made one's hair stand on end. The negative emotions of anger, sorrow, pain, and darkness, as well as the impassioned words of revenge and resistance flooded into the lives and emotions of all the citizens of the Federation. At this point, the stars shone brightly. There was no other choice but to completely defeat the Imperium. In the words of George Carlin, one of the few people who talked about the Empire, it was that every citizen of the Federation had to be a natural anti-Empire. In the last few days of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, the West Woods border, which had been peaceful on the surface for the past 10 years, started to fight again. The Federation, which had been waiting patiently for 10 years, started to move. Tens of billions of citizens of the Federation were excited, cheering and talking non-stop. After the gathering at Charter Square, the news channels of major TV stations began to mobilize all their resources to report on the biggest event of the decade. On the other hand, the Federation News Channel, which occupied the most authoritative position, had even cancelled all of its routine news programs. Instead, it began to use text, pictures, and video to broadcast live the battle at the border of Ceylon continuously. The Federation mobilized 94 divisions in the early hours of this morning to launch the final general attack on the remaining invaders of the Empire on the 3 planets at the border of the West Woods. With a solemn expression, the female news anchor with delicate features lowered her head slightly. She quickly flipped through the electronic text prompt screen and said at a very fast speed, "According to the latest battle report sent by the Department of Defense, we can now confirm that the main force of this victorious military operation came from the West Woods military region. The one responsible for the interstellar military force transportation is the Federation's Second Fleet." At this time, a video provided by the federal military appeared on the news screen. In the vast and dark universe, a fleet of more than 40 Federation giant warships, which stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, was heading toward a certain inconspicuous galaxy in the distance. The light of the stars on the right rear shone on the majestic fleet, making the hull of the space warships shine, making the scene look extremely magnificent. The female news anchor held a digital pen in her hand and asked in a sincere and respectful tone, "Professor Lee, President Pabre has declared war on the Empire. According to your calculations, how long will it take for the Federation to complete the first phase of the plan?" Lee Jae-do, the Vice Dean of the 1st Military Academy, replied with a smile, "The Imperial Expeditionary Force's supply of troops has not been interrupted, but as long as the 2 space channels are in our hands, the first phase of the attack should not be too big of a problem." As the only son of the military god Lee Pifu, Lee Jae-do had always been taciturn and low-key in the federal military and political circles. The people of the Federation did not know much about him. Originally, he was not willing to appear on the news program, but the Federation government had to ask him to appear in order to explain the war to the people for so long. After all, he was a member of the Lees of Philadelphia, so the people of the Federation would definitely trust him more than the spokesperson of the government. In fact, he knew very well that the image shown on the news was from 10 hours ago. At this time, almost all of the mechanized troops of the West Woods military had probably arrived in the sky above the 2 planets and were in the midst of a forceful landing battle. In the studio, a white-haired war strategist frowned in confusion and asked Director Lee, "Director Lee, as far as I know, the fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force has been cautiously wandering around the periphery of the region. That is the desolate region. The Federation has not been able to obtain an accurate star map. This time, the Second Fleet is cruising at full capacity at high speed. Once that fleet launches a surprise attack, the flames of war in the West Woods region rose again." The military scientists in the capital ring were most vigilant and puzzled about why the Department of Defense dared to use the Second Fleet to carry out the full-capacity transportation plan. After all, the Imperial Expeditionary Force fleet that was like a ghost whose location could not be determined was really a big problem. The fleet of the Empire is currently in the 5460 system. Li Jedu was not used to sitting in front of the camera. He smiled and coughed twice before saying, "But I believe that they will never be able to return to the star system they are familiar with to be ghosts." The news immediately shocked all the staff in the studio and the countless viewers in front of the TV. Director Li Jedu suddenly remembered the mission that Mr. President had given him and said to the camera, "The goal of the first phase of the plan is to drive the people of the Empire away from the 3 resource star systems. According to the host's question, according to my judgment, it will take the Federal Army at most 1.5 years to complete this historical mission." The female host suddenly opened her eyes wide and asked an extremely unprofessional question that hit the nail on the head. "The military operation is codenamed Victory. Does it have anything to do with the National Girls' Victory Concert? Resource Star System? Did they really want the public to believe that there were only mines and military bases there, but no Federation citizens?" Jian Shuer looked at Rong Pingjing's cousin on the TV and frowned slightly. A hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. Including 5460, in the 3 star systems that had fallen into the hands of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, there were close to 2 million Federation citizens who had been trapped under the iron hooves of the Empire for several decades. Meanwhile, the Federation government had always ignored them for the sake of the greater strategic arrangements, hiding the truth from the public. However, this was ultimately a decision that the government, parliament, and military had no choice but to make many years ago. This time's Federation government was at least correcting the mistakes that the Federation had made in the past. Doing some propaganda and embellishing was understandable. Jian Shuer lowered her head slightly as she thought to herself. A moment later, she raised her head and watched the replay of President Pabre's speech on the TV. A trace of a smile appeared on her face. A mature president or politician should announce the start of war before the midterm elections or the next term of office. On one hand, this would increase the chances of success and reduce the risk. On the other hand, it would also help them gain more electoral support. However, President Pabre had ignored the collective opposition of his staff when the new MX Mecha had just been equipped to the army. He had used his superb political skills to unify the opposing views in Parliament and forcefully pushed through the military deployment plan of the Ministry of Defense despite the objections of the masses. This kind of decision might seem a little radical, but hidden within this radical was a certain political philosophy that was worthy of respect. Under Mr. Pabre's tanned and simple face, it was precisely this respectable way of thinking that was completely different from most politicians that allowed him to win the recognition and respect of many Federation youths, such as Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu. Just like many people, Jian Shuer also greatly admired this Mr. President who had come from a poor background. Because of her family background, she vaguely knew some of the inside story. This West Woods war plan was completely proposed and single-handedly pushed forward by this charismatic Mr. President. For this matter, the president had even made a special trip to Philadelphia. The TV began to play the second video released by the Ministry of Defense. She carefully watched the federal fleet on the screen as if they were transporting a flock of birds. They used the air-to-ground transport pods to deliver the heavy equipment and soldiers of the landing force to the 2 unfamiliar planets. Looking at the explosions that continued to erupt from the 2 planets, the hands hanging by her waist gradually tightened. The national girl Jian Shuer was the fuse of this war. It was hard to believe, but this was the truth. Furthermore, she was a top student from the 1st Military Academy's Warship Command Department. Her family background allowed her to hide an intelligent military sense under her cute appearance. Seeing this, she roughly understood the federal military's grand plan. She was the bait, and even the Federation's attack in the southern hemisphere of 5460 was just a disguise. From the very beginning, the federal military's plan was to transfer the last fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force to this star sector, and then begin to attack the other 2 planets with a thunderous force. Those 2 planets had been completely occupied and operated by the Imperial Expeditionary Force for many years. The situation was completely different from the situation on 5460. In order to tear open a hole in such an environment and establish an outpost for the Federation's counterattack, the Westwoods military region had to complete a sudden landing raid in the shortest time possible. And first they had to transfer the last fleet of the Empire away. A light flashed through Jian Shui's ink-like eyes. Her delicate lips opened slightly, and she let out a sigh of admiration. This was a simple military plan. Although it had successfully deceived the people of the Empire and even many of the Federation's participating troops, no matter whether it was the reaction of the Maple Federation, the mobilization of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, or the advance arrival of the Federal Fleet, as long as there was an unexpected situation in one step, this plan could not be carried out. The person who made this plan had calculated all of the Empire's countermeasures without a single mistake. It was a simple and light placement of chess pieces, but it landed in every place where the enemy would definitely advance and retreat. What kind of realm was this? This was a terrifying realm where one had grasped every gust of wind on the battlefield in one's hand and grasped the reactions of people to the extreme. Thus, it appeared to be at their fingertips, at ease, and with great complexity, as simple as it was simple. Jian Shuai thought in surprise. The old man had already retired. Why did he come out of retirement this time? Chapter 428. I'll get straight to the point. I haven't updated today. I'd like to report to everyone that the deposit for the house has been paid today. My supervisor and I both confirmed that the sales lady was really pretty. Then countless things piled up on me and I felt like I couldn't handle them all. Like I said the other day, the 1,000 words I forced myself to write just now were even worse than some paragraphs. Although the spies' plots had been on the right track recently, there had been some problems with their rhythm. This was because there was a problem with the rhythm of my life. Like today, it wasn't difficult to squeeze out plots to sell for money. I could always get some word count with a little bit of effort. But that's a fake product. I don't think that's right. So I can only not write. I can't write. It's not that I can't write, it's that I don't want to. Because you have to spend money for these words, and I have to be responsible for my own face. I've never asked for leave and I've stopped updating twice in a week. It's very annoying, but compared to writing shit, the latter is more annoying. So I sincerely asked for leave. I ask for leave because I can't help it, because I'm too busy to talk about it. I don't dare to promise that I won't ask for leave in the future. After serious self-reflection and calculation, I think that starting in March, the speed of the spy should return to how it was at the beginning. In the next 1.5 months, I'll do my best to write the spy well. In fact, in the outline, this should be the stage I'm most concerned about. I sincerely ask that after tomorrow, although you won't be reading the forbidden book in the snow outside the window, you can still read the spy slower than when it was 3,000 words. Because I want to write more carefully so that the amount of information and the things you feel will be richer. The spy has been laying the groundwork for the past few days. If it's 6,000 or 9,000 words a day, this kind of groundwork can actually be seen beautifully. But if it's all groundwork for 3,000 words a day, it will only appear dull and clumsy. So I want to spend more effort on the details. I hope that after your reading rhythm is ruined, you can be merciful. After thinking about it seriously again, I still need to adjust the time of the update to the afternoon so that I can adjust my work state. It's best if I can finish writing in advance every day, then send it out at the right time. That's more appropriate. Tomorrow I'll write 2 chapters. From the day after tomorrow, I'll try to write 1 chapter every day at 4 p.m. Wind can't blow, rain can't hit. Because I actually like this story. Because the later parts of the story were all interesting and murderous things that I really wanted to write. Please give me and the spy more patience with this story. That invincible, great and diligent tomcat, who didn't need to take a wedding break and only cared about renovations, would finally tear apart its fur and reveal its brilliance. It would appear in front of your fresh eyes every day in a slow-motion running posture. Although it will be written more slowly, it will definitely be written more straightforwardly, so that we in Sulu can travel in a straight line through the universe, with infinite glory. For the next 2 months, I definitely won't be soliciting monthly votes. I can just do whatever I want with recommendation votes. Anyway, the guests will definitely be good in the future, so I definitely have some confidence in this aspect. 1,000 words on the note should be able to prove that what I said was true. In my opinion, not updating while asking for leave is a sign of responsibility. Am still narcissistic. Bow and leave the stage. See you tomorrow. Chapter 429. Jian Shuai could be cute and innocent in front of her family, but she could also be youthful, adorable, charming, and witty to the point of being natural. She could make countless members of the opposite sex fall head over heels in love with her and be willing to live a life of poverty for her. This kind of natural ability probably had some kind of indescribable mystery to it. This was the real her, but it was not the entire her. The other part of her was unwilling to use the intelligence and ability she had developed at First Hospital and her home in Philadelphia to figure out the dangers and complexities of the human world. However, right now she could not get rid of her doubts. They were like clouds that forever covered the night sky, blocking out the thousands of stars that scattered down from the universe. It made it difficult for her to keep her heart pure and clear even if she wanted to. At this moment, she needed to discuss the heavy and deep doubts in her heart with someone close and trustworthy, and on this planet, there was no doubt that there was only that small-eyed man. After going through a complicated authorization check, she was brought by the female officer to a large warehouse in the depths of the underground base of the spaceport. The national maiden looked at the scene in front of her and covered her slightly gaping mouth in shock. The underground warehouse was very large and spacious. A large black MX mecha of the Federation hung on a platform suspended in mid-air. The heavily damaged outer shell on the left side of the mecha had already been dismantled, revealing the dizzyingly complex mechanical structure inside. It looked like a human skeleton specimen from a medical school, except that it had a faint metallic glow. Also, because it was too large, it gave off a strong sense of oppression for the people in the warehouse. On the left side of the black MX, a simple automatic assembly line suspended 5 meters in the air was moving in many parts with a clatter. Below the assembly line, 6 officers were recording something with serious expressions on their faces. In their hands, the electronic repair records kept flashing rapidly, recording in detail every movement seen with the naked eye. The dark blue patch on their left shoulders indicated that they were Federation repair officers. One of the officers wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the guy on the black mecha who was silently climbing and jumping like an ape. He said in shock, "I always thought that my repair skills were already not bad at all." Sulu stood on the tall mecha. After a night of battle and thousands of miles of travel, even the newest generation MX mecha of the Federation, under the frenzied pursuit of the Empire's Moon Wolf Mecha Brigade, had still ended up riddled with holes in certain areas, with some systems extremely fragile. Sulu believed that the Department of Defense would give him a new dangerous mission. Therefore, after 2 hours of light sleep, he went to the warehouse. He wanted to fix the black MX in the shortest amount of time possible. Pulling out a very long data cable, he narrowed his eyes as he stood below the black mech. His fingers lightly touched the control panel on the terminal to remove the outer armor of the MX mech. He didn't really care about the gazes of the 6 mech technicians behind him. In truth, those who had the authority to enter this warehouse naturally had the right to get close to the MX mech. Sulu climbed to the platform below the left shoulder of the mech. Reaching out, he pulled out 2 data cables, broke them with force and connected them to the workbench. Accompanied by the sound of motors, the light silver automatic repair arm rose from the mech. Shang Qiu had made many modifications to this black MX. In her opinion, all the long-range firepower systems that Sulu needed had been completely removed. However, she had forcefully kept the automatic repair arm installed on the mech. This was because she knew that for a genius mechanic like Sulu, a standardized automatic repair arm was more important than anything else. The light alloy mechanical repair arm was lifted off the roof of the warehouse by a crane. Sulu rubbed his hair, narrowed his eyes and grunted. Both his hands grabbed the clasp of the repair arm and pressed a button. Bright electric sparks shot out from the top of the mechanical arm. The components that had been prepared beforehand were meticulously placed into the damaged interior of the mech. Then one by one they were quickly welded together. At this time, Sulu was wearing a dark green singlet. His muscles, which were usually hidden, were clearly defined because he had to operate the extraordinarily heavy mechanical arm. They were filled with a sense of power that had yet to be unleashed. He wore sunglasses and quickly and accurately carried out the repair work. At the same time, he requested parts from the 6 mechanics below him. Standard loop shock absorber. Number 3 ball joint transmission rod. You don't have it? M52 knee joint transmission rod. Please grind it down to a diameter of 3 centimeters. He stood tall on the mech, holding the mechanical repair arm, spitting out sparks. He was like the most courageous warrior of the Federation holding a Darlin rotary machine gun, firing continuously. Every operation he made, every part he requested, would make the 6 Federation mechanics below him tremble violently in their hearts. This was because they had never seen anyone carry out this kind of mechanical repair. Every micro-operation that the young officer on the black mech did was so precise and appropriate. No one would have imagined that one person carrying a heavy repair arm could actually do so much repair work so quickly. Moreover, not a single action was superfluous. What made these mechanics even more fearful and worshipful was that in the beginning, they simply did not understand the intention of Su Li's repair actions. It was not until half a minute later that the embryonic form gradually came together that they more or less understood this kind of exquisite repair train of thought. They could not help but admit that Su Lu, who was repairing the black MX, had long surpassed them in terms of mechanical repair skills. No, he had surpassed the skill level of most of the mechanics in the Federation military by too much. The legend of one person repairing a mech, which was usually unimaginable, seemed to be slowly becoming a reality at this moment. Therefore, that mechanic was so shocked that he could only repeat a certain sentence over and over again. The mechanics beside him also silently felt the same way. One of them stared with his eyes wide and pursed his lips. Looking at Su Lu, who had taken out a small knife and was cutting open a certain sealed circuit, he said in shock, "Can this kind of parallel serial circuit be replaced by a triple overlapping circuit? There's no such thing in the textbooks. We don't understand, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Don't forget, the MX was designed by him in the first place." The voices of the discussions were very soft, but Su Lu, who was climbing up and down the black mech, heard them clearly. He turned his head and said, "We don't have the materials now, so we can only make do like this. Do you have any solidifying gears here?" "Yes. I'll go look for them immediately," said the officer loudly. The mechanics in the underground warehouse had long been dumbfounded by Su Li's miraculous mechanical repair skills. They actually did not notice the arrival of Jian Shui'er outside the door at all. If it had been any other time, these soldiers would have probably fainted from excitement upon seeing the nation's girl suddenly appear by their side. However, at this moment, they had long been completely focused on the mechanical repair skills displayed by Su Lu, completely forgetting about everything else. Jian Shui'er had a military uniform draped over her shoulders. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest as she leaned against the door, watching the scene in front of her with great interest. She had already remembered that Su Lu was originally an extremely talented mechanic. Her earlier shock gradually faded, but at this moment, seeing the fanatical worship in the eyes of those mechanics, for some reason, a faint sense of pride actually grew in her heart. Yesterday, Su Lu had escaped for thousands of miles and returned to the mountain for a surprise attack. Su Lu had left an incomparably deep impression on this nation's girl, but it was very strange. At this moment, Su Lu was wearing a tight-fitting military singlet, sweating profusely and holding the repair arm like he was holding a large gun. This scene really did give birth to some indescribable emotions in her heart. "His figure is quite good." Jian Shui'er looked at Su Lu, who was busy on the mech. Although not very muscular, the lines of his muscles were clearly defined, and subconsciously thought of this. Immediately, her cheeks reddened slightly and she shrugged her shoulders in self-relief. The Black MX's damage was not too serious, but because Wuxia Airport lacked most of the specialized parts, Su Lu could only use some common parts as replacements. This method of doing so would definitely cause the MX's combat power to decrease by a lot, but the fact that he could use those unimaginable ideas to make this Black MX stand up and run again was already very incredible. After a phase of the repair work was completed, the 6 mechanics officers left the warehouse. Su Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead, exhaled softly and climbed down from the tall mech. He was very different from the average mechanic in the military. It was not because he understood this MX mech too well, but more because of the repair philosophy that Uncle Fengyu had imparted to him back then. Whether it was a battleship or a mech, they were actually just tools used by humans, and were no different from household appliances. Adhering to this philosophy, Su Lu did not have any fear when repairing the mech. He dared to fill in any kind of random replacement equipment, whether it was self-cleaning equipment or household appliances. In any case, he only wanted this mech to be able to move. It had to be said that it was precisely because of this difference in philosophy, the perception of treating gold as dung, that Su Lu could do whatever he wanted without fear. As a result, the mechanic beside him was dumbfounded and worshipped him from head to toe. After climbing down from the mech, his body and face were full of black engine oil. Behind his hips hung heavy tools like a teenager, clanking and clanking, looking quite pathetic. Just at this moment he turned around and saw a head of purple hair. Jian Shui'er looked at him with a smile. In the spacious warehouse, it seemed that some crisp sounds of metal clashing could be heard, like wind chimes. "You said that back then, father liked to carry a lot of tools behind him. Was it like what you are doing now?" More or less, Sulu said with a smile. He subconsciously scratched his head. The black high-density mech on his hands was all over his face, smearing it black. Jian Shuer covered her mouth and giggled. After a moment, she regained her composure and asked seriously, "Does the Ministry of Defense have a new mission for you?" "Not yet." Sulu opened the workbench and began to arrange the tools. In a low voice he said, "But I think they definitely won't ask me to send you back to the capital ring again. No matter what mission the Ministry of Defense gives me, I still have to fix my MX first. After leaving this mech, there's actually not much I can do." Jian Shuer was silent for a moment. She understood what Sulu meant. Whether it was the Special Mecha Battalion or the normal field forces, whether it was the Federation or the Empire, all pilots would have their own personal mecha. It was just like those warriors in ancient myths who rode their horses onto the battlefield. "This is your mech. In a few days you'll probably paint a lot of stars on it." She smiled and said, "Have you given it a name?" This was a tradition of the federal military. Every time a mecha warrior killed an Empire mecha, they would have the right to paint a golden star on the left leg of their mecha. From last night until now, Jian Shuer knew very well that Sulu had the right to paint at least 6 golden stars. Sulu thought seriously for a moment. Then he raised his head and smiled. The white teeth on his dirty face were distinct. "I'm going to call it Little Black Flower." He really doesn't know how to come up with names, Jian Shuer thought silently. Chapter 430. The Nutshell Engineering Department's first prototype MX mecha was silver-white in color, so it was called Little White Flower. This MX was black, so it was called Little Black Flower. It sounded natural, but there was really nothing new about it. Jian Shuer found that Su Li's ability to come up with names was on a completely different level from the mecha repair ability he had displayed earlier and the mecha control ability he had displayed last night. However, looking at this face full of black motor oil, looking at that mouth of ridiculously white teeth, looking at that pair of eyes that were not big but appeared exceptionally clear and sincere, without a single trace of impurity, Jian Shuer narrowed her eyes. They were like the 2 crescent moons in the sky above the capital. She felt that at this moment he really did look like a little black flower. Using a classifier like flower, using a noun like flower, to describe a man, especially such an ordinary-looking young man, made Jian Shuer feel slightly embarrassed when she woke up. Her eyes shifted slightly and she changed the topic. Pointing at the enormous black mecha behind Sulu, she asked, "This MX has been modified? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful?" She shrugged a little embarrassedly and continued, "I only know that cars can be modified." This sounded a little like the stage of finding topics to talk about before a date, but Sulu was slightly taken aback, and then replied earnestly and honestly, "There were some minor modifications, but as for how it differs from the fitted MX, if I didn't learn this, I really can't say for sure." This was the truth. In order to match Su Li's control characteristics, Shang Qiu and the Nutshell Engineering Department had decisively abandoned most of the long-range fire control system of the Little Black Flower. It was difficult to avoid any loopholes in the mecha's assembly system. Other than characters like Su Lu and Madman Li, even the best ace pilots of the federal military would find it very difficult to get used to operating this Little Black Flower. Some serious problems might even arise if they tried to operate it. Hearing this honest statement, Jian Shuer's expression was somewhat unnatural. She shrugged cutely and pursed her pink lips self-deprecatingly. She grew up in the Lees of Philadelphia and was doted on by thousands of people at the age of 12. Such a background and experience gave her a sense of pride in the Federation. However, this kind of pride had always been hidden deep in her bones, and she would never show it in front of ordinary people. However, although Sulu wasn't familiar with her, they had been together for such a long time. Furthermore, he was her biological father, so he couldn't be considered an ordinary person. From her point of view, Sulu was clearly using the enhanced maneuver platform. Why did he have to hide it from her? He even said that it was some kind of simulation system. Now that he could not explain it clearly, the proud national girl naturally did not want to continue asking. "Yes, I thought you were still resting. You must have worked hard last night." Sulu felt the change in Jian Shuer's mood. He nervously wiped the oil on his hands onto his overalls and asked. Jian Shuer came back to her senses. She didn't understand why she felt a little uneasy because of Su Li's concealment. She rubbed her hair a little angrily, raised her small face and spread out her hands and said, "There are some things I want to ask you." The two walked along the deep underground corridor and walked out of the warehouse. At this time, There were countless warships and military aircraft taking off at a high density in Wuxia airport. Most of the Federation soldiers were busy in a state of war, so no one paid attention to them. In the space, only the clear footsteps of the two people and the crisp sound of the wind chimes behind their butts could be heard. I always thought that I had been in Channel 23 for too long, so everyone felt close to me. The script of the TV series was well written, and the character of the female captain was very cute. Other than that, I am just a very ordinary person. Other than being a little good-looking, there is nothing to be proud of. Jian Shuier was draped in a light blue Federal Fleet officer's uniform, with a soft light gray thin jacket inside. Her hands were clasped in front of her body, and her picturesque eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The tenderness in front of the girl's chest was squeezed more clearly by her arms. Sulu turned his head and looked at her. He was silent, but in his heart, he thought that for a girl to be as beautiful and moving as you, that was already her greatest strength. I don't even know how to wear clothes. You used to mock me. Jian Shuier stopped in her tracks. She crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at him seriously. I'm not even very competent as a celebrity. Sulu thought of the concert stage last night. The girl's tight red dress that made the soldiers fall into a frenzy, and that dark uniform that couldn't be any shorter. He thought of the smoothness in the mecha and still remained silent, but in the depths of his heart, he whistled to express his amazement. In any case, I think we should all be very clear that I'm not some big shot. Sulu suddenly turned his head. The dim lights in the underground corridor shone on her beautiful face, making him suddenly have some strange thoughts. His eyes gradually narrowed and he asked slowly, "What are you trying to say?" "I don't understand." Jian Shuier's eyes flashed with a puzzled but determined light. Why did the Department of Defense use me as bait? Why did the Empire's people really come after me? Can you understand? I can't. You're here too? Sulu looked at her and asked. Jian Shuier lowered her gaze and said softly, "Don't forget, I'm also a soldier." Sulu fell into silence. Jian Shuier's puzzlement was actually also his puzzlement. Last night, he had been continuously killing until the early morning. During this rare time of leisure, this puzzlement had already made him feel extremely strange. He knew that he was just an insignificant part of the vast battlefield, and he didn't have the ability to guess the grand scheme of the Federation's government and military. However, the fact that Jian Shuier was Uncle's daughter, in the end, made him feel uneasy. He didn't know how the military god made the judgment, why the Empire's people launched such a fierce attack as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire gave a random order, and then the expeditionary army in the north used this matter to vent their anger? It was hard to explain. Probably only Marshal Li knows about this matter. Sulu looked at Jian Shuier and said with a serious expression. Jian Shuier looked straight into his eyes and said, "If I ask the old man, do you think he will tell me?" Sulu shook his head. She was silent for a moment and then suddenly asked, could it be related to that father of mine?" Her father, her teacher, was a first-class wanted criminal of the Federation, the traitorous mechanic Euphone. In this war between the Federation and the Empire, it couldn't be ruled out that this background played a strange role. Just from the puzzlement in her heart, she was able to grasp certain things clearly like snow. It had to be said that the bloodline of the Lees of Philadelphia was indeed extraordinary. Hearing this judgment, Su Li's heart slightly tightened. After a moment of silence he said, "I don't know, but I'll try my best to find out." The investigation of this matter was too difficult. According to his judgment, if it really was Jian Shuier's background that made the military god Li Pifu draw up such an inconceivable plan, then this secret might not be known by anyone other than the military god himself. "Thank you." Jian Shuier expressed her sincere gratitude. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Su Li's answer was very formal, but if one carefully listened to every word, it revealed the complicated yet simple, distant yet close relationship between him and the national girl in front of him, from Donglin to the West Woods. "Did you see the news just now?" "I saw it. Those two planets are under the absolute control of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. The Federation's electronic surveillance network didn't leave behind a single bit. The West Woods military is going to have a tough nut to crack this time. Those two planets are definitely more difficult than 5,460. Jian Shuier explained to him. "It seems like Commander Zhong is personally commanding at the front line." Sulu suddenly thought of something and looked at Jian Shuier. He frowned and said, "Madman Li? He must be there too." Jian Shuier's beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she replied softly, Originally, Sulu thought that he was about to embark on a journey full of blood and smoke, so he didn't have time to rest. He was in a hurry to repair Little Black Flower's mecha, even ignoring the fact that Wuxia Spaceport was severely lacking in standard MX mecha parts. However, after an entire day, the Federation's command center didn't give Sulu any new tasks. They just let him rest in the spaceport. The second day there were still no orders. They just let him rest. The third day was the same. On this planet, the flames of war were everywhere. Every second there were people dying. There were bombs blasting through rock formations, sending up clouds of dust. Wuxia Spaceport was also absolutely busy. Even the 6 mecha operators with red eyes didn't have time to record his repair process. They were all transferred to the front line. However, he and Jian Shuier had nothing to do. They were just idling 24 hours a day waiting for death. This kind of feeling was a little strange. That night, after Sulu conducted the third assembly test on Little Black Flower, he dragged his tired body back to his room. During the day, he had already contacted Bai Yulan and found out that Group 7 had followed the mobile battalion back to the base camp that night. They would probably have to wait at least until the current phase of the war ended before they could reach Wuxia Spaceport by land. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, Sulu laid on his bed with his hands behind his head. He watched the Federation's news on the television in a daze. The Federation Army's attack on Planet 5460 was going smoothly. The battle on the other 2 planets was as fierce as expected. With the West Woods Military District as the main force, plus the 13 divisions of the 1st and 2nd Military District, a total of 73 divisions were all deployed on the 2 planets. However, under the crazy firepower of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the Federation had only managed to establish 7 bases on the surface. And they had paid a terrible price for it. The images broadcast through the news were all very heroic. It seems that the West Woods Tigers have really encountered a tough nut to crack this time. Although Sulu had never met the fierce man from the Zhong family because of his wife and little watermelon, and because the man had stood up for him, he had a very inexplicable sense of closeness to him. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to this commander. As for the crazy war machine Madman Li, he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 431. In the days of the war, there were brave Federation soldiers dying every second, and the 3-star systems at the edge of the West Woods had long been engulfed in blood and fire. The relevant government departments were definitely not stupid enough to allow the major TV stations to continuously publish the names of the fallen soldiers in black. On the contrary, the news was filled with victory reports and commendations that were constantly appearing on the news. And the name that appeared the most in these battle reports and commendations was the Federation's 3rd Military Region's 7th Mechanic Division. The war suddenly broke out, and the Federation's propaganda machine launched a simultaneous and intensive attack. In just a few days, the Iron 7 Division, which had been gradually forgotten by the public of the Federation, appeared in front of the entire universe with an unstoppable momentum. It had to be admitted that the performance of the Iron 7 Division in this victorious battle was definitely worthy of the glory that they were enjoying at this moment. On Planet 5460, the Imperial Expeditionary Force brazenly invaded the south, and the Federation's 3 lines of defense were on the verge of collapse. It was the Iron 7 Division's blockade at the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge that fired the first shot of the Federation's counterattack and set off a frenzied invasion of the north. This force completely annihilated the Imperial Moonwolf Group in the Mountain War Zone, and then immediately pursued the Imperial Assault Group, which had nearly 20,000 soldiers for thousands of miles. However, what the Federal Military and Division Commander Du Xiaoqing did not expect was that the 2 Federation divisions that retreated from the south of the demarcation line did not arrive at the designated location at the designated time. However, the Imperial Assault Group had already regained their senses and launched a fierce counterattack on the Glacier Plateau, trying to nail the Iron 7 Division's pursuit to the Red Plateau soil. Du Xiaoqing, wearing sunglasses, silently raised his right hand and pointed to the north like an arrow. The arrow was already on the string and it had to be released. The Iron 7th Division was exhausted, but they were still silent and valiant. They charged toward the Imperial Assault Group, who were trying to regroup and organize a counterattack. The valiant soldiers of the Federation and the soldiers of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, whose willpower was tempered by ice and snow, once again clashed with each other on the Red Plateau. The formation that had just been formed was once again disrupted. The Iron 7th Division still coldly continued their crazy and fierce pursuit. This desperate chase lasted from late night to early morning, and from early morning to dusk. It was unknown how much blood was sprayed into the sky, making the sunset incomparably bewitching red. That night, when the red clouds were as red as blood, the Iron Seven Masters obtained the final victory. However, they also paid an extremely disastrous price. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's strategy of defending and waiting for reinforcements, which had been maintained for decades, suddenly melted like ice and snow, just like the once every 3,000 years flow of this planet. The Maple Forest Alliance's many years of savings were all used up because of His Majesty's reckless order, and because of old General Ambry's ruthless and even somewhat desperate decision to leave his homeland. All of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's heavy weapons, secret land-based missile bases, electronically controlled micro-aircraft hangars, military deployments, and even the most real strength of the troops were all exposed in front of the Federal Army. With the Iron 7th Division's tragic victory as the starting point, the Federation began a rapid counterattack from the south to the north. Whether it was the command center, the West Woods Military District, or the Department of National Defense far away in the capital ring, none of them would let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to plan for the results of this battle. The Federation had a total of nearly 3,400 M52 mechas, and more than 300 of them were thrown on the north-south border of this planet. Like countless cold iron protrusions, they mixed in with the automated mechanical troops and advanced towards the north. There were also dozens of strange black MX mechas appearing and disappearing in the mountains and wilderness. The Maple Forest Alliance retreated decisively like a tide, and the Federal Army chased after them fiercely like a forest fire, until the planet turned into a sea of fire. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's Maple Forest Alliance was made up of 9 Army brigades and 1 mecha brigade. Including the logistics and related officers in the base, they had a total of more than 218,000 people. When they retreated to the safe zone of mid-range missiles in the northern hemisphere that was covered in ice and snow, they had already left behind more than 60,000 corpses on the ground in the south. The Maple Forest Alliance took 17 mecha clans from the army brigades and took on the task of attacking on the front line. In the end, only 5 of them were able to retreat with their formation intact. What was more fatal was that under the attack of the Federation's air power and concentrated long-range missiles, it was very difficult for the Imperial armies to move their heavy firepower equipment into the warehouses hidden by the glaciers. The protracted battle was cut in half at the waist, and it was very difficult for them to continue. The plan of the Federation's Ministry of Defense was 1/3 complete, and the Imperial Expeditionary Force was holed up in the ice and snow of the Northern Hemisphere, without any signs of life. At this point, the general situation of Planet 5460 was set. The military commander of the Empire, Old General Ambly, was not inferior to his counterparts in the Federation. In fact, he did not make a mistake. Although he did not think that this was a trap set by the Federation in the beginning, he was prepared to break the trap. However, he did not expect that the Federation would silently send another black noose into this big trap. As the saying goes, a big ring encircles a small ring. The old general of the Empire lost because of the source, because of His Majesty the Emperor's random order. Old General Ambly's old face was as cold as the ice and snow around him. His sparse eyebrows were mixed with ice shards as he stood on the top floor of the base covered in ice and snow. His old hands continuously patted the steel railings, and his heart was filled with endless emotions and shock. How could the Federation have guessed His Majesty the Emperor's random order? Or could it be that the Federation spies had unbelievably infiltrated the core of the Empire? Unlike the fireworks of the victory of Planet 5460, the remaining 2/3 of the Ministry of Defense's plan did not go so smoothly. The main fleet of the Federation had to be stationed at the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula. Even if they had to wait for 100,000 years, they had to be on guard against the appearance of the Imperial fleet. That was the scenario that the Federation feared the most. The Ministry of Defense's plan was to use Jian Shui'er as bait to ignite a local war, then use the local war to trigger a planetary war. Using this planetary war, they would then use this planetary war to lure the only fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force to leave the barren star field. Once the Imperial fleet was lured away, the Ministry of Defense would then secretly prepare for a large-scale landing on the other 2 fallen planets. They would be able to obtain the precious and safe outer space environment. There was nothing wrong with this plan, except that the Federation did not expect that old General Ambly would directly use the Federation's plan to start a tragic planetary war. Except that they did not expect that the Imperial Expeditionary Force would actually spend decades to set up such dense and violent stratospheric firepower on the 2 fallen planets. On these 2 planets at the border of the Sylvan region, Although the Federation's offensive could not be said to be gloomy, it had sunk into a kind of chilling stalemate. Every moment, there were countless Silan native soldiers whose names were marked with black boxes, signifying their death. On the news, the Senate had just passed an order of commendation for the Iron 7th Division. At the same time, the commanders of the two divisions that delayed the military flight were immediately removed from their posts and sent back to the Capital Ring Military Court for trial. Sulu narrowed his eyes, then turned off the TV and began to think about some problems with his eyes closed. The two divisions were directly under the command of the West Woods Military Command. The Iron 7th Division was constantly on the news and receiving commendations. Sulu did not find it strange. Although the troops led by Du Shaoqing were the first to go to the front lines, they had displayed a fierce iron will and outstanding military service, so it was natural for them to receive commendations. The problem was that the two fallen planets of the West Woods Military Command that were the main offensive force were unable to break through the situation. Thinking of the rumors that Zhong Laohu of the West Woods had been suppressing Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7th Division, and the two West Woods commanders who were arrested, Sulu felt a little strange and thought about it. Although the son of the Zhong family in the West Woods was really stupid, and those powerful relatives of the Zhong family were really annoying, Sulu still sat on the side of the West Woods Zhong family because that was the home of Little Watermelon and Mrs. Zhong. Sulu fell into a deep sleep as he thought about this without a clue. Outside the spaceport, from time to time, the roar of battleships taking off and landing, the noisy sound of engines exploding, and the orderly and solemn footsteps of soldiers could not wake him up, because this was a beautiful dream. However, when he turned around, he saw a young girl in a white dress standing by the window. The light from the sun shone in through the window, illuminating the young girl's youthful body and revealing her curves. What moved his heart the most was the pair of slender, tight, and smooth legs that did not match her height. They were somewhat exaggerated. The girl did not answer, but in the dream, Sulu knew who she was because she had short purple hair. Sulu felt that he was blaspheming an artist's oil painting. He reluctantly turned his head back, but he saw that the Shang Qiu under him had become the beautiful daughter of the Nan family. Nan Xiangmei, who was being pressed down by his strong body, was wearing a dark blue turtleneck imitation sweater. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her black eyelashes were slightly trembling. She seemed to be awake but refused to open her eyes as if she was expecting something. Her cheeks were full of shyness, and there was a touch of purity in her gentleness. However, in front of this purity he was a little violent and excited. He grabbed the hem of the dark blue sweater and pulled it up, exposing Nan Xiangmei's white jade-like upper body to the air. Sulu only felt that it was warm and soft, and the fine particles on her creamy skin were shivering. It seemed that the air was a little cold. A little cold? It was indeed a little cold in the gatehouse, and the pear garden outside the window was still snowing. He looked up in excitement and confusion and saw the pair of black-rimmed glasses. However, the pair of eyes under the glasses did not have any sense of righteousness, only incomparably seductive and pure. The girl was also wearing a pair of red devil horns on her head, like a clumsy elf imitating a little goblin. Sulu, who was sweating all over, suddenly woke up. He sat on the bed in a daze for a long time and looked at his hands in a daze. Then he walked into the bathroom dejectedly, turned on the tap and began to wash his clothes. Chapter 432. Drying his wet underwear on the heater rack, he turned on the switch and let the cold water droplets fall from the sky. Sulu rubbed his skin hard until his back was red. He took a longer shower than usual. In the cold water, he raised his hands in front of his eyes in a daze. Looking at the white skin on his fingertips, he thought to himself that his hands should be used to operate a mecha. Although a mecha could indeed shoot down a plane, he didn't understand why he had this wet dream. Thinking about the romantic fantasy that flashed through his mind a few days ago, he couldn't help but be shocked at how much his moral standards had dropped while the level of testosterone in his body had increased too much. However, he completely didn't realize that in reality, the war and death on this planet itself was a supreme weapon that stimulated lust and shattered all spiritual rules. Holding the cold porcelain basin with both hands, he looked at the somewhat unfamiliar young face in the mirror. There was no steam in the bathroom, so there was no fog on the mirror. He didn't need to use his hands to wipe it away, but why did that face look so unfamiliar? The straight eyebrows were still resting peacefully above his eyes, like two unsheathed flying knives. The fine hair between his eyebrows hadn't been shaved for a long time. The two thick black lines seemed to connect together, but there was no sense of valiance. Matched with the pair of small eyes below, it made people feel that this face was very trustworthy. But it was still unfamiliar because that pair of eyes seemed too calm. Sulu looked at himself in the mirror and thought about a few years ago, after he scared off that person on Donglin's Clock Tower Street. He had also been silent and nervous in the bathroom mirror. That person was called Bao Longtao, right? How come he was almost forgetting his name? Sulu found that after he escaped from Donglin, he had become more and more silent and calm. However, this silence and calm to him was somewhat similar to an undesirable aura. He didn't think this was his nature and he didn't like this kind of outward change, so he stared at himself in the mirror in a daze. He didn't understand what the Federation's plan was. Jian Shuier said that the Westwoods military's main attack on the two fallen stars was very difficult, and that the days of the Zhong family's tiger were very difficult, but he didn't understand. He didn't understand the Empire's ferocious attacks and the resolute retreat, nor did he understand the Federation's meticulous and wondrous military arrangements, nor did he understand the art of war command. At the end of the day, he was just an insignificant character in the Grand Galactic War. He could only silently turn back to repair his mecha and then travel through the forest at high speed. This was his greatest reliance. However, he had already begun to kill his enemies. Those Imperial mecha that had exploded in front of him and behind him, those corpses that had died with their eyes wide open, their twisted bodies constantly stimulating his brain. When he was in Eastwood, he had no knowledge of the people of the Empire. It was only when he saw the black tombstones on the graveyard in Macklin that he had a direct understanding of the people of the Empire. Sulu had killed a lot of people. When he was a child, blood dripped from the tip of the hydraulic pipe in the garbage dump, a gun barrel in the underground parking lot of Lin Hai, and corpses were everywhere in the Foundation building. He was a good person and good people could kill without blinking, let alone someone from the Empire. However, it was too easy for people to die on the battlefield. Life was too cheap here. In the middle of the night, Sulu, who was hit hard by the atmosphere of war, felt a little lost in his youthful state. He walked out of his room and listened to the chaotic and nervous noises outside the spaceport. He silently lowered his head and walked towards the end of the quiet corridor. Little Black Flower's mecha was quietly waiting on the other end. In the cold, dangerous, and complicated web of war, no matter how strong an individual's strength was, they were just an insect that was stuck in the web. They could be swallowed up at any moment. There was no chance of survival. He had to repair his personal MX. That way he would have an extra set of armor and a few more sharp knives. When he struggled in the web in the future, he would be able to make a bigger commotion. There was a military satellite phone in the quiet corridor. Sulu silently thought for a moment. He turned his head, picked up the phone terminal scanner and placed it behind his neck to scan it. After passing the authorization, he pressed a string of numbers. It was Shi Qinghai's phone call. The call was picked up very quickly. From this detail, Sulu knew that he had already arrived in the West Woods. His mood couldn't help but become heavier. "How's your job as a liaison officer?" Sulu leaned against the cold wall and smiled at his friend on the other end of the phone. "The overall situation here is not a problem, but there are still some dangers. But the Department of Defense hasn't sent any orders, so I'm just waiting for death in the spaceport." Shi Qinghai's bright and charming laughter came from the other end of the phone. Sulu smiled and began to talk about his feelings when he was on a battlefield for the first time. His tone was slightly heavy and worried. The war between the Federation and the Imperium was like a fight between two rock giants. Every heavy punch might not hurt the other party, but the falling pieces of rocks would definitely kill the other party. After a short pause, Sulu thought of the dream he had. His cheeks were slightly hot as he talked about it. Then he nervously asked in a hoarse voice, "Should I be in a relationship? But how can I like 4 people at the same time?" Shi Qinghai on the other end of the phone suddenly asked, "Have you been stimulated by a woman recently?" Sulu shook his head. Strangely, Shi Qinghai on the other side of the planet seemed to have seen his movement. He said in a slightly mocking tone, "Although I'm busy now, I still watch the news. The scandal between you and that national girl is so big. Although you're wearing a pair of toad sunglasses, do you think you can hide it from my lightning-like eyes?" Sulu was silent. Shi Qinghai on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Then he said seriously, "I think you should find a woman." Sulu replied, "Don't they mean the same thing? Falling in love doesn't mean that you can sleep with her, but you might have to get married. You definitely won't get married, but you definitely have to sleep with her." Shi Qinghai said sarcastically, "These are 2 very different things." "You mean eventing?" Sulu held the phone and lowered his voice. "Is this really that interesting?" If it's not interesting, then why are you dreaming? I'm just asking. Why are you so angry? Sulu was a little annoyed. He looked at the remaining time on the phone and suddenly said seriously, "You have to take care of yourself." The anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain were officially part of the government forces. They came to the front line of the West Woods to fight. Presumably, these soldiers would join the battlefield after some time. Sulu was very clear that there would be a lot of dangerous and complicated compromises and exploitation. Shi Qinghai's role as a liaison officer was very dangerous. Shi Qinghai on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Then he said, "You also take care of yourself. Overly high-profile morality can only cultivate hypocrites. In my opinion, although our young leader has never put the word morality on his lips, he has always put it above his head, and he can't wait for everyone to see. Is this a big lie that looks real, or is it real gold and silver?" The flames of war had spread to the glacier forest in the northern hemisphere. The long-range firepower of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was suppressed to the brink of collapse. This road that passed by the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge returned to silence. At this moment, a motorcade composed of dozens of military and civilian vehicles slowly drove over. The roaring sound of the engines broke the silence. In the back of a military vehicle, these extremely sarcastic words were even more harsh than the sound of the engines. Bai Yulan lowered her head and dozed off. She couldn't stop Lan Xiaolong from nagging. Her delicate eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. Lan Xiaolong was smoking a cigarette. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the blackened sparks on the mountain outside the window. He looked at the scattered metal wreckage and secretly assessed the extent of the battle that happened that night. His lips moved, but he didn't stop his sarcastic remarks. "That old man is good. He took the nation's girl and ran away. He saved that camp. Isn't it cool? Isn't it glorious? But what about us? We didn't fire a single shot when we went to the front line. Although we didn't become deserters, we became leftovers and were thrown back to the headquarters by him." The cigarette on Lan Xiaolong's lips swayed up and down. He looked very interesting. The sarcastic expression on his face was full of sarcasm. The 7th Combat Team didn't fight a single battle. They're about to be transferred back to the West Woods. Speaking of which, all the battles were fought by our supervisor alone. Of course, we can only follow behind him and watch the show. What are we doing here? Traveling? In the carriage, Xiong Linquan had been carefully maintaining the heavy rotary machine gun. When he heard Lan Xiaolong's words, his face became a little ugly. The rest of the soldiers of the 7th Combat Team felt the same. Of course, they didn't have any opinions about Supervisor Su Lu. They just thought that since the war had started, they, who were originally very fierce, couldn't do anything because they had an even fiercer supervisor. It was really a little frustrating. "You're not originally a member of the 7th Combat Team." Bai Yulan finally spoke softly. "I don't understand why the division sent you here." Lan Xiaolong threw the cigarette out of the window. The cigarette landed on the charred platform of the grenade launcher, creating a small spark. He said, "Of course it's to protect the Federation's treasure, our Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu." Bai Yulan frowned. Damn it, how could they send a major to protect a lieutenant colonel? Furthermore, this guy's military skills were quite average. However, he had been in the port city's 83-84 unit for many years, so his military style was quite obvious. Lan Xiaolong ignored him and said to the men of the 7th Combat Team who had their heads lowered, "Our supervisor is on a mecha. Of course we can't follow, but you have to think about it. He's already a lieutenant colonel. He can't be using MX to pretend to be a soldier and kill everywhere. In the West Woods, in the Empire, in the mountains, in the grasslands, constantly killing in and out, playing the hero 7 times in and out, and finally dying of exhaustion and walking to the end of the road? Bullshit. He has to be the commanding officer of the unit, like a regiment commander or division commander. However, we all know that although that guy has been studying commanding teaching materials every day for the past few months, when it comes to commanding, he doesn't have much of a future. He's a few thousand streets behind someone like Du Xiaoqing. When the time comes, what do you think we can do for him? Gu Shifeng, Lu Jiao, Xiong Linquan, you all need to think about it carefully." Lan Xiaolong was like a hooligan as he gestured around. Bai Yulan, who had her head lowered and remained silent, suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She thought about how the Department of Defense had directly transferred this guy from the 17th Armored Division to her team. She thought about how her 7th Combat Team couldn't get rid of the background of the 17th Armored Division. Bai Yulan gradually understood what was going on. Her eyes, which were separated by thin strands of hair, suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 433. The light in Bai Yulan's eyes gradually dimmed. She lowered her head and listened attentively to Lan Xiaolong's incessant nagging. At this time, she already had a certain judgment in her mind. Listening to Lan Xiaolong's seemingly roguish and decadent literary tone, she was getting more and more suspicious. The famous people in this universe, the big shots, often started to build their own team when they were lonely, unknown, or at the bottom level. Now, the subordinates of Du Shaoqing, who was famous in the Federation when he first joined the Iron 7th Division, had grown into his most loyal partners and executors. The subordinates trained by the god of war Li Pifu in several wars had now become the heroes of the military. Even President Pabre, who was deeply respected by everyone, was now an officer in the Secretary's office. In this year, the Federation government, the Lees of Philadelphia and Minister Zhou of the Department of National Defense re-established the 7th Combat Team and sent this amazing team to the training base. Without a doubt, they were trying to let Sulu have a team that belonged exclusively to him. However, what made Bai Yulan feel slightly sad was that Sulu didn't seem to have much interest in building a team and expanding his influence in the future. Although the core members of the 7th Combat Team had already recognized the young lieutenant colonel's ability and temperament after the graduation day military drill and these few months of interaction, he didn't have the self-awareness to become a leader himself. On the contrary, it was this strange Major Lan Xiaolong who had been supporting Sulu for the past few months. He inspired the self-awareness of the members of the 7th Combat Team on behalf of the young lieutenant colonel who was like a rock. He subtly influenced this team to be under Su Li's influence. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yulan's face. She took out a cigarette from her jacket pocket and stuffed it into her slightly dry lips. She took a deep breath with great enjoyment. Boss might be the commander of the 17th Division in the future, but what would he be in the future even further? A new marshal? As long as the members of the 7th Combat Team could return to their hometown alive from the battlefield, they would definitely have a very good life. The fleet drove into Luoqiu Airport. The performance team and the broadcasting team of the Federation TV station, who had experienced the baptism of the battlefield, saw the large warships taking off and landing. Before they had time to relax, they were controlled by the strong impulse to leave the battlefield of life and death and return to the rear. Some female staff members were so excited that they even shed tears. For Sister Tong, not being with Miss for nearly 100 hours was something that had never happened in the past 7 years. Her mood had long been nervous to the extreme. Towards Su Li's action of taking the young miss away without her consent, she was extremely angry. However, when she saw the young man and man walking together in the barracks, the anger in her heart instantly became a faint sense of loss. Jian Shuita was wearing a light-colored short windbreaker as she nestled beside Su Lu like a docile little bird. Her expression was calm and peaceful. Looking at this scene, Sister Tong uncomfortably confirmed that the escape that night had already caused the young miss to have absolute trust in this small-eyed officer. What would happen when a man and a woman were alone in a small cabin? Sister Tong didn't want to think about it, and she immediately remembered that they were originally a blind date, the core of the Federation's scandal. Without any rest, everyone boarded the warship specially dispatched by the Ministry of National Defense and left this planet full of blood and fire. Su Lu, wearing sunglasses, stood by the wide porthole and narrowed his eyes to look at the colorful planet floating in the black universe. Thinking of the smoke of war and the soldiers who died on the battlefield that night, he slightly pursed his lips and believed that he would be back soon. Bai Magnolia walked behind him and handed him a cup of freshly brewed green tea. She said softly, "I just received the order from the company to escort Miss Jian Shui to the main planet of the West Woods. Then the 7th Combat Team will rest here and wait for the next mission." Whatever he thought of, it came. Su Lu took the teacup, thanked her and smiled bitterly. He was about to say goodbye to Jian Shui, and the real battlefield in the stars was waiting for him and the men of the 7th Combat Team. The indicator light above the porthole rang, and the deck of the hull was ready to close. The light warship began to accelerate in preparation for entering the twisting passage of the Huiming corridor. The flowing light outside the window was pulled into a strange light circle like leaves. Su Lu retracted his gaze and looked down at the green leaves floating in the green tea in the glass. He was silent. Sunset State, the main planet of the West Woods, Changfeng military base. Countless spacious landing platforms were densely packed in the wilderness like lakes. The warship that the Victory Concert team took when they first arrived in the West Woods was docked in the Changfeng military base. However, the base today was much more tense and busy than before. The war had begun, and countless weapons, ammunition and resources sent from the capital ring had to be transported to the front line through this largest military base. Su Lu still wore his sunglasses and stood behind Jian Shui, vigilantly looking around. His gaze swept past her shoulder and looked at the fleet that was driving out from under the warship, especially the black car that belonged to him. Today they would be staying at the Venus Hotel for the night. Then Jian Shui and her team would return to the capital ring, and the two sides would officially separate. Su Lu did not have too many feelings of sadness in his heart. Because of the uncle, there were too many stories that needed to be told between them, and too many unknown possibilities. Her bright purple hair was as smooth as silk. Jian Shui looked ahead calmly. She didn't turn her head, but she knew that the man behind her was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. She thought about how he was her father's only student and the blind date arranged by her family. She thought about how he had watched her grow up and how he knew her age, birthday, and even her private data. She wanted to laugh, but her beautiful cheeks blushed. Just as she was about to turn around and have a serious conversation with this very interesting guy, a bouquet of very bright roses came to her and interrupted some of the inexplicable emotions that had just arisen. The Zhong family of the West Woods indeed had an unimaginable power and status in this region. Zhong Ziki, the nephew of Commander Zhong who was deeply doted on, could easily enter the security area of the military base at such a tense time of war. I have a pass. Zhong Ziki, who was holding the bouquet of flowers, did not say anything to Jian Shui, who had a slightly stunned expression. Instead, he said to Su Lu who was behind her, "You have a bright future ahead of you. I don't want to offend the person favored by the old man, but I'm just here to give you a bouquet of flowers, so I'm sure you won't mind." As soon as the Zhong family's fleet appeared in sight, the armed members of Group 7 had already prepared security measures. However, Su Lu did not say anything, so everyone remained calm. Zhong Ziki looked at Su Lu and said, "Last time at the hotel, Madman Li already helped you regain your dignity. This time, I've decided not to give you any chance to slap my face." These words were said very sincerely. Ever since he found out about Su Li's background, Zhong Ziki had already given up on the thought of seeking revenge on him within a short period of time. However, when he saw the rumors about Su Lu and Jian Shui spreading like wildfire on the news, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed 300 times with a knife and 2 jars of sea salt had been needed. It was so unbearable that he couldn't say it out loud. Therefore he came with sincerity and grace today. "I want to compete with you fairly." Zhong Ziki smiled. His face could be considered handsome, but because of his slightly wrinkled nose, he looked a little repulsive. He only knew that Su Lu was a person he could not afford to offend, but he did not know Jian Shui's background. He said gently and politely, "Miss Jian Shui, please accept my flowers and please don't misunderstand that I am harassing you. You must know that Master Schiller once said, 'I love you, what does it have to do with you?'" Jian Shui, playfully raised her eyebrows, looked at Zhong Ziki in front of her and asked, "Are you sure you love me?" Zhong Ziki's brows furrowed. After thinking for a long time he said, "I can't say that now. In the past, I only felt that you were a treasure, and it would definitely feel good to have you in my arms. But now I like you with respect." From these words, it could be seen that the secret of the Federation's Department of Defense's successful military operation had not been hidden from this young master of the Zhong family. Now that he admitted that he did not love her, the anger in Jian Shui's heart subsided a little. The girl smiled sweetly and said, "Since it has nothing to do with me, then what does it have to do with me?" At this time, the black car silently slid to the side of the group. Lan Xiaolong pushed open the driver's door and walked behind Su Lu. With a trace of mischief, he said softly, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, I've always thought that you should learn how to be jealous and act like a spoiled brat." Seeing that he did not respond, Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said to Bai Yulan and the others behind him, "If he doesn't know how to do it, then you should help him." Bai Yulan lowered her head, thinking to herself, "We're soldiers, not henchmen who are going to kidnap innocent women for the young master." At this time Jian Shui, very seriously said to Zhong Ziki, "I allow you to secretly like me from afar as long as you don't let me know." These words were said very calmly and indifferently, but there was a very subtle and very sharp mockery in them. Zhong Ziki's face gradually turned pale. Although he did not act out because of Su Lu behind the national girl, the anger in his heart would probably continue to burn for a very very long time. Su Lu had been silent because he was thinking. Looking at the countless battleships and transport ships that frequently took off and landed in the Changfeng base through the lens of his sunglasses, he naturally thought of the smoke and blood on planet 5460 and the tragic landing battle on the 2 fallen planets. At such a time of war, people like Zhong Ziki actually had the leisure to play the drama of jealousy and chasing after celebrities. At this time, under the battleship, a few minutes of tit-for-tat fighting, there were probably many Federation soldiers on the front line who had fallen on the battlefield and could never stand up again. This strong contrast made his mood a little heavy and annoyed. Was he going to play the kind of drama where you don't know who my backer is, so I bully you? I just watch with a smile, then I use my backer to bully you back. Then a bystander will pull out an even more powerful backer to bully everyone and have fun? This was a good way to pass the time and lengthen the length of the boring story in his boring life. However, he was not willing to live such a life. Chapter 434. He had never been valiant. He had only silently swept past the battlefield, seeing a few clumps of smoke and a few spots of mangled flesh. It was not enough to shake or change Sulu, this Donglin rock, too much. It was just that his rock-like heart had long returned to Donglin after he had truly gotten used to life and death. When he was hanging out with a group of orphans on Clock Tower Street, who had any family background, it was just a competition of whose knife was faster and whose brain was more nimble. At this time he looked at Zhong Erlang through the flowers. A man's heart was not as strong as iron, but his eyes were like iron, cold and tough. It was as if the wide sunglasses on the bridge of his nose were going to crack. Zhong Ziki was angry at the national girl's mockery when he suddenly felt this pair of eyes and felt a chill all over his body. A moment later, he slowly raised his head without showing any weakness and coldly looked straight into Su Li's eyes. In the eyes of many people, and even in his own eyes, there was no doubt that he was the only heir of the Westwoods Zhong family because of the favor of the tiger of the Zhong family. This identity gave him too much right to be proud and arrogant. That day at the Venus Hotel, even a real lunatic like Li Feng did not dare to shoot him, let alone this young lieutenant colonel in front of him. After that day, Zhong Ziki carefully investigated Su Li's background and confirmed the secret relationship between him and the Lis of Philadelphia. However, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had the Zhong family's direct security forces by his side today. 7 stern-looking bodyguards in black silently stood behind Zhong Ziki. They were all retired special forces from the Westwoods military region and were exceptionally strong. With such a group of powerful bodyguards by his side, Zhong Ziki was not worried about his own safety. Instead, he was a little ashamed that he had been shocked by Su Li's cold gaze. He stared at Su Lu with a slightly heavy expression and said coldly, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu?" Su Lu did not listen to him at all. The light in his narrowed eyes gradually faded. He stepped forward and held Jian Shui's hand, turned around and walked toward the black car. Zhong Ziqi's expression changed drastically. The humiliation of being disregarded had reached a level that he and his family could not bear. After opening the back door of the black car and letting Jian Shui in, Su Lu turned around and looked at the young master of the Zhong family behind the bouquet of flowers. He slowly took off his sunglasses and said in a serious tone, "If you dare to harass her again, I will beat you until your uncle can't recognize you." Su Lu was a person who pretended to be cool. He did not purposely force these words out of his mouth. His tone carried the air of the Sunset State. He was simply stating a principle, and because of its simplicity, it was exceptionally believable. People have names just as trees have shadows. If it was an ordinary lieutenant colonel of the Federation who said such a sentence, Zhong Ziqi would only find it extremely absurd. He would wantonly hold his stomach and laugh out loud. Then, with a serious expression, he would beat up this lieutenant colonel until his life or death was unknown. However, the person who said this sentence was Su Lu. Therefore, this extremely vulgar and uninteresting vulgar threat was spat out from his thin lips. In an instant, it turned into an extremely cold wind of 5,460 degrees Celsius. It whistled past the spacious landing pad, making everyone feel an endless chill. Su Lu had the combat strength to contend with Madman Li. He also had a notorious reputation for not following the rules like Lin Banshan. The reason why the leaders of the 1,000-year-old families in the capital ring did not want him to come out of the Black Dungeon and why they were so wary of this lone figure was none other than the fact that he dared to kill. He could kill. Clearly, this world had not forced him to the extreme, but he dared to kill without reason. After hearing this threat, Zhong Ziqi, whose expression had changed drastically due to anger, suddenly turned pale. This was because he knew that Su Lu would definitely do what he said. Even those powerful bodyguards from the Westwoods Military Special Battalion who were silent behind him could not help but change their expressions when they thought of the deeds that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu had done. They carefully and cautiously approached Zhong Ziqi. A strange blush appeared on Zhong Ziqi's pale face. He stared at Su Lu beside the black car and said, "Good, good, good, but I have to remind you of one thing. This is the West Woods. This is not a world where you can make a living with your fists. I have already given you enough face, he said in a deep voice. Since you are not willing to give me back my face, then I will also put my words here. As long as she is still in the West Woods, I will pursue her. If you think this is harassment, you can come and beat me. When he said this, Zhong Ziqi did not back down. He took 2 steps toward the black car and said mockingly, "In fact, I am going to continue to harass you. I want to know how you will beat me." The black-clothed bodyguards behind him also walked up, vigilantly watching the combatants of Group 7 around them. A few of them had already reached their hands into their black suits. Their movements were very natural and relaxed, as if they were reaching for a cigarette. Everyone present knew that these people were definitely not touching cigarettes but sharp killing weapons. However, they did not deliberately hide it. They just did it expressionlessly. A strong enough deterrent force gushed out from the simple action of reaching into their clothes. The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Except for local tyrants or warlords like the Zhong family in the West Woods, who would dare to openly use guns in the military base. Everyone in Group 7 had a solemn expression. They stared at these experienced professional soldiers and silently waited for the follow-up development. Zhong Ziqi's confidence was based on this. Although he was angry, it was impossible for him to openly mobilize 2 battalions to kill Su Lu on the spot. However, the fierce character that grew up in the military compound made him have the impulse to pull out a gun in front of Su Lu. He looked at Su Lu coldly. His expression seemed to say, "Come and beat me, come and beat me." It was not Su Li's fist that came, but a delicate military knife. A delicate hand gently held the streamlined knife handle made of black fragrant wood as if it was holding a flower. Suddenly, it cut the air of Changfeng Base, which was full of the sound of wind, and brought a more shrill wind sound. With a sound, the blade flashed and cut the flower petals in front of Zhong Ziqi. Then the blade twisted, and gently rested on his throat like lightning. What a fast blade! The faces of the bodyguards of the Zhong family in the West Woods changed dramatically. They pulled out their pistols with a jaw-dropping speed and aimed at the person holding the knife. However, they did not pull the trigger because the delicate knife had been quietly placed on the artery of Zhong Ziqi's neck, and it did not tremble at all. The blade was very stable, and not trembling at all was actually scarier than not trembling at all. The chopped red flower petals rustled and fell down. The sound of guns being loaded rang out all around them. The clear sound was mixed with endless solemnity. The men of Group 7 had already raised the Qian light machine guns in their hands and coldly surrounded the bodyguards of the Zhong family. The barrels of the guns were pitch black, revealing a chilling killing intent. What was more terrifying was the buzzing sound. Xiong Linquan stood outside the crowd, and his 2 muscular arms were holding a heavy Carlin rotary cannon, aiming at all the people of the Zhong family. Bai Yulan's right hand gripped the delicate knife, while her left hand gently brushed away the strands of black hair in front of her eyes. She looked at the Zhong family's bodyguards who were aiming their guns at her and said softly, "At least for now we have more guns. I advise you to put down your guns." Group 7 was equipped with heavy firepower used on the battlefield. With a casual round of bullets, these well-trained professional soldiers of the Zhong family could only end up in a pool of blood. Zhong Ziqi's face was pale, and he raised his head without saying a word. Since the death of his father, his head had always been held high, never falling. But at that time, it represented his dignity and the glory of his family. But now it represented humiliation and fear. The fear came from the cold and delicate knife on his neck, from the sound of guns being loaded, and from the high-speed rotation of Dalin's soul. He couldn't understand. These mercenaries clearly knew who he was. Why did they still dare to raise their guns? He couldn't understand why did this quiet man in front of him, who looked like a girl, dare to point a sharp knife at his vitals. "Kill me if you have the guts. We are carrying out a military mission. If you continue to harass Miss Jian Shuer, I will kill you with my own hands." Bai Yulan deepened Su Li's previous threat. He quietly looked at Zhong Ziqi's pale face, and after saying this he didn't speak again. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that Su Lu had already closed the door. This delicate man's lips curled up into 2 beautiful arcs, and his fingers slightly tightened. A streak of blood appeared on Zhong Ziqi's fair neck. The blood vessels that had appeared on the surface of his skin due to his anger and fear were immediately forced back under the skin by the cold and pain. His legs were somewhat weak and his lips were sore and numb. He was simply unable to say anything. Bai Yulan slowly put away the knife and put it back into his pocket. He didn't even look at the Zhong family soldier who was pointing a gun at his forehead. He gently reached out his hand and pulled the gun away, and then walked back to his military vehicle. What a good show. Lan Xiaolong smiled as he looked at this scene. He thought that the guys from Group 7 finally understood what kind of formation they had to put on in order to stand up for their boss. And those big shots from the Department of National Defense would definitely like this slightly cliché show. Retreat. He calmed himself down and smiled as he saluted Zhong Ziqi. He waved his hand and signaled the members of Group 7 who were holding numerous large guns ready to fire at any time to leave. The smoke and dust dispersed in the wind. Zhong Ziqi covered his neck and stared blankly at the convoy that was leaving. His face was pale as he thought of those men holding guns, and the knife that was on his neck. He could clearly feel that if there was a conflict earlier, that knife would have really cut open his carotid artery, and those KM machine guns and Dailings would have really dared to open fire. Countless small cold beads appeared on young Master Zhong's back, and he couldn't help but shiver. The original anger and vengeance in his heart was shattered by that cold feeling. Chapter 435. In the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Golden Star Hotel, a few minutes after the sparse splashing sound disappeared, Jian Shuer tied her wet hair behind her neck. Wearing a pink and white bathrobe, she lowered her head and wiped the water droplets as she walked out. Under the bathrobe, her bare feet gently stepped on the expensive carpet, leaving a few wet footprints. Sulu stood up from the sofa. His eyes swept over the girl's jade-like little feet. He picked up the automatic dry bag and handed it to her. Then he turned around and stubbed out the cigarette butt. Jian Shuer naturally took it and put it on her head. It looked like she was wearing a small hat. With her clear face and beautiful facial features, she looked very beautiful and cute. There was no one else in the suite. The two of them were alone. They silently handed over the things and looked very natural and intimate. There was a faint feeling of being part of the C family. And in the eyes of many people, they were already a couple. Even Sister Tong was not in the room. Jian Shuer sat on the sofa, curled up her legs, tilted her head, and gently dipped a cotton bud into the water in her ear. She said softly, "I know you have a close relationship with the Zhong family, but it's not good to offend the future heir of the Zhong family." When the soft pink cotton swab entered and exited, it would occasionally touch the girl's soft and tender earlobes, causing them to tremble slightly. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he watched, and many inexplicable emotions welled up in his heart. The national girl in his dreams back then was actually able to show her most private side in front of him like a family member. This world's affairs were truly somewhat lamentable. Listening to Jian Shuer's slightly worried words, he smiled and did not explain anything. In fact, he was worried that after tomorrow's separation, the young master of the Zhong family in the West Woods would harass Jian Shuer relentlessly. That was why he was so tough in the Changfeng military base today. Especially when Jian Shuer was not willing to let the world know her real family background. To deal with a possessive playboy with a strong family background, Sulu could only use the absolute threat of death to suppress his ambitions and desires. Seeing that Sulu did not care about her words, Jian Shuer sighed softly. A trace of sadness appeared on her beautiful little face. She looked at him and said, "The Ministry of National Defense will escort us back to the capital ring. You don't have to worry about anything." Sulu nodded. Jian Shuer took off the small hat-like dry hair bag and rubbed her fluffy purple short hair. She was like a cute little lion that shook its head vigorously in the sun after crossing a clear stream. There was a kind of beauty that was full of vitality. Without warning, suddenly she leaned against the sofa, held her chin, looked at Sulu seriously and said, "I have something that I need your opinion on." Sulu was stunned and looked back at her on the sofa. He knew that when this national girl was 12 years old, she was determined to leave the Lees of Philadelphia. Even if she fought a long-lasting lawsuit, she still forced the military god Li Pifu to make a concession. Such a determined girl had her own plans for everything she did. What did she need his opinion on? "I plan to grow my hair long and then dye it back to black." Jian Shuer blinked and said, "What do you think?" Su Li's heart relaxed. It turned out to be such a small matter. However, immediately after, he had a strong feeling in his heart. This bright purple hair was the collective memory of many Federation citizens. It was the trace of his past years. She actually wanted to dye it black? It depends on what you like. He awkwardly scratched the black hair on top of his head and said, "If you want to ask for my opinion, of course I like the color of your hair now." After saying this, Sulu was suddenly stunned. He immediately thought of something else and looked at the girl on the sofa with astonished eyes. Jian Shuer smiled slightly and looked at him quietly. In fact, she also did not understand why she wanted to ask for Su Li's opinion before she made this decision. Was it just because he was her father's only student so she felt close to him? Or was it because she had gotten used to trusting him after this period of time together? And at this moment, Su Li's reaction made her confirm that under his sincere face, there was indeed an intelligent heart. This is my last concert. My contract with Department 23 is about to expire. I will not continue to act in that TV series. The national girl Jian Shuer was about to end her acting career. In this period of time that was full of news about war, it was presumably the most shocking news. And Su Lu, other than herself, was the first person in this universe to know of this news. Su Lu looked at her in surprise and was speechless for a long time. When I was young, I left Philadelphia for the capital because I wanted to live a different life. As a star, I could play different roles and live many lives. But later on, I found that I could not live any kind of life. Jian Shuer cutely stuck out her tongue and said, I can't play a bad woman, I can't act in kissing scenes, I can't act in nude scenes. Even if I wanted to, the TV station and scriptwriter would not dare to write it. Su Li's eyebrows twitched painfully. He thought that not to mention the influence of the old man in Philadelphia, if the scriptwriter really dared to write it and the TV station dared to broadcast it, he and the countless audiences in the Federation would be too scared to watch it. Even if they watched, they would cover their hands and open their fingers. They would be extremely shy. He bitterly smiled and said, Last time I said that you have graduated from the Battleship Command Department, but you know that the old man will never allow you to go to the front line. If you go on a battleship, all the operators will only look at you and it will be easy for an accident to happen. Let's not talk about this. Jian Shuer slightly lowered her eyes. Her long eyelashes covered her delicate white skin and a long bath towel covered her delicate white legs. You have to be more careful in the front line. As for the things we talked about last time, if it is not easy to investigate, you don't have to. Su Lu was silent. In Wuxia Airport, he and Jian Shuer needed an answer to the doubts in their hearts. However, at present, it seemed that the answer was only in the mind of the military god Li Pifu or the emperor of the empire. It was indeed very complicated to find the answer. When we were there last time, I didn't ask about my father. Jian Shuer slowly raised her head and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window in the direction of the silver beach, where the sound of waves came from in the night. There was a trace of sadness and longing in her big eyes. There was a touch of coldness and disdain on her sharp chin that was probably unique to the Li family. However, after a while, this sadness and longing merged together and turned into some kind of determination. She looked back at Su Lu with squinted eyes. She was not cute but persistent. She said seriously, I really want to know the real story of my father. I really want to know why he became a traitor. Do you want to know? I want to know more than anyone else. Su Li's eyes also narrowed. Don't worry, if one day I know these things I will immediately inform you, as long as I am still alive. The next day the entire Victory Concert team came to the Changfeng military base again. Although the fierce battle at the front line was now in full swing and the army's mission was very heavy, the federal military was very clear about the importance of this national girl and this concert in this victory military operation, so they specially held a small farewell ceremony. Because of the news incident last time, Su Lu did not stand next to Jian Shuer. Instead, he quietly hid in the crowd. He looked at the beautiful figure of Jian Shuer bathed in the flash in front of him and the submissive by Magnolia behind her. His heart moved slightly. He hoped that the young master of the Zhong family would behave for a few days under his threat and by Magnolia's sharp knife. Military reporters had sharper eyes and deeper information channels than ordinary journalists. The war that broke out in 5460 seemed to have some hidden relationship with Jian Shuer. They absolutely did not believe that the federal military's victory military operation and this victory concert only had the same name. Countless loud questions sounded on the base landing platform. Flashes lit up from time to time. However, under the control of the West Woods Military Publicity Department officers, no one dared to ask too many questions. Therefore, Jian Shuer could use her signature invincible girl smile to silently block these questions. A natural star, if not a star, what else can you do? In the crowd, Su Lu silently looked at the lively scene. On one hand, he thought about the girl's trustworthy announcement last night. On the other hand, he was secretly glad that no reporters discovered his existence. The light battleship on the landing platform had already completed the preparation for takeoff. The unique low buzzing sound of the crystal engine gradually covered the questions and noise in the field. At this moment, Jian Shuer, who was surrounded by the crowd, suddenly flashed an inexplicable smile on her face. She was beautiful and lively with playfulness, which attracted the attention of many reporters. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the national girl turned around and walked into the crowd. The crowd naturally separated to form a passage. Wearing a light-colored windbreaker, she walked to the front of Su Lu and gently hugged his stiff body. She gently pressed her face against his chest and said with a smile in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't forget that we are on a blind date. I have to explain to the Feiqing family." The reporters and the crowd looked at this scene in disbelief. In an instant, someone reacted and shouted, "It's Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. So he was hiding here." Su Lu lowered his head and quickly took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on his face. However, in the next moment, countless flashes lit up around him. It was like countless suns trying to evaporate every drop of water in his body that was as stiff as a rock at this time. Jian Shuer smiled and hugged him. She leaned on him and said softly, "Bear with it. The next time we meet again, maybe I will already be a reporter." Su Lu was stunned. He looked down at the beautiful face of the girl in his arms and couldn't speak. "Help me take care of Li Feng on the front line." Jian Shuer stood up straight and gently held his hand. She looked at him and said seriously, "My nephew is very pitiful." At this time, Su Lu could no longer hear the questions of the reporters around him. There was no flash in his eyes, only the beautiful face in front of him. His face was extremely stiff and was even about to twitch. Chapter 436. Just like in the legends, he went to the front lines at the age of 12, piloting a mecha and starting a blood-soaked game. He slaughtered more than 100 ace mecha pilots at the edge of the Bermuda Triangle and the outskirts of the space passage, earning himself the reputation of being invincible in the military. His personality was violent and arrogant to the extreme. With his solid battle results, he was promoted to become the youngest lieutenant colonel in the history of the Federation. Su Lu really could not understand what Madman Li had to take care of. What was so pitiful about him? This question perplexed him all the way until he took a bath. Dense droplets of water sprayed down from his head and face, but it was unable to wash away his doubts. This was because he knew that Jian Shuer was not as lovable and cute as she appeared on the surface. Every word that the young girl said naturally had its own reason. He turned on the tap, picked up the towel and rubbed his face forcefully twice. He rubbed his face until it was slightly red. He raised his head to look at the bathroom and confirmed that there should not be any surveillance equipment here. So he slowly closed his eyes, lowered his body slightly, and squatted into a standard horse stance. In the midst of the fog, he began the practice that he had long been accustomed to. The tremors at the edge of the Eastwood mine had already pierced into his skin. No one could see the strange traces under his tight skin. Only he could feel the clear burning lines slowly moving along those lines that he did not understand. They squeezed out energy from the friction between every pair of muscle fibers and even every cell wall, gradually spreading to every part of his body. In the hot fog, Su Lu closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. He used his biological clock to confirm that the time for the horse stance was up. His right foot left the ground and placed behind his left knee like a sheathed sword. At the same time, his two hands left his body and spread to the sides, forming a W-like shape. The center of gravity of his entire body was placed on his left foot. However, his movements were so natural and casual. The muscle lines under his skin were faintly discernible, hard and elastic. After maintaining this posture for 5 minutes, he changed his posture. He put his head down, his right hand on the wet ground, his left knee slightly bent, his left hand bent behind his back to support his waist. At the same time he lifted his right foot back, and his entire body became a straight line. This posture looked very normal, but to maintain it for a long time was exceptionally difficult. After another 5 minutes, Su Lu began to change his posture again. Su Lu completed the 10 postures that he had learned when he was a teenager one by one, without a second of delay. Every movement was done to the extreme according to the uncle's requirements. The muscles and meridians in his body were twisted to the limit that the human body could bear. Back then, it was a huge problem for him to complete these 10 strange postures beside the mine. However, after so many years, these postures had become a part of his body's instinct, and they were exceptionally smooth and natural to him. After completing the 10 postures, he lightly exhaled a mouthful of foul air, and besides feeling slightly sore and numb from head to toe, he felt a wisp of refreshing and natural feeling. Su Lu looked at his blurry face in the mirror and scratched his head. Suddenly, a trace of worry appeared on his thick black eyebrows. He did not know if there were geniuses in this universe, but at least he knew very well that so-called geniuses were just hard work that exceeded what normal people could bear. Since he was very young, as long as time allowed, he had never stopped practicing these 10 postures. Being able to have the personal strength that shocked the 7 great families, being able to use the simulation system to control a military mecha and kill everywhere, was actually all due to his silent and determined daily training. However, this time, the battle on planet 5460, the weakness and hunger in his body at the end of the battle reminded Su Lu of the many times he had risked his life to kill. He found that his ability had a very difficult flaw to solve. That was, every time he relied on the strange power in his body to split mountains and cut seas, his strength would drain very quickly. As a result, he would only shine for a moment before finally falling into a predicament where he could not continue. This was not difficult to explain. As a mechanical engineer who believed in scientific principles, although Su Lu could not explain those mysterious abilities that the uncle had taught him, he could easily explain this phenomenon. Energy was always balanced. In an extremely short period of time, he had exploded with an extremely large amount of strength, or rather energy, then his body would definitely quickly fall into a weakened state. In normal life, jealousy, fighting, causing trouble, and killing people was not a big problem. At most, he would just roll up his sleeves or take off his clothes to have a good time, and then ignore it afterwards. However, now that he was on the front lines of the West Woods, facing those cruel and terrifying Imperial soldiers, this problem was a bit of a headache. He could not just insta-kill several mecha on the battlefield and then wait to be beaten to death, or wait awkwardly for his subordinates or allies to come to his rescue. How could he solve this problem? Su Lu narrowed his eyes and stared at his slightly pale self in the mirror, unable to find any answers. Perhaps he could go and ask that old master, or perhaps Li Feng, and perhaps he could find the root of the uncle's strange ability. However, the old master was too high up in the hierarchy, and Madman Li did not have a good impression of himself. The hot fog in the bathroom was gradually sucked in from the ceiling, and the air returned to normal. Su Lu turned on the cold water and slowly rubbed his face. He calmed his heart and forcibly suppressed this hidden danger in the deepest part of his heart. After a moment of silence, like a psychic, he opened his mouth slightly and silently said to the depths of his brain, "Old thing, help me keep an eye on Zhong Ziqi's movements." The battle was in full swing. The Federal Central Computer was responsible for the specific calculation and suggestion process of the front lines. Because he was afraid of disturbing the Central Computer's intense work, he had not taken the initiative to contact that great being for a long time. However, this time he had to make an exception. A string of pure white characters flashed across his left eye. Su Lu held the sync with both hands and lowered his head in silence. As long as the old thing kept an eye on Zhong Erlang's movements, he believed that he would not have the opportunity to disturb Jian Shui'er. Walking out of the bathroom, Bai Yulan, who had been waiting outside the door, handed him a soft cotton towel. Su Lu rubbed his wet hair hard and asked, "The Department of Defense still hasn't planned to come?" They had been in the Venus Hotel for 2 days, and the surrounding reporters had already retreated out of boredom. However, the Department of Defense had not issued any new orders to this wonderful team. Bai Yulan shook her head and walked to the window to make a cup of tea. Group 7, along with Su Lu and Secretary Bai, a total of 20 combatants, were very clear that they had to stay in the West Woods to carry out the special orders of the Department of Defense. However, this order had not arrived for a day, and they had no confidence in their hearts. Su Lu took the teacup and said thank you. Bai Yulan looked at him and suddenly said, "The person in the villa in Qiuming Mountain is the young master of the Li family." Su Lu had just sat down on the sofa and was silent for a moment when he heard this. Li Xiuzhu, the heir of the Li family, was pursuing Jian Shui'er. Of course, this was a top secret to the general public. However, Group 7 had been responsible for protecting Jian Shui'er for so long, so they were very clear about this matter. The question was, what did this have to do with him? Bai Yulan leaned against the window, lowered her head and whispered softly, "There probably won't be any problems between you and Zhang Xiaoming, but what about Minister Zhou's daughter? I don't know the truth, but if someone wants to do something, maybe this will be a problem." Su Li's thick eyebrows rose. He understood what Bai Yulan was trying to remind him of. Most likely, in everyone's eyes, the nation's maiden had already cast her heart on him. Although he knew that was not the truth, he could not stop those who cared about him from caring. He didn't know what to say or how to handle the situation. He didn't even know what kind of joke Zhou Yu's extremely beautiful wife would play with the reporters after being bored in the snowstorm in Linhai province. He didn't even know what kind of joke Zhou Yu's extremely beautiful wife would play with the reporters to mock the existence of the nation's maiden. So he put down his teacup and stood up. He told Bai Yulan honestly, "I'm going to repair the mecha." Bai Yulan was stunned, but then obediently took out the black workbench box and followed behind him, walking towards the heavily guarded underground warehouse of the hotel. After an entire night, the iris mark has been confirmed. Bai Yulan rubbed her sore eyes, looked at the miniature screen in her hand and nodded. Then she raised her head to look at the tall black MX mecha by the wall and said softly. Standing outside the cockpit of the mecha, Su Lu, who was in the middle of a data connection, whistled softly. Then he frowned and looked into the distance. Because at the entrance of the warehouse, a group of military officers was walking in. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu? A major general wearing the uniform of the Westwoods military looked warmly at the young man in the mecha. Su Lu nodded. Because of your outstanding performance during the victorious military operation, the Department of Defense has awarded you the Purple Gold Medal Level 2. The Major General took out a medal from the box of his subordinate beside him and smiled at him, who had just climbed down from the mecha. He lowered his voice and said, "You also know that this is a secret operation, so the award can only be done in secret." Su Lu lowered his head and looked at the glittering medal on the left side of his military uniform. He silently thought that he had already received a Purple Star Medal, the highest grade Purple Dawn Medal, and now he had received a Purple Gold Medal. However, besides the lowest grade Purple Star, it seemed that the rest of the medals could only be left at home to admire. This situation was a little unpleasant. As if guessing what he was thinking, the Major General of the Westwoods military reminded him, "At least on the surface of your exclusive mecha, you can paint 10 gold stars." Destroying an Empire mecha was equivalent to painting a gold star. This was the greatest glory of the Federation's mecha warriors. Su Lu was slightly stunned, and then he realized that his battle record on 5460 had already been confirmed by the Department of Defense. Before he could say anything, Bai Yulan, who was standing at the foot of the mecha behind him, had already thrown away the cigarette in her mouth. She smiled and raised the blowtorch in her hand, and began to carefully and attentively paint the gold stars one by one. Perhaps at the same time, on the front line of the faraway West Woods, on the fallen administrative planet filled with black fog and sky full of anti-aircraft artillery fire, between the mournful forest and the wild wilderness, on the rocky mountain in front of the largest landing base built by the Federal Army, the latest model of the Federation's Black MX was slowly retracting its blood-stained alloy chain knife. The base had just repelled a wave of the Empire's ferocious assault, and countless soldiers were staring at the Black MX with fervent and worshipful gazes. This was because in the previous battle, this MX had ruthlessly and incomparably destroyed 11 Empire's mechs. Chapter 437. Most of the Federal Fleet's landing force came from the West Woods Military District. The first 3 divisions that landed were supported by the extravagant laser cannons of the space battleships. After paying a heavy price of thousands of Federation soldiers, they finally managed to hold off the crazy attacks of the Imperial Expeditionary Force on the surface of the planet. Panting heavily, they found a place to rest. The Federal Army had built 7 landing bases in the hills southeast of the planet. The Imperial armies would never allow these 7 landing bases to blossom like plum blossoms on their abdomen. Otherwise, when the main force of the Federation waiting coldly in space used these landing bases to land on the surface of the planet, the isolated Imperial Expeditionary Force would definitely meet with failure. Therefore, in these few days, these 7 landing bases received unimaginable and terrifying attacks. The West Woods transport ships that forcibly landed in the face of the Empire's missiles continuously replenished their soldiers and weapons. However, even so, they could not keep up with the rate of casualties of the Federal Army. The Empire's Moon Wolf third-generation mechas covered the hills and plains. The whistling of the mid-range missiles covered the sun. The 7 landing bases of the Federation were repaired and destroyed and repaired again. Death and rebirth, blood and corpses. The natural hills surrounding the bases were shaved off by the Empire's firepower. It was obvious how intense the war was. The Chilean base looked very simple. The steel fortress built by the 47 giant engineering mechas was damaged and burnt everywhere. Even with continuous repairs, it was still impossible to make every part of the fortress in perfect condition. This place was at the forefront of the 7 landing bases, receiving the most powerful attacks of the Imperial armies. In just 10 days, the soldiers' losses had reached a terrifying 40%. There were many times when the Empire's mecha groups had already broken into the base. Just as they were about to lose, They had a chance to catch their breaths because of the fleet's main cannons in space. There were 17 giant deep holes in front of the base. After the molten magma solidified, they became densely woven lines. They were still steaming in the cold evening air. These were the traces left behind by the main cannons of the Federation's battleships. The Empire's Black Sang Alliance's Mecha Brigade has retreated. It is estimated that they will attack again in an hour. A Westwood staff officer stared at the display on the radar and reported loudly. The commanding officer of the base had the rank of Major General on his shoulder. In reality, it was rare for a general to be at the front line, especially at a front line like the Chilean base. However, he had no choice but to come. The Federal Army and the Imperial Expeditionary Force both knew what the 7 plum blossom-like landing bases meant. The commander was already outside the atmosphere of 3,320 and was looking at him coldly from the battleship. As a general, he had to be at the front line, the very front line. He did not know how long the main cannons of the fleet could last, and he did not know how long the lunatics of the Imperial Expeditionary Force would attack without caring about their own lives. Did they not know to admit defeat? The Major General's expression was determined as he stared at the metal gap above the base. He looked at the black mecha bathed in the setting sun and thought to himself, if he hadn't been here, if he hadn't kept the morale of the army high, perhaps this base would have been broken through long ago. There were many people who had the same thoughts as the Major General. After the battle, the smoke had yet to disperse. The 300 M52 mechas and 10 MX mechas started to clean up the battlefield. The staff officers below the base started to assess the damage. The engineering mechas started to hum as they repaired the metal base. The medics focused on sticking the wounds of the injured soldiers on the medical table. However, all of these people would occasionally raise their heads to look at the gap in the setting sun. The eyes of the Federation soldiers were filled with shock, admiration, fanaticism, and so on. The dense missile attack from the Imperial Expeditionary Force had blown up a gap in the northwest corner of the base. The mechas from the Black Sang Alliance were like a black dragon, roaring as they tried to charge in through the gap. The sound of metal colliding with the ground was so clear that it was shocking. Right at the most dangerous moment, the arrogant black mecha that was painted full of golden stars led its mecha battalion to the gap. The moment it arrived, it stood there, not willing to retreat even an inch of ground. It was like a steel wall that couldn't be moved by the wind or broken by the waves. The black mecha that seemed to have some kind of magical power attacked, dodged, and shot crazily. It was so strong that it actually blocked the Empire's mecha group. Every time an Empire mecha was destroyed and an Empire pilot was killed, a shining golden star could be painted on one's mecha. If an Empire mecha was completely destroyed, but the Empire pilot in the cockpit survived, then the outer line of the golden star would have to be a virtual line. This was an unspoken but extremely powerful habit of the Federal Army of the 37th Constitutional Era. In the countless smoke-filled front lines of the West Woods, proud mecha warriors could often be seen bathing in the sun, showing off the eye-catching golden stars on their mecha. This was a very direct display of battle results. The more golden stars on a mecha, the more battle achievements the owner of the mecha had. Most of the Federation pilots would think of ways to cover up the golden stars on the surface of their mecha when they were on a real battlefield. This was because the more golden stars on a mecha, the more Empire pilots they had killed. When the Empire soldiers saw these mecha with many golden stars on the battlefield, it was as if they had seen their nemesis who had killed their father, stolen their wife, and white face. They would have a desperate urge to kill no matter the cost. The Federation pilots would not be afraid, but they also did not want to be confused and wrongly killed by an absolutely wasteful missile attack from the Empire because of pride. In the past 20 years, there were not many mechas who dared to step onto the battlefield with a body full of stars, arrogance, and disdain for the Empire's fiery gazes and focused attacks. This was like a completely naked young girl rushing into a military camp that had not seen a sow for 3 years. It was too dangerous, so dangerous that there was a terrifying possibility of being ravaged at any time. It was rumored that a certain commander surnamed Tion from the Special Mecha Brigade of the West Woods military region was such an awesome person, and he was the only one who could survive the battlefield in such a flashy manner. And now there was another person who dared to stand in the twilight with golden stars all over his body, coldly looking at the Empire mecha without retreating even half a step. Because he was the grandson of the god of war, he was Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng, because he was the young madman who was said to be invincible in the military. In a dark corner of the base, the cockpit of the heavy black mecha slowly opened with the sound of jets. Li Feng jumped down and heavily patted the thick and cold mechanical legs of the mecha. He did not even look at the 3 exclusive mechanics who surrounded him and walked into the temporary base with a dark face. The black mecha behind him was painted with golden stars all over its body, like blooming flowers. It was still very eye-catching in the dark, and for a moment, it was impossible to count how many golden stars there were. Uncle Zhong, I'm a soldier. My mission is to fight at the front lines. Li Feng's body was tall and sturdy like a big tree. His handsome face had a hint of childishness, but there was more arrogance between his eyebrows. He frowned and said into the communicator, I'll be careful of my own safety, but I can't leave Qilin. The war in Qilin was very dangerous. Although he was the strongest warrior on the front lines of the West Woods in recent years, he also had a well-known identity. That identity gave him the right to maintain a secret connection with the highest commander on the front lines of the space fleet as a battalion commander of a mecha battalion. However, this identity also made this mecha prodigy feel a little suffocated, because none of his direct superiors dared to put him at the front lines, the most dangerous place, to let the only grandson of the god of war die in his own army, and possibly let the Lees of Philadelphia die without descendants, who dared to bear this responsibility in the anger of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation. Only Commander Zhong, the true tiger of the West Woods, dared to use Madman Li. However, even he, after personally witnessing the fierce battle on the planet's surface, seeing the scene of Madman Li's mecha almost being annihilated by the crazed mecha of the Empire, also had the thought of transferring him back to space. Turning off the communicator, Li Feng pressed his thin, rosy lips together, wanting to laugh but habitually remaining silent and cold. Only Commander Zhong dared to use him under great pressure, daring to send him to a truly dangerous frontline. He was very clear on this point, so he was very grateful to this uncle who took care of him and watched over his youth on the battlefield. Ever since he was sent to the front lines by the old man when he was 12 years old, he had always lived in the Zhong family's mansion at number 36 Latitude 2 District. From a certain perspective, he was single-handedly trained by that tiger of the Zhong family. However, this was something that even his biological father, who was the dean of number 1 hospital, might not have a deep understanding of. In the Qilin landing base, which covered an area of 7 square kilometers, the most important thing was the large transport ship landing platform. The Federation soldiers on the base were bathed in blood as they faced the attacks of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. They didn't even have the time to close their eyes, so naturally, they didn't care about any basic necessities. However, Madman Li was special after all. He had his own room and a bathroom with recycled water. Letting the cold underground water wash his tired body, Li Feng lowered his head and leaned against the wall, his body slightly trembling. After so many consecutive days of extreme fighting, his iron-like body felt that it was reaching its limit. In the water, the muscles on the young Lieutenant Colonel's strong body were well defined. Every muscle seemed to contain an inhuman explosive power, which looked extremely exaggerated. Compared to his body, his head seemed a bit small. After taking a shower, he looked at the time and confirmed that there were still 20 minutes left. Without hesitation, he took out his own pressure box, connected it to the power source, and stuck the electrode to his naked skin. The electric current flowed into the young man's body. He let out a muffled groan. Sweat poured down like a waterfall. The endless pain stimulated the thick veins and blood vessels to the point that they were about to drill out of the copper paper-like skin. Every muscle in his body began to be passively squeezed and rubbed. The pain and soreness followed a certain path and continued to extend. Since he was very young, Madman Li had been practicing like this. If he didn't have the willpower to endure the rare pain in this world, how could he obtain the rare power in this world? How could he paint his mecha with dazzling golden stars? He was like this, and so was Sulu. Those with great willpower were bound to achieve great things. Chapter 438. The reason why Sulu lived so bitterly and persistently was very simple. It was because he wanted to live. He wanted to widen his small eyes and see all the injustices in this world, so that it would be convenient for him to dig up and kick at any time. And the reason why the youthful and violent Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng lived so bitterly was not only because of his own so-called ideals, but more so because he had to maintain the glory of his family. He was the only son of the Lees of Philadelphia. When he came to the military camp at a young age, his life on the battlefield was already fixed within a certain range. He could die, but he could not lose, and he could not escape. The powerful pulse current was like countless small knives scraping at his periosteum and teasing his muscle fibers. The soreness, pain, and bitterness reached a terrifying level. However, this kind of extreme physiological stimulation allowed him to more clearly grasp the traces of the mysterious power in his body, and also allowed his brain to become clearer. Li Feng sat by the bed in silence, numb. His body trembled violently. Blood seeped out from the corners of his thin lips. That pair of eyes that were usually full of violence had a few drops of tears. After all, it was still painful. After all, he was not a real steel body. After all, he was only a young man who had not yet reached 18 years of age. However, the pain and weakness would always be in his own private quarters in the darkness. When the time was up, the pulse current equipment in the press box automatically shut down. The young lieutenant colonel took a deep breath and wiped away the slight wetness at the corner of his eyes. An expression of self-loathing appeared on his face. The strongest young pilot in the Federation knew very well that he had absolute talent in mecha piloting. However, it was a pity that he did not completely inherit his grandfather's ability in cultivation. He stared blankly at his thick and strong arms, looking at the strong muscles under the copper skin. He thought to himself that the abnormal ability of his family in cultivation seemed to be getting weaker and weaker as his bloodline faded. In fact, his father, Director Li Jiedu, did not feel anything in this aspect at all. That mysterious power was the true reason why the god of war Li Pifu had never lost a battle. It was also the reason why the Lis of Philadelphia were proud of the world and looked coldly at the 7 great families. If all the soldiers of the Federation could learn this ability, then what were the people of the Empire? However, Li Feng knew very well that this was impossible. If he had not been stimulated by the electric current since he was a child, perhaps he would not have been able to find the burning power in the deepest part of the human body like his grandfather. He vaguely knew that there were some truly powerful pilots in the Empire's royal family who also possessed some extremely powerful abilities. However, there were very few of them and they were of noble status. They had to stay on Tianjing planet to protect the royal family. Therefore, as the strongest warrior in the Federation, he did not have the chance to see them. Thinking of this, Li Feng's eyes burst out with a trace of light. His lips were tightly pursed, and the air around his body condensed, giving birth to a strong fighting spirit. Those true experts of the Empire, that princess of the Empire who was rumored to be as talented as him, who had reached level 6 at such a young age. Could she stand a chance? The air defense alarm in the Chilean base sounded. He looked out of the window and the light in his eyes gradually faded, turning into some kind of doubt. At this moment he thought of a person. He had to pay such a huge price to learn the secret martial arts passed down in his family. His uncle. How did he manage to teach that guy? Thinking of Su Lu, Li Feng's emotions became somewhat complicated. He stood up and began to tidy up his military uniform. He was silent, but in his heart he was a little envious of that guy's story all these years. That guy was not a professional soldier, so he could do whatever he wanted. This freedom to do whatever he wanted was so enviable. Up to this point, Li Feng had long wanted to kill Su Lu, not because he called him uncle, not because of the legendary uncle, and not because of the relationship between Auntie Muzi and Su Lu. It was because of a feeling called hypocrisy. After all, in the universe of the Federation, only the two of them had certain abilities and secrets. However, Li Feng thought of the words his grandfather had said in Qingqing prison. He couldn't help but frown and shake his head. Dragging the suitcase, he pushed open the door and walked toward the black mecha painted with golden stars. While Madman Li was being tortured and then thinking and preparing for war with doubts, Su Lu was also thinking and preparing for war with doubts and then being tortured. He stared at the hundreds of soldiers scattered around the military camp. Those two thick, knife-like eyebrows of his finally couldn't help but furrow. He didn't understand why the Department of Defense would throw this dog shit in his face. He also didn't know if this was the arrangement of his convenient father-in-law, Minister Zhou, or the old man's sudden idea. The existence of him and the 20 men of Team 7 at the front line was somewhat strange. Nominally they were mercenaries under Nutshell Company, but Su Lu, the leader, was an active-duty lieutenant colonel of the General Assembly base. Even the Westwoods military district couldn't give them orders. They directly received orders from the Department of Defense of the Federation. However, this latest order from the Department of Defense was really a bit of a mess. 3 days later, Su Lu would lead his team into Fallen Planet 163 to complete a complicated and dangerous battlefield mapping mission for the Federal Forces. For Team 7, who specialized in special operations, and Su Lu, who carried the hopes of several big shots in the federal military, they were already mentally prepared for the danger of the new mission. However, they didn't expect that in such a tense time for war, the Department of Defense would throw hundreds of pieces of dog shit in front of them and ask them to take this pile of dog shit with them on the road. How to go on the road? Go on the road peacefully and send these guys to their deaths one by one? Not only did Sulu think this way, but the always quiet Bai Yulan, the outspoken Xiong Lin Quan, and all the men of Team 7 also thought this way. He and Team 7 were still in the Sunset State on the main planet of the West Woods, but they had already moved out of the Golden Star Hotel and arrived at a military camp in the mountains. Symbolically. Here. Shipeng. Here. Beside Sulu, Bai Yulan was softly calling out names. In front of them, more than 100 soldiers answered weakly. These soldiers didn't know how to sit properly or stand properly. Some of them were so fat that they could crush mechas if they gained a little weight, and some of them were so fat that they could be blown into space by the wind of the planet if they lost a little weight. Some of them were delinquents with pale faces, and some of them were unscrupulous uncles who had been in the army for many years. These soldiers were active soldiers from the 83-84 unit of the garrison district of the capital planet. The Department of Defense arranged for them to come to the West Woods to support Team 7 as peripheral combat personnel. However, when they saw the lazy and rascally appearance of these guys, Sulu and the men of Team 7 couldn't help but wonder, were these people here for a vacation or what they were here for? The 83-84 unit was a unit with a glorious tradition. Its predecessor was the 17th Armored Division that was single-handedly created by the god of war Li Pifu. Ever since the god of war retired, the Federation moved the 17th Division back to the capital planet in order to ensure the continuity of this glorious division. They placed the 17th Division on the banks of the largest city in the Federation, Harbor City. It was originally with good intentions, but unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, the bustling night scene of Harbor City eroded their bones and stole their souls. This Iron Division was worn down until only the name of the past was left, and today's pink and dull bodies were left. In fact, the men of Team 7 were all from the 17th Division, but they had been transferred to the Whitewater Company a long time ago. Now they had become the trump cards of their respective units. They looked at these juniors in shock and couldn't help but feel a little scared. If they had stayed in Harbor City all these years, would they have become the same kind of shit? After the roll call ended, Sulu stood at the front without saying a word. He silently looked at these new recruits that belonged to him. Most of the soldiers leaned limply on their chairs. They didn't care about the so-called military discipline, and they didn't even put him, the highest-ranking officer, in their eyes. Some of them had even started smoking. And behind the crowd, there were a few fierce-looking soldiers staring at him coldly. Their eyes were filled with cold arrogance. Sulu looked at these people silently. He didn't reprimand them. He lowered his military cap, adjusted the sunglasses on his nose, and said to Lan Xiaolong, who was behind him, "I remember when we were at the training base, you said that the old man really hoped that I would lead the 17th Division back to its former glory. But I never would have thought that the old man's unit would become like this. Just a long trip on a warship and they're so tired that they're paralyzed like dogs. I'm not a professional soldier, but I know that this kind of unit can't be considered to have any combat power. How do you think I can lead them? Also, is there something wrong with the heads of the Department of Defense? Training these guys on the battlefield will only kill them. How can they be turned into steel? Can I not accept this?" Major Lan Xiaolong, who was usually sharp-tongued, was especially silent today. This was because he was the only active-duty officer of the 83-84 Division in Group 7. Looking at these old soldiers smoking, chatting, cursing, and even picking their feet, he felt very embarrassed. He smiled bitterly. It should be known that Sulu had always been very good at controlling his emotions. But today he was so angry that he said such a long paragraph. This was very telling. Bai Yulan put away the electronic notebook and looked at the soldiers in front of him. Even he couldn't help but say coldly, "How did the division become like this?" He was also a member of the 17th Division. Lan Xiaolong shrugged and sighed. Although the garrison officers are very happy to be in Port City every day, their combat power and discipline shouldn't be so bad. According to my understanding, the people sent by the Department of Defense this time are also the best of the 83-84 Division. He took Bai Yulan's electronic notebook and pointed at it softly beside Sulu. Especially these guys, including Tsong Xiang and Shi Peng, whom Yulan just mentioned, and a few others. As he spoke, Lan Xiaolong pointed at the soldiers in the barracks. The soldiers he pointed at had cold, arrogant, and provocative expressions. There was also a hint of anxiety and anger, as if they didn't care at all about what he was saying to the lieutenant colonel wearing sunglasses. "What do you mean?" Sulu asked. Tsong Xiang, the son of the principal of Yue University. Shi Peng, the nephew of the deputy speaker of Xi'an. Lan Xiaolong replied seriously, "Among these 100 people, there is a son of a governor, 5 sons of state senators and 2 sons of federation senators. I have to remind you this is very difficult to deal with." Sulu was stunned. He didn't expect that the young man who was smoking and cursing was the son of the old principal. He also didn't expect that the curly-haired young man who was sprawled out on the chair like a hooligan and looking at him with provocative eyes was the nephew of the deputy speaker of Xi'an. After a moment of silence, he looked at this group of real young masters with great backgrounds and asked, "Is this the legendary old master soldier?" Chapter 439. The weather in the West Woods was a little gloomy today. The air pressure in the camp and Su Li's voice were a little gloomy. Lan Xiaolong lowered his head slightly and laughed bitterly, tacitly agreeing to this unpleasant name. Behind the lazy old soldiers, there were 7 or 8 fellows with clearly different temperaments. These people were clearly not beaten down by the fatigue of the long journey, and were currently displaying their skills on the training equipment, as well as the exaggerated bulging muscles of every part of their bodies. These people played with the heavy training equipment vigorously as they coldly stared at Su Lu and the members of Team 7 in front of the crowd. Although their nostrils were not blowing white smoke into the air, their unruly and slightly provocative gazes were enough to show that these strong soldiers were howling in the depths of their hearts, preparing to do something to pass the time. Looking over there through his sunglasses, Sulu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then where are these guys from? Are they bodybuilders from the Ministry of National Defense?" "They are also from our 17th Division." Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said, "The sons of the big shots love to enter the 17th Division, but after all, this is the division that the old man single-handedly brought up, so the Ministry of National Defense still picked out a few elites and stuffed them in." "It's 8,384. Bai Yulan softly interjected from the side. It was obvious that this delicate but deeply incisive man was absolutely unwilling to admit that these old soldiers or those muscle-bound idiots in front of him were the juniors of his division. Lan Xiaolong ignored him and looked at Su Lu and said, "These guys are specially used to represent the division in the various assessments of the Ministry of National Defense. Now, the 17th Division is relying on these people to make a name for themselves. Plus, no one is controlling them, so these guys are a little arrogant and irritable. Yes, they know me, otherwise they would have already made a scene by now. If they were not old soldiers with great backgrounds, then they were undisciplined soldiers." Sulu suddenly felt that his eyebrows were a little itchy. He reached out his right index finger and lightly scratched it. Looking around the camp, to everyone's surprise, he turned and walked back to his room without saying a word. The 100 or so soldiers from the 17th Division couldn't help but feel a little surprised when they saw the lieutenant colonel, who was obviously their highest-ranking officer, turn around and leave just like that. There wasn't a storm of reprimanding as they had expected. Song Xiang, who was slumped in his chair, had long prepared himself to be scolded by his superior and then take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Who would have thought that all his psychological preparations would hit a wall of silence? Instead, he felt a little uncomfortable from being stifled, and his slumped posture became a little stiff. Other than the 4 major military academies in the Federation, Yue University had the deepest relationship with the military. It was the only school that had the right to conduct mecha education. As the only son of a principal, he had been given preferential treatment ever since he joined the military. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act like this, not giving his superior any face. "What the hell is going on? All I know is that we are on the front line in the West Woods, but why are we here? What kind of troop was this? When can we go back?" he asked his companion Shi Peng angrily. Shi Peng was the nephew of the vice-chairman of the Federation Management Committee. And logically speaking, any secret transfer by the Ministry of Defense should not have escaped his eyes. However, at this moment, this young master's face was also filled with confusion and resentment. This batch of 100 or so old soldiers were actually feeling abnormally depressed, angry and confused at this moment. Otherwise, they would not have purposely acted in such a disrespectful manner when their superior called them out. Because they had no idea why the Ministry of Defense would send soldiers like them from the garrison district to the terrifying and bloody front line. About half a month ago, these soldiers of Unit 8384, who had been living a life of drunkenness in the outskirts of the port city, were suddenly urgently transferred to the military spaceport by their superiors. At the same time, all of their communication devices were confiscated. Then they inexplicably boarded a warship, and after more than 10 days of dizzying high-speed space travel, they arrived in the West Woods in a daze. "I want to go back." Shi Peng gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "When I find a phone, I'll call Uncle immediately. Is the Ministry of Defense crazy? Sending us to the front line, don't they know that people will die here?" In the past tens of thousands of years, the status of the military in the Federation society had never been high, because the Federation did not have any powerful enemies in the universe. At that time, the political structure of the society, other than the Supreme Court of the Federation, was mainly the checks and balances of the Federation government, the Management Committee, and the 7 families hidden in the shadows of history. However, with the appearance of the Empire's invaders, after countless crushing defeats, tragic victories, and life-and-death situations, the status of the federal military was blown by the wind and skyrocketed in the short span of 60 years. Whether it was the lofty image in the hearts of the hundreds of millions of people in the Federation, or the needs of survival in reality and political needs, it all made the military the most special and important part of the Federation society. The Federal Army expanded greatly, its status rose and its power increased. According to the Constitution, the president who commanded the Federal Army naturally became more powerful together with his government. In comparison, the Federation Management Committee and those families without military power gradually lost their shine. Under such a background and climate, the Federation formed an atmosphere of pride in the military. Whether it was the politicians or the economic tycoons, they all did everything they could to establish a relationship with the military. Even one of the 7 families, the Iron Calculator family, had been working hard in this regard, not to mention other people. However, the big shots in the upper class of the Federation were not really willing to let their families and their children bleed and sacrifice for the survival of the Federation. What they needed was to go to the military camp and leave a beautiful page in their resume files. The 8384 unit stationed in the suburbs of the port city, this security force, that had been created by the god of war but had never been to the front line again, had undoubtedly become the first choice of these big shots. As a result, the invincible 17th Armored Division in the past had become a shady army filled with the mediocre and lazy aura of the rich and powerful. Through Lan Xiaolong's introduction in a low tone, Sulu roughly understood some of the historical background, but he still did not understand the real intention of the Department of Defense's arrangement. He knew that he was not a suitable role to lead an army. It was not difficult for him to single-handedly kill 7 people, this kind of courage and boldness was not difficult for him, but to turn a pile of dog shit into flowers was completely inconsistent with his personality. However, from the experience of the past year, it seemed that the old man in Philadelphia was determined to watch him fail. He had to make up his mind to bring these guys from Group 7 out. On the one hand, it was because he could not be like the uncle who took in these guys and ignored their future. The more important reason was that although Group 7 had never had a chance to show their real combat power on the battlefield, after a long time of getting along with them, Sulu had seen their training and knew their professionalism, discipline, and the sense of honor of real soldiers. As for those old soldiers? He sat alone in the room, turned on the workbench, and found that there was a reply from Shang Qiu in the military encrypted mailbox. He wasn't in a hurry to reply because in the past half-year, he had often communicated with Miss Shang Qiu about mechanical repair. He lightly tapped on the touch keyboard and began to write a letter to Zhou Yu, who was far away in Linhai province. Half an hour later, the beep that represented a reply sounded. In the past 2 years, whenever there was a need for political analysis or calculation, Sulu always habitually thought of this beautiful girl who liked to wear bright red. This habit began in the Wangdu apartment and had not changed since then. This was because Sulu knew very well that his genius brain was more suited for machine language and was not good at the complicated politics between humans. His friend Tai Ziyuan definitely had an absolutely trustworthy mind, but he did not want this to be mixed in with their friendship. The most important thing was that this prince often went missing. Zhou Yu's reply was very quick. This young mother very calmly used very simple words to analyze the situation Sulu was facing and the real reason why the Department of Defense used him as a knife. The war between the Federation and the Empire had begun. Other than the shock and excitement of the Federation, there were still inevitably anti-war cries. This was especially so for a group of George Carlin supporters who had split off from the Medellin Youth Army. Through some unknown means, they had obtained the personnel list of certain military logistics units and published it through the Capital Special District Daily. The people of the Federation were shocked and angry to find that these logistics units that did not need to go to the front lines were actually filled with the descendants of Federation politicians and rich people. In the email, Zhou Yu used a very sarcastic tone to mock the big shots of the Federation. She did not even spare her own father because the current Federation Minister of Defense was actually the real head of logistics for the Federation in recent years. Under the full suppression of the Federation government and the upper echelons of society, this news was suppressed. However, President Pabre ordered the Department of Defense to conduct a sample investigation. He angrily instructed that they must find out whether the danger level of the Federal Army was inversely proportional to its wealth. Perhaps it was because of this background, or because the old man in Philadelphia could not bear to see the current state of the 17th Division anymore. That was why there was this space trip that frightened and angered the young masters, and that was why there was this scene in the Westwoods military camp today. The soldiers of the common people were sacrificing their lives on the front lines in the Westwoods, while the young masters of these big shots were hiding in the suburbs of Harbor City, leading a drunken life. After reading this email, Su Li's narrowed eyes did not become cold, but instead calmed down. He had long known that the Federation had collapsed to a certain extent, but he did not expect that some of the big shots would try to use him as a knife to cut the rotten meat. In his silence, he did not notice that Zhou had used an angry emoticon at the end of the email to ask the hooligan to stop harassing her. Su Lu walked out of the room and came to the military camp under the gloomy sky. Looking at the old soldiers who looked like mud, he put on his sunglasses and said, "Assemble." There was no scene of no one listening to him because this was a military camp after all, and he was the highest military officer here. It was just that the speed of assembly was a little slow, and those young masters who came to the military camp for gilding seemed to be suffering from cartilage. Sulu looked at the more than 100 soldiers in front of him and clearly saw the so-called sense of superiority and fearlessness on many of their faces. Chapter 440. Sulu looked at the people in front of him through his sunglasses. His expression was calm and composed. Compared to these young masters of the upper class, he was just an orphan from Donglin. He was born poor, and it was impossible for him to have a golden spoon or precious jade in his mouth when he was born. However, he had great strength and a strong backbone. In his mind, he had always been entangled with the oldest and greatest old man in human society. Even when facing the revered god of war, Li Pifu, he could still stiffen his neck and remain composed. Showing a sense of superiority in front of him? That was a joke. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said to the people in front of him, "Perhaps many of you are still wondering why the Department of Defense sent you to the Westwoods. In fact, I am also very puzzled by this question. Because I don't know where to start training you. You are just a pile of dirt. Even if you are smelted in a high-temperature furnace for a few years, you will only become brittle and useless ceramic pieces. It is impossible for you to become the steel material that the army truly needs. The material you are made of determines your possibilities. If you are a pile of dog shit and pee your pants after going to the front line because of the Empire's roaring bullets, then you will become a pile of diluted shit. If you stick to the pants of our Group 7, it will make me very uncomfortable and very angry." In the S1 training base, Su Lu, who wore sunglasses, had already played the role of a cold instructor many times. He was already very familiar with this set of actions. Those truly outstanding people of the Federal Army had all turned red under his harsh humiliation. They were angry and irritable. Not to mention this group of old soldiers from the 17th Division in front of him, this group of young masters who had never been humiliated like this in their lives. Dogshit was still diluted. Dirt could not be smelted into steel. The soldiers listened to these extremely humiliating words and looked at the taunting and bullying of the lieutenant colonel at the front of the line, whose face was mostly covered by sunglasses. Their expressions had already become extremely ugly. Many people showed resentment in their eyes. Some people began to discuss with gloomy expressions. Su Lu ignored these obvious violations of discipline. He looked down at the list in the electronic notebook and said, "But since the Ministry of National Defense has handed you over to me, and since Mr. President trusts me, I have to do something. To tell you the truth, in 10 days, we will be parachuting to Planet 163 to carry out an extremely risky mission. Believe me, after this mission is completed, the chances of you surviving are not high." Apart from a few powerful ruffians, most of the soldiers' expressions changed drastically. If it was said that Su Li's previous words had made them angry, then the revealed mission made them feel endless fear. Su Lu wasn't lying. According to the analysis in Zhou Yu's email, the Federation government had to do something in order to silence the George Carlin faction and the Green Dragon Mountain faction that was preparing to take advantage of the situation. Regardless of whether it was because of his anger or because he wanted to appease the anger of the people, President Parable had to let these people go to the real front lines and accept the real test of blood and fire. And he was the sword in President Parable's hand. Recognizing this fact clearly, Sulu didn't feel too heavy or angry. He had always admired Pabre, what Mr. Sher called his own president. This president had rescued him from prison. The president had always displayed a moral integrity that was completely different from the politicians. The president was an exception in the political history of the Federation. He was an exception that deserved the sincere protection of people like Sulu, so he was willing to work hard to complete the mission given by the president. As for the sons of these important figures in the Federation, if they wanted to live, they had to change their attitude towards life. If they died, Sulu believed that he wouldn't have too many tears to shed. He looked at the few powerful ruffians in the back of the crowd who didn't hide their cold, arrogant, and wild expressions. His brows furrowed. These bodybuilders of the 17th Division looked as cold and callous as Du Shaoqing soldiers, but they hadn't learned the Iron 7th Division's sense of discipline at all. It was truly a bit annoying. Yan Bingyan Lu Qingsong. He called out the names of those people and said, "You guys stay here. The rest of you start running laps until I tell you to stop." This was an order to half disperse. At this moment, the soldiers who had fallen into shock, panic, and anger didn't follow the order to run. Instead, they stared at Sulu with eyes that were about to spit fire, as if they wanted to melt the cold sunglasses on his face. "We're not going," someone shouted loudly. Shipeng said coldly, "We demand freedom of communication." The son of another senator shouted angrily, "Why do we have to go to the front lines? Since when can the garrison area fight in a foreign land? You have to give us an explanation, or else we want the Ministry of Defense to give us an explanation." As soon as the son thought of going to war with those beast-like empire people, his face turned pale with fright. He pulled at his hair in pain, completely unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't inform his father, family, or girlfriend. Did he have to go to the front lines in such a muddled manner? Under the influence of all kinds of emotions, the crowd began to become agitated. They protested loudly and angrily. They had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, they surrounded Sulu and the members of the 7th Division. They were not real soldiers of the Federation in the first place. Suddenly realizing that they were about to face an iron-blooded war, the desire to survive, the fear of being forgotten, and the hatred for Su Li's attitude mixed together and turned into a kind of tide of excitement. Bai Yulan glanced at Su Lu, using her gaze to ask if they needed to suppress him. Su Lu shook his head, used his index finger to push up his sunglasses, and walked towards the back of the crowd. The old soldiers didn't run laps after disbanding, and those few strong soldiers he had named also didn't stay behind as ordered. Instead, they returned to the training equipment without any discipline. They began to flex their muscles again, silently and disdainfully spraying the smell of hormones as a silent demonstration and protest. The heavy training equipment collided continuously, producing dull metallic sounds. The muscular men in the tight singlets were drenched in sweat. They looked at the approaching Sulu, but had no intention of getting up at all. Among them, the second lieutenant named Yan Bingyan looked at Sulu provocatively with a mocking smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile wasn't sunny at all, but fierce and ruthless. Yan Bingyan, the 17th Division's record holder for many training events in the past 3 years. For this monster, running 10 kilometers with weights was as easy as taking a stroll. Right now, the weight displayed on the electronic positioning weight training equipment he was using had already reached its peak, but he was still able to easily reveal a hint of mockery in his smile. When the soldiers beside the training equipment heard that they were going to the front lines, they weren't as panicked as the old soldiers. Instead, they were faintly excited. It was just that they were used to being undisciplined in Hong Kong, and more importantly, they were a little aggrieved by the National Defense Department's ruthless methods, and angered by Su Li's attitude, so they were exceptionally tough. "I didn't ask you to stay behind to train with these weights." Sulu looked at the guys beside the equipment and said, "Are you kids who want to play? Or are you guys male prostitutes who specialize in bodybuilding and then flirt with rich ladies? Otherwise, why can't you leave these things for even a moment?" With a muffled thud, Yan Bingyan came down from the equipment with an ashen face. The heavy weight landed heavily on the receiver, and the steel handle, which was about 3 fingers thick, shook up and down. The rest of the strong men also came down from the equipment and stood behind Yan Bingyan, coldly looking at Su Lu and the people behind him. "Sir, I think it's best to take back those words." Yan Bingyan stared into his eyes and said, "Of course I don't dare to threaten you, but to say that the equipment used by the military is the means of a male prostitute, I feel that this is an unacceptable humiliation. Of course you may not be good at these things. Yan Bingyan looked at him with a hint of mockery, but I think that no matter what army, the strong should always receive a certain amount of respect. Very good, respect the strong. At least we have one thing in common. Sulu looked at him and suddenly said, De Xiong, let this strong man try holding your weapon. As the gunner of Group 7, Xiong Linquan's strength was unparalleled. Even in the entire federal military he could be ranked at the forefront. Hearing this, Bai Yulan and the others instantly understood what the supervisor wanted to do, and their lips curled up slightly. Initially, Xiong Linquan had been the one who disliked Sulu the most, but after interacting with him in the training base, after graduating from the Japanese academy, he had become the one who admired Sulu the most. After hearing the order, he ran back without hesitation. Half a minute later, he carried his favorite weapon. The strong men beside the training equipment looked at the heavy Darlin rotary cannon in Xiong Linquan's hands, and their expressions turned ugly. In the Federation's military camp, there were many fierce people who could use the Darlin rotary cannon, which was specially used for mecha and fighter jets. In fact, every one of them could be said to be a legend, but this guy in front of them was actually carrying it so easily. Could this really be his standard weapon? Don't force yourself, said Xiong Linquan sincerely as he carefully handed the heavy machine gun in his hands to Yan Bingyan. Of course he wouldn't sympathize with the guy in front of him, wondering if his wrist would break with a snap. He was only worried that this seemingly tough guy would break the equipment he used to make a living. Yan Bingyan's expression was ugly, but also serious and stubborn. He took a deep breath, and the muscles on his arms bulged as he took the Darlin rotary cannon. Being able to lift the Darlin rotary cannon with one hand showed that this ace soldier of the 17th Division indeed had extraordinary strength. However, his face was slightly red and his right shoulder was trembling. If he wanted to use the Darlin rotary cannon to shoot everywhere on the battlefield, it would obviously be impossible. From this point of view he was much weaker than Xiong Linquan. 2 seconds later, Xiong Linquan snatched the Darlin rotary cannon away, shook his head and turned to leave. Yan Bingyan's face was still red. Other than using too much strength he was more embarrassed. However, he wasn't convinced because in the military camp, strength wasn't everything. Sulu didn't need to look at the strong man's expression to know what he was thinking. He extended his hand to Bai Yulan and said, "Give me your uniform." Bai Yulan took off his uniform without hesitation. Sulu walked over to the weight training apparatus that Yan Bingyan had previously used to train, and carefully rolled up Bai Yulan's uniform onto the pure steel handrail. He glanced at the maximum weight value displayed on the apparatus, and knew that it was left behind by Yan Bingyan. He remained silent. Everyone present thought that he was going to show off his strength. The men of Group 7 began to shrug their shoulders, but Yan Bingyan and the people behind her had a suspicious look on their faces. They always felt that although this lieutenant colonel was a little too young, it was impossible for him to have so much strength just by looking at his body. Chapter 441. There was a very soft cracking sound. Almost at the same time, there were 2 more cracking sounds so that most of the people present did not hear the first sound. Only Sulu knew that it was definitely not the sound of his own metacarpal bones breaking. There was a large hole in the right armpit of his military uniform. The layers of Bai Magnolia's military uniform that were wrapped around the steel armrest were also torn into 2 pieces. Sulu retracted his palm and lowered his head to look at the damage on his right armpit. He said to Bai Magnolia, who was beside him, with a bitter smile, "Both uniforms seem to be damaged." Bai Magnolia nodded and did not say anything. However, she was just as shocked as the people around her. She and the men of Team 7 had long been accustomed to Su Li's extraordinary strength. Of course, they knew that his palm strike was not just for the 2 uniforms. His target must have been the pure steel armrest wrapped under the uniforms. The problem was, that was a pure steel armrest that was nearly 3 fingers thick. Sulu had chopped it with his bare hand. Did he really think that his palm was made of superalloy? Although Bai Yulan and the other members of Group 7 had absolute faith in Su Li's abilities, they still couldn't hide their shock when they saw this scene. They were even more curious about what had become of the pure steel armrest under the tattered military uniform. Yan Bingyan and those bodybuilders did not understand the shock on these people's faces. They stared at Sulu. They did not understand why this young lieutenant colonel would do such a thing. Could it be that he had a hobby of smashing iron with his own flesh? Sulu looked at Yan Bingyan and these people and said calmly, "The training I have arranged for you is to stand at attention for 4 hours. After that, you will have to do marching and formation training. Because of your serious lack of discipline, even I, a guy who has been in the army for less than a year, can't stand it anymore. The training program will start in 5 minutes." Yan Bingyan snorted and was about to say something, but Sulu ignored her and said, "You said that the strong should be respected. As long as you can do what I just did, I'll allow you the freedom to practice bodybuilding every day." Yan Bingyan and the others were stunned. They didn't understand what he was trying to say. However, at this time, Sulu and the members of Group 7 had already left the equipment area. Lan Xiaolong and Xiong Linquan couldn't help but look back at the military uniform wrapped around the steel armrest. Their eyes were filled with intense curiosity and excitement. It was precisely because of these gazes that the valiant soldiers beside the apparatus could not help but turn their heads to look at the weight-bearing apparatus. The close combat expert named Lu Qingsong finally couldn't bear the strange silent atmosphere and the doubts in his heart. He stepped forward and tore off the military uniform wrapped around the armrest. As the last layer of military uniform was torn off, his right hand suddenly froze. Looking at that place, the expressions of the strong guys beside the equipment suddenly became extremely interesting. Yan Bingyan's pupils shrank, and her face revealed an expression of disbelief. The scene in front of her made her eyes twitch rapidly. The pure steel armrest about the thickness of 3 fingers was connected to the equipment at both ends, but the middle part was broken horizontally. The hard steel rod at this time looked like a soft and bleak willow branch. It seemed to be constantly shaking in the breeze of the military camp. A human hand broke a steel pipe, and it was the solid kind. Had such a scene appeared in the army before? Yan Bingyan and Lu Qingsong looked at each other with a pale face and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. It seemed that the 4 hours of standing at attention and boring marching training were inescapable. Yan Bingyan thought so in her heart. She subconsciously looked up at the sky, wanting to confirm whether this was a real world. As soon as she looked up, she saw the dark clouds dispersed and the scorching sun in the sky. The training later would be extremely difficult. It broke. Fuck, it really broke. Lan Xiaolong looked at the movement over there and excitedly patted Xiong Linquan beside him. He lowered his voice and said excitedly. Xiong Linquan looked at Sulu in front of him and felt that his scalp was a little numb. He was a fierce warrior who lifted cement boards and smashed people. However, after following Sulu, he found that this well-proportioned and not strange director was the real fierce one. Bai Yulan followed beside Sulu. She didn't look back, but she already knew what was happening behind her. Her slender eyes that were faintly discernible through her black hair flashed with a trace of shock. Facing a solid steel pipe that was 3 fingers thick, the boss actually dared to use his bare hands to chop it. This was a completely crazy realm and confidence. Sulu listened to the shocked discussion of the men of Group 7. The thin corners of his lips slightly curled up, showing a trace of pain. He rubbed his red and swollen palm and thought to himself, I was a lunatic who dared to step on mecha, let alone a steel pipe. But the steel pipe is really hard, my hand hurts. The old soldiers of the 17th Division didn't run laps. They stood in front of the military camp and protested loudly. Meanwhile, the young masters of the big shots, including Shi Peng, were moving their eyes quickly, trying to find a way to communicate with the outside world in this enclosed military camp. These young masters firmly believed that as long as they let the elders of their families know what kind of humiliation and danger they were enduring, they would definitely have a way to interfere with this inexplicable and crazy action of the military. Why don't you run laps? Sulu walked in front of them and asked, You should know the rules of the military very well. I don't want to take measures to punish you on the first day. The young popinjays stared at him angrily and didn't say a word. They didn't see the scene that happened by the equipment just now, so they didn't know what kind of terrifying strength this lieutenant colonel with sunglasses had. On the contrary, they habitually used the ability to judge people that they had honed in the upper class of the capital ring to place most of their attention on Su Li's age. Through the wide sunglasses, they seemed to be able to confirm that this lieutenant colonel was very young. To become a high-ranking officer in the military at such a young age, this person definitely had a great background. It was unknown whether or not being transferred to the front line by the Ministry of Defense would involve some hidden storm in the political world. However, if it was a competition of family background, these popinjays definitely didn't need to admit defeat. Shi Ping didn't answer Su Li's question. With a gloomy face he said, We were kidnapped. Before we know the reason, I refuse to obey orders. At the very least, you should let us have the freedom of communication that every citizen and soldier should have. Why don't you run laps? Sulu didn't seem to see this person's face. When he heard this person's words, his eyes were hidden behind the sunglasses as he asked in a soft and dull voice. Not getting any response, Xipeng's face became even uglier. Instead of running, he slowly sat back down on the chair. He stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. A few people followed his lead and sat down in a bold and decisive manner. They wanted to embarrass Sulu and the men of Group 7 in front of the crowd without any words. After 10 seconds of suppressed silence and tension, no one answered Sulu's question that was repeated for the second time. He glanced at the popinjays who were sitting on the chairs, turned around and whispered something to Bai Yulan. Bai Yulan's soft eyebrows instantly raised. Like the flowers in spring, there was a hint of awkwardness and solemnity in the gentleness. Hearing Sulu's order, even someone as cold as him felt a little surprised and troubled. These old soldiers in front of him were completely different from the bodybuilders beside the machines. Their fathers were all famous big shots in the Federation. Even the Ministry of Defense couldn't completely resist the pressure from these families. Group 7 was undoubtedly the best among the mercenaries, but when faced with the pressure from the capital ring and the anger of those big shots, they were just ordinary soldiers. How could they resist? Bai Yulan put his right hand into his trouser pocket. He knew very well that this matter involved President Pabre and the government of the Federation, or even the old man in Philadelphia. However, their target was the politicians and tycoons that made up the Federation. The matter seemed to be very complicated. However, the little boss's order was so simple. Bai Yulan's face was gloomy and uncertain. He deeply felt that his supervisor, this man named Sulu, seemed to be the best at simplifying complicated things. So he slowly walked forward. The popinjays sat on the chairs with cold expressions, humiliating Sulu's order. However, they looked at the handsome man who was getting closer and closer. They seemed to be able to feel a terrifying aura spreading. They couldn't help but feel a little confused and panicked. Xipeng stared at Bai Yulan's right hand that was in his trouser pocket and asked, "What do you want to do?" Bai Yulan silently walked forward and took out the delicate military knife from his trouser pocket. Without any warning, the delicate military knife flashed with a beautiful light, cut through the air, and easily pierced into Xipeng's right shoulder. With a puff, blood spurted out that Xipeng didn't cry out in pain. His face was pale as he looked at the delicate knife on his right shoulder in shock. He seemed to be so shocked by this ridiculous scene that he didn't know what to say. Someone dared to stab me? That person stabbed me? Someone actually dared to stab me? A scream sounded. The popinjays looked at Xipeng, who fell on the ground with pale faces and trembled. A few of the braver ones rushed over and hugged Xipeng in their arms. At the same time, they glared at Bai Yulan and Sulu and screamed, "Are you crazy? If you don't listen to the order, you will also die if you go to 163. Sulu looked at the bleeding Xipeng and naturally thought of the big shot that he had met at the flowing wind slope. He said softly, "I'll give you 1 more minute. If you still don't want to run laps, I don't mind letting this secretary Bai stab you 2 more times." Song Ji tightly hugged the bleeding Xipeng. He was trembling with anger and fear. He stared at Sulu fiercely and shouted, "I'm going to complain to the legal department. I'm going to send you to the military court." Sulu was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you, this is the 7th Combat Team of the Shell Corporation. We are mercenaries, not federal forces. The military court can't control us." The popinjays' faces were pale. Xipeng was desperately covering his bleeding wound. He stared at Sulu and roared, "Who the fuck are you? Lan Xiaolong, tell this son of a bitch who I am." Lan Xiaolong quietly hid behind Sulu. He glanced at the chaotic scene with the corner of his eyes. His heart slightly twitched. He really didn't understand why Sulu dared to do this. However, at least at this moment, he knew that the baby of the deputy speaker would definitely not be able to get back his face. Yan Bingyan and the other strong men beside the equipment in the distance had already begun to do standing training under the hot sun with ugly expressions. Sulu looked at these young masters who were gnashing their teeth in anger and fear. After a moment of silence, he took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "I don't care who you are, but I think I should let you know who I am. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.